So the order of business. Oh, gotta do a roll call. Sorry, I don't have my notes. I lost it. The roll call first and then yeah.
Board Member Coveney.
Here.
Board Member Gibbs.
Here.
Board Member Weil.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Here.
And Chair Gannon.
Here.
Thank you.
And then after that, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I've got the script here, and this evening we'll start with public commentary. During the public communications, any member of the public can address the board on items not on the agenda for this evening, but in the purview of the Design Review Board. Hi, Mr. Lawson, is that you behind there? You do. Hi, love. And then comments will be limited to 3 minutes. After that, we'll have the consent calendar and then the regular order of business. Well, there's a modification of order. Okay. The regular order of business will be I'll introduce the item. Applicants will take their seats at the front desk. The board will give ex parte. Staff will present the summary presentation. Board will then question the staff. The public hearing will be declared open. Members of the public will have 3 minutes. Oh, wait, no. You skipped one. You wrote this. The applicants will have 5 minutes to present. The members of the public will then have 3 minutes for comment. The applicant will have 3 minutes for rebuttal. The board will then have the opportunity to question staff. The public hearing will then be closed. The board will go into discussions, deliberations. There will be a call for a motion. There will be a second. There could be a discussion on the motion. And then Mrs. Jung will make a vote. We'll follow that up by staff reports and board comments. I think I'm going to have to revise this a little bit.
We need a 2025 version.
We do. This is a little bit odd. Okay, so we're going to go into public comments. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on items not on tonight's agenda, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. No? All you people are here for a good reason? Awesome. Love it. So we're going to change tonight's agenda order. Wendy, did you get confirmation on
Sure.
Eleanor?
I'll propose to move item 5.6 at
1639.
1639 Eleanor to be the second item of the agenda.
Okay, and I'm going to propose that we swap 5.9 and 5.8.
I'm fine with both, and have you moved for that?
We just need to agree.
We just need to agree.
The applicant.
Yeah, I'm fine with all those changes.
Well, I see
For-
Mr. Jeanette here.
For 5.6.
5.6 for Eleanor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then for the consent calendar, we have 4.1, that's minutes for the approval. 4.2 is a continuance that's located at 232 La Brea Street. That's being continued to the March 13th, 2025 meeting. And then 4.3 on the consent calendar located at 999 Oriole Drive. That's being continued to February 13th as well. At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on any of these, the 2 continuances? No?
On the minutes.
All right.
Chair, I'll move for the approval of items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 on the consent calendar.
And I'll second.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. So then that moves us into regular order of business. 5.1, located at 48 Portola. Where's that? North Portola and the 3 Arch Bay.
Chair, I
ask
move,
for a expedited hearing. Is
I
that what you-
defer to Board Member Thalman.
Okay. Todd, would you like an expedited hearing?
I would, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening.
Oh, I'll be presenting this one. This one's mine. Good evening, Chair Gannon, members of the board. So item 5.1 is a request for design review at 48 North Portola in the Three Arch Bay Zone. Staff is recommending approval, and also the project has also been reviewed and approved by the Three Arch Bay Architectural Review Board as well. We've not received any public correspondence regarding the item, and that concludes my brief summary.
We need to do ex parte.
Yes, we do need to do ex parte. Go for it. We'll go down the line.
I met with Mr. Skidarian at the project.
I met with Mr. Secretarian and drove by the project.
Evaluated the site and spoke with Mr. Skandarian.
And I went to the site and spoke to Todd via email.
And I spoke with Todd Skidarian. I didn't have the opportunity to go to the site because of traffic, and I tried 3 different times, and it just... Okay, Todd, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Todd Skandarian, architect. Staff's introduction summarized our request, and I can simply answer any questions.
At this time, any member of the public wish to speak for or against 48 North Portola? It's in the Three Arch Bay zone. No? All right, this will be expedited. Okay. Would you like to have a rebuttal against yourself?
No, thank you.
Okay. Board, questions for the applicant? All right, who wants to lead off?
Chair, I can say this meets the design review criteria. I'm fully supportive of the staff's evaluation and the staff report. The item meets the design review criteria in the fullest to me, and I'm supportive of the project this evening.
And I would echo Mr. Wiles' comments as well.
Ditto.
Chair, I echo Mr. Wiles' comments. They were concise, which is appreciated.
And I echo the echo of the echo and add that this is also, it also had the homeowners association, their TAB that approved everything. So it even has another stamp of approval. So
All right, Mrs. Jung, please take a roll. A vote.
We got to move.
A motion?
motion.
Oh, yeah.
You want me to try to make one since I've only made one?
Go.
Okay.
for it.
God,
You
let's
got
see if I can do it.
this.
I make a motion for approval of item 5.1, property at 48 North Portola. Design review 242605. Staff recommends the design review board. Wait, is that right? Yeah. The applicant proposed project includes upper level addition consisting of legalized and expanding an existing loft area of the second level, new elevated deck area for the loft, and an as-built landscaping design. Recommendation, adopt, well, resolution 242605. And the said action is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act under section 15301.
Chair, I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney?
Oh, yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for 5-0 approval. Thank you.
And so next up will be item 16, located at 1639 Eleanor.
Call it 5.6.
5.6.
So this is item 5.6 on the agenda, located at 1639 Eleanor. Ex parte.
Chair, I've visited with the applicant's team at the site and met a gentleman next door that was gardening.
Chair, I met with the applicant or with Mr. Jeanette at site, and I went next door to the Jenkins house and met with them.
And I spoke on the phone with the applicant and drove by the property.
And I met with Mr. Jeanette at the property.
Same with me. Mr. Jeanette, nice to catch up with you. Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year to you, Jessica. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Stevens? Should we expedite this? Are you guys?
Chair, I was going to call
okay
for an
with
expedited hearing. I think the public commentary was positive. Was that correct?
That's correct. We received one letter in support. Yes, so the applicant is proposing construction of a new 3-level, 5,558 square foot single-family dwelling with an attached 1-car and an attached 2-car garage, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, pool, spa, landscaping, and hardscaping. And staff is recommending that the board approve and adopt Resolution 24-2307. approving design review 242307 coastal development permit 242306 and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
That was abbreviated. Mr. Jeanette?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Heather, for the help in the report. John is with me and his wife Robin are here as well. And I think over the year that we've had putting this together, we've met with the neighbors, resolved a whole lot of issues. I'm really quite pleased to have met some new people here in Laguna Beach, friends now. And so we've protected views and adjusted the plans. And if you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer those.
At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on 1639 Eleanor Lane?
Good evening. I'm Steve Jenkins, and I'm here with my wife. We have the property next door at 1640 Eleanor Lane, and we wanted to compliment the architect and his clients for the changes they've made in the project, and we're here to support the project, and which is a long way. We were at a different time, at a different point in time. So again, thank you again for your accommodations, and we look forward
Thank you,
to
Steve.
it going forward. Recommend.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Anybody else from the public? Sir, writing your name on the clipboard. Would you like to speak on this project? No. Okay. Just making sure. At this time, would you like a rebuttal? There's another one? Oh, don't be shy. Get on up here. Do the catwalk. I feel like I'm on fire. The niacin rush.
Good evening. I'm Tony Hansen. I live at 1636 Eleanor Lane. I'm here to support the project, and we've had some great attention, great response to any concerns that we've had. A couple things are still not represented on the flags and staking, but I have all confidence that they will be. So I'm here to support the project and looking forward to enhancing our neighborhood. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else? No? Warren, does your puppy like to have any comments on this one? She's silent? Okay, save it for later. Mr. Jeanette, would you like to have any rebuttal?
Only if you have questions of me.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, public hearing is now closed. We're going to go into board comments.
So Chair, I want to commend the applicant for really reworking the whole project from where it was a little over almost a year and a half ago, right? I think 2023. There were lots of issues at that time dealing with drainage, to view equity, to privacy, to all those things. And to go back to see the site and see it accomplish what the applicant really wants, but to fit beautifully on the site and balance all those things in harmony. I mean, even the component of the hydrology, which was something that was a bit contentious. You were eloquent to explain how you creatively solve that within your project. And so from my perspective, all the guidelines have been met. This was a great relook, redo of where the project was at. And so I fully support it. Staff report's also supportive, and I concur with what it says, and the coastal development permit as well.
Thank you, Liz.
And I would concur in the song that comes to mind is "This Is How We Do It."
Yeah.
So I think it's a fine example of addressing neighborhood concerns way ahead of time before they come at the last hour. So my accolades to you, Mr. Jeanette, and I can support your project and agree with the staff recommendation.
I did not see the prior project. It was a couple months before I got on the board, so I didn't see how bad it was. I heard about it, from the Jenkins, and yeah, I echo what Board Member Thalman said. This is how a project should be done. It's a great lot. You're able to do a lot with it without impacting neighbors if you design it correctly. And my hat's off to you that you did that. Also, it's nice to see a non-modern house, a Cape Cod house coming in of that scale. So my hat's off to you with that. Plus, It improves the parking situation in an area of town I'm very familiar with, being in North Laguna. I think with the Palisades fire and the Eden Canyon fires and other fires going on, we need to be really aware of parking. And if a project improves parking, that's something that we receive well. And getting cars off the street is something having that lower garage with a driveway with a turnaround down there is excellent. The one thing that I'd like to condition this on that you and I talked about, because of the nature of that area and the need to have a turnaround in there should fire apparatus need to get up there, and its close, connection to the wilderness interface, that the condition would be no parking of construction cars in the cul-de-sac. You're free to park on the property all you want. You and I talked about staging and that would work. So is that, fine with you that we have that condition?
Absolutely. And we will be submitting a staging plan with the building official to address these issues as well.
Okay, thank you.
And we don't have that authority. That's construction staging. So that's out of our purview.
I
Oh, no,
think
we
can.
do. I
I
disagree.
think we can.
Absolutely.
We can make a recommendation, but we can't make that a condition of
No, we can
approval.
condition it on no parking.
That's
Well,
all
let's ask
Pat.
Patrick.
Pat, you're the legal attorney here.
Pardon, and so, once again, so the proposed condition is what we're.
The condition, no parking of, no construction parking in the cul-de-sac, but, they're free to park on the property.
Technically, cul-de-sac's a red zone.
The cul-de-sac's public road.
Considered red curve.
Well, one side is red, the other side is not marked, so that's one of the reasons. But even with the the no parking on that side, I think it's important to emphasize, including to the contractor. not
Correct.
to
And
park
so,
there.
and excuse me, I didn't
Go ahead.
interrupt. Yeah. And so, yeah, so the design review board can make that recommendation. I would say that there would need to be some leeway. The building official ultimately makes that call. And once again, I can't speak intelligently on this specific plan, but that if that is the will of the board, that will be reflected in it. And then if there's some unique circumstance where the building official.
Okay,
decides
so
that-
I
We
think,
can make the
that-
recommendation, but we
no,
can't
I
make
think
it a
it would
condition
be
of
a
approval.
condition subject to modification by the building.
Perfect. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it that way.
I
We'll let you-
echo the rest of my board members here. And I must say, when I opened up the file, I almost wept with happiness because we see so many massive structures that are trying to shoehorn in places. And I don't know the history of getting here because I wasn't on the board at that time, but I sure hope that, I know it gets prickly, and I sure hope whatever happened prior, that you guys can burn some sage or do a little cul-de-sac dance and shake that all off and have a wonderful neighbors, because it seems like you have great neighbors and everybody has a lot at stake with these properties and everybody wants to maximize. But it really looks like you took care to build a very classic home, which Laguna appreciates, because we're losing them, it feels like. So I truly appreciate the efforts made with everything from the way you articulated to the windows, to the way your pool's situated, to your landscaping. It was really spot on. I couldn't have changed a thing. So I hope you enjoy your home.
Thank you very much.
And Brian, yeah, when I see that your name is attached to a project, it's just a breath of fresh air because you're consistently fantastic at what you do. You do the work ahead of time, coming here the first round. You've already addressed what is it? Circumstances, concerns. That's C word. Neighbor concerns, and you've hashed them out prior to getting here. So I condone your behavior, and I wish all the other architects in this world and this town would follow suit. With that, I can support the findings and found in the staff report. My words mixed up today. And Mr.
Chair
Gibbs-
Loftus.
No, you can take it. He's got the condition of approval. Yeah.
Okay, I move that the board adopt resolution 24-2307, approving design review 24-2307 and coastal development permit 24-2306 for demolition of an existing structure, construction of a new single-family dwelling, an attached two-car garage, attached one-car garage down below, elevated deck, grading, retaining walls, pool spa, and landscaping, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under 15301, with the condition that there will be no construction parking in the cul-de-sac area, which condition is subject to modification by the building officials.
I second.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes,
Thank
bless you,
you.
whoever sneezed.
Thank you
Next
very
up-
much, board.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Jeanette.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to 5.2, located at 806 Gainsboro Drive. Ex parte. I spoke to Matt Lawson, Steve Cortani, and did a site visit.
I
Same
spoke,
thing, and I also spoke to Warren.
I spoke to Steve.
I spoke.
And go ahead.
Go ahead.
Papia.
I spoke to Warren, Steve, and Matt Lawson.
And I spoke to Steve, visited the site, and
A little bit.
communicated with Warren via email.
Let's go.
Mr. Khan, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Gannon and members of the Design Review Board. This is Sherry Archon, Associate Planner. And item number 5.2 is a request for a new single-family residence on a vacant lot within the Diamond Crest View specific plan area located at 806 Gainsboro Drive. The board previously heard this project on November 14th, 2024. During the first hearing, the applicant presented modifications to the board based on neighbor and board member concerns, which included moving the entire program 5 feet toward the rear to accommodate a private parking space in the driveway and the treatment of a window on the south elevation to be opaque. The board was supportive of the modifications and water course encroachment and retaining wall height variances. The board also acknowledged the lack of available on-street public parking opportunities in the neighborhood, but had concerns regarding the parking variance and directed the applicant to explore ways to maximize on-site parking. This slide demonstrates the modified front yard setback shown on the right. With the program shifting toward the rear by 5 feet, the setback to the face of the garage has been modified from approximately 12 feet to 17 feet, and the setback to the residence from approximately 19 feet to 23. This modification has created area to accommodate one conforming private parking space in the driveway. According to the applicant, a second conforming parking space could not be accommodated in the driveway due to fire access and building code concerns and regulations. This slide demonstrates the modified south elevation on the right. As you can see, one window has facing 812 Gainsboro to the south has been pushed inwards and is no longer visible, and another is proposed to be treated to be opaque. Staff has reviewed the proposed modifications, and with the exception to the variance requests, the rest of the proposal continues to comply with applicable zoning standards. Variances for encroachment into significant modified water course exceeding the maximum 5-foot retaining wall height, and to not provide the DCSP required on-street public parking spaces are being requested. During the first hearing, the board indicated support for the water course encroachment and retaining wall height variances. As mentioned earlier, the board recognized the neighborhood's unique parking challenges and expressed concerns regarding the parking variance and highlighted the importance of maximizing on-site parking. According to the applicant, with a 2-car garage, one conforming private parking space in the driveway, and with the condition of payment of a parking in lieu fee, on-site parking has been maximized and requirements have been fulfilled. As detailed in the staff report, findings for all respective variances can be made. Staff recommends that the board adopt resolution number 24-2193, approving the project subject to conditions and finding said action exempt from CEQA. This concludes staff's report, and we did receive some late public commentary by the project applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? No? Any questions for staff on the left side? All right, Warren, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that I brought Sadie because she loves to be here and she loves to be part of the whole gang. So thanks for letting her be. Sherry Yara, thank you so much for the presentation. If you could pull up Exhibit D, please. So I'm not going to go over the whole thing. I think everyone knows where we were, where we are. Everyone got those exhibits. I'll just recap really quick. So there is one fully legal conforming parking space that fits. I was asked to show how and if two standard sized cars can fit in the driveway. They can. They don't have to jockey to get in and out. They could leave together or separately. Plus, everyone get out of the cars, so the access to in and out of the cars is good. We removed a planter to make that more possible. You can see there on that exhibit where we were before, 5 feet forward, and now we're where we are. As Sherry pointed out, we took the neighbors on both sides privacy into consideration. On the right side, we obscured the windows, and one of them actually disappeared. On the left side, we raised the sill height, and everyone seems to be in agreement. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on 806 Gainsboro? Mr. Lawson. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Lawson.
I don't think I'm going to need that. I just want to commend the board members, particularly Tom and Louis and others who've worked very hard on working with the applicant team and getting to where we are. The only concern we ever expressed on this was related to public safety and emergency circulation. I think those concerns have been underscored. What we've seen recently in Pacific Palisades, where I used to live, community substantially identical to Laguna Beach in many, many respects. And I commend everyone for getting us to where we are. The one point that Tom just raised with respect to the prior project, I think is somewhat germane here, and hopefully we can maintain as part of the condition subject to the work of the building official or a 20-foot lane of circulation during the construction period to make sure that staging and so forth don't interfere with emergency circulation, because that 20 feet is in fact the minimum required to get people out while 10-foot wide fire and other emergency apparatus make their way in. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I'm reasonably confident that Warren and the applicant team are on board with that. And assuming everything is good to go from a public safety standpoint, in keeping with the ethos of the new administration, build, baby, build. Thank you. Thank you all. And thanks to staff as well.
Thank you, Mr.
Matt,
Lawson.
real quick, what was your suggestion, Matt, real quick, what was your suggestion? I didn't understand it.
Right. That during the course of construction, at least a 20-foot unobstructed lane of travel be maintained so that, again, this is a critical choke point, allowing residents to evacuate while responders are able to bring large apparatus on scene to deal with whatever situation might be happening. And that is, in fact, the minimum code requirement throughout most of Orange County and elsewhere in California.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you all.
Anybody else wish to speak on 806 Gainsboro Drive? Hello, sir.
Hello, my name is Evgeny Krasko. I live at 785 Gainsboro, next to the site in question. So I don't have much to add. I just wanted to say that, I want to join Matt in his concerns about the fire safety of the project. So I think this is very important for the neighborhood. I didn't have much time to study the project in detail, but kind of I skimmed through the the docs and the, things that were available on the website. And it seems, I think it's a nice project. It's terraced appropriately for the neighborhood, and I think it will enhance the neighborhood. But yeah, just wanted to ask to pay attention to the safety, the fire safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the public wish to speak on 806 Gainsboro? You got to come to the mic.
Oh, I sent Wendy a PowerPoint. I don't know if she could bring it up on screen.
Did you give it to her in plenty of time for her to be able to prepare for that?
Probably not. I just emailed it to her about 10 minutes
He
ago.
sent it at
Oh, yeah.
5:15. Okay.
Plenty of time.
Let me see if I can open it.
Yeah.
Sure, can you stop sharing?
Okay, so you can just go to the next slide.
What did you
So-
say your name is?
Oh, my name is Mark Acosta. I live at
Okay.
812 Gainsboro Drive.
I thought you looked
Yeah,
familiar.
thank you. I think we all realize with fire safety has become front runner in a lot of our minds. And I think this board has had a great history of maintaining the safety of our neighborhood up in the Diamond Crest view. Specifically, the home to the left of me has 2 on-street parking or 2 on driveway and 1 external. The other one on the other side has 3 on-site plus 1. And my home has 2 on-site parking plus 2 additional parking spots. So I'm very concerned about this area, that it is in this critical point. And if anybody has ever been around there, it's a very high trafficked area. Next slide, please. So I just want to make sure that, we continue this trend. So one of the main reasons, given the last board, was why can't we provide 2 parking, was this idea of we can't push it back. Well, my home on 812 is practically identical to the same dimensions of this lot. And I provide a minimum of 26 feet in front of 25 feet in front of the home to the driveway for 2 on-site parking. So I believe that this project can be moved back and we can have 2 on-site parking spots in design. The only thing that holds us back is cost. You have to drop the house down and move it back. There's a disciplination on it. So my house could be used as almost a case study in how this can be done. On the left, you see, okay, I had to go below grade, but my stairs if they hit the pavement, would start many feet back from the front of the home. Next slide. So these are the 2 dimensions of a lot. The one in question is 6, the one mine is 7. You can see that the frontage is the same. Of course, the lot between us is the same. The back is nearly identical and the left side is nearly identical. So I know it is possible to provide 2 driveways. And the way that our neighborhood has done that is push the home back without going up the hill at the additional cost. But it does make a great trade-off on safety. Next slide. These are my privacy issues. Most of them have been addressed, and I thought he did a good job, but hey, there's the upper fireplace that goes straight to my house. If this house was set back equally to mine to provide 2 street, a lot of these concerns goes away. And plants and privacy. Okay.
You have more time.
Oh,
if you
good.
like. 30 seconds.
Back, down 1 slide. Miscellaneous issues, we touched on 2 are water course issues with this new property. They need to drain that. I want to make sure that's in, as well as construction parking, which we talked about. That was actually approved, a condition of the approval of last one on it. So the rest is just a summary.
All right. Does that conclude your comments?
That and really would like to see an on-street parking. I think the homes in front of Pacific Vista provides a good opportunity to provide that spot.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on 806 Gainsboro? All right, Warren, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I think really seriously, all the concerns have been met. I think safety has been provided, parking has been provided, access has been provided. So I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Steve Coratani, would you like to take up the rest of the 3 minutes?
Thank you, Chair Gannon. Steve Coartani. Just want to add that we will accept the requirement that was mandated or requested by Matt Lawson. Thank you.
All right. There you have it. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question for the applicant. The neighbor brought up the same lot. I know things aren't always as they seem, but is that true, the comparison of these two lot sizes based on him being able to achieve, or have you essentially, do you think you've achieved the same thing?
I'm not familiar with the layout of his property. I don't know if it's dug in the back. I really don't know. It appears from that exhibit that they are fairly similar.
Okay. And can you go back more? I mean, if you
Maybe
wanted
a
to-
couple feet, but then we're pushing the rear yard setback, and then
but
we're
what's your-
looking at adding variances and adding nonconformities.
And your rear setback right now is?
Sherry, is it 19 and
Approximately 22 feet with the
Okay,
latest.
Yeah.
just a couple feet. Okay.
a
That's
couple
all?
of feet really isn't going to.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
And I noticed that when you push it back 2 feet, you lost windows. So if you push it back even further, you're basically below grade.
The kitchen window is now in a well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
The entry to the driveway, when you came back, was 12 feet and you went to 13 feet. Is
That's
that right,
correct.
Warren?
Yeah.
How were you able to do
I
that?
removed the planter and I skinnied up the stairs.
Okay, the stairs are now how wide?
3 feet on one side, which is code minimum, 4 feet on the other for comfortable entry to the main front door.
So theoretically, you could go to 14 feet by narrowing the stairs on the other side.
Yeah, that would be unreasonable, I think, though.
No, I'm not. I just
Yeah,
want to understand.
technically, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
I actually have another question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it. This whole Diamond Crestview area that requires these two off-street parking, or one,
One.
sorry. Does every house have that now? Every house, even the old ones that have been there forever?
So that's an interesting question. I'm glad you brought it up. There is no, so far, yes. And in fact, through the process of this project going through the city and installing and being tabled and so on, the last one got gobbled up. That's the one we were providing when we
Originally.
years ago.
Yeah.
There is no inventory left.
Yeah.
What that means is that many lots now, I don't know how many, but some certainly will come with a variance because the inventory doesn't exist. That being said, I did think about a plea, if you would, and I'm going to say it. I don't think it'll work, but seeing that there's no inventory and there's a variance caused by lack of forethought in the city. I don't know. I don't think that variance or the fees should stand because it's unfair. Our applicant did not cause this. The city did. I don't know if the board has, I might as well throw this out there. I don't know if the board has the capability of waiving these fees, but I think they're unreasonable. Yeah, they probably aren't, but I had to say that.
Yeah, I think that's above our pay grade.
Thank you. Yeah, mine
We're
too.
just volunteers.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of power. We have power, but not that kind of power.
Yeah, I just
and-
wanted to point that out. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a quick, just
Solomon?
following on MJ's, that was an interesting question. So what you're saying is basically the variance, there's no way, it's impossible to avoid.
That's correct. So I tried to put one down a little bit farther than the one we previously had. Public Works said no, they put as many as they possibly could. There's those tiered retaining walls there, and the toe of those, as you put another 22-foot parking space, Now that's going to, I don't know that it would compromise the engineering, but Public Works is not for that.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah. I drove up and down all over the place. It doesn't exist.
Mr. Weil, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. We move into board comments. Absolutely.
This project's troubled me. There's this Diamond Crest View, the most dangerous area, and I think we need to take fire safety very seriously. The purpose for that public parking space was because of the lack of public parking space on those streets to minimize illegal parking, to facilitate equipment getting up there in the case of a fire, which could save lives and property. And I think we're all well aware of how big a risk that is in light of, as Mr. Lawson says, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And I've been following fires in this town because I've been on an emergency disaster preparedness committee. This variance is a very serious variance. The variance provides, one of the findings is the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, or injurious to the property or improvements in the vicinity in which the property is located. Now, by not providing a space and paying $23,000 for the privilege, does not mean that criteria, that findings we can make. We need to make a finding that what you are providing complies with, or is not detrimental to public health, safety. And not providing 2 parking spaces in front of a garage, in my opinion, prevents us from making that finding. Also, neighborhood compatibility, most places have 2 cars that can park in front of their driveway. And that's important not only for the people, but for public safety and fire safety. People have a tendency, if they can park in the park, if you have a delivery or if you have people coming over, they can park in the driveway getting 2 cars, which reduces the need or the risk of somebody parking illegally. Now, this spot is a really tight spot. It's an important spot. It's a turn, a curve that is going to be critical in the event of a fire up in Diamond Crest View. And that area needs to be kept clear. In fact, it's critically important. Okay, with that background, what we did discuss last time is getting 2 cars that can park reasonably. I can approve the variance and find that finding is met if I get a comfort level that 2 cars can park there. I asked you to move the place back 8 feet, and you did 5 feet. I think feet matter here. And so the question for me that I've been pondering since I saw you up there, Warren, is whether this works. And I asked you to give me this, and you didn't provide it up front, and you were kind of dismissive of it. But
No.
I tell you, it's the most important exhibit that you've given me. And I think it's the most important for public safety in being able, and this is
I'll
for
be
your,
able to give you those measurements.
what?
I'll be able to give you those measurements.
Well, I can see it. I mean, I can see.
No, but I've actually measured. I took a similar, back when this was coming to us in 2021 with the measurements of the parking structure that was proposed back then, which was even smaller. I took the measurements of SUV, midsize SUV. It was my driveway, 2115 Catalina, because it has the same measurements, and I
Well,
could
how
park
did
2
you do that?
cars.
Did you kind of lay it
I
out?
took a ruler. I literally drew out a ruler. I put 2 cars, I pulled the cars out of the garage, put them in the driveway, and I measured. And so I have my 2-door Jeep
Well, let me
and
get
then
on
an
to my,
SUV.
let
Okay.
me get on to my conclusions,
All
because that's what, and it's hard for, I didn't do the measurements, maybe I should have. But that said, in my mind, this is very serious. If this works, in other words, it's convenient, people can pull in there. It didn't appear to me when I first looked at it, and when I visited the site, I really wanted that extra couple of feet. I've spoken to Patrick about whether we can pull that stairway back, which would open it up more, which would be, again, more encouraging to 2 cars, and whether we could waive the fee And he indicated to me that the board has the authority to waive the fee in connection with approving this variance. So let me tell you where I've come out after all of that thinking. I can go along with this reluctantly. I don't think it's the best solution. And I'm looking to you guys as the owners. It's really important that you be able to park 2 cars in there. And you can't park, it's dangerous to you in the neighborhood to park illegally. And there's not a lot of parking places elsewhere. In other words, it's really in your interest to have 2 convenient parking spaces in front of your garage. So this is kind of the choice. I can approve this tonight based on this reluctantly, and based on Chair's measurements, which kind of confirm kind of what I see, that maybe it's tight, but it works. Her measurements indicated even works better than I think it works. But that being said, I can approve it. But I suggest that you think about the alternative, which is, work with the fire. I really have a feeling it could work, and it could be to your long-term interest with that property, to work with the fire department to be able to pull the stairs back. The only reason you have the left side stairs is because of fire access to bring hoses up to the hill. If you can come up with a solution that pulls those stairs back and creates an opening that comes closer, if not makes 2 legal parking spaces there, I'd be supportive of waiving the $23,000 fee. I'm not requiring it. I'll support the project as is. If you want to go the other course just to explore it, we can continue it. And if you come back to me and say it's not feasible, I'll support the project equally then. So that's where I stand.
All right, if you'd like to follow that. You want to go down the line?
I guess I'll go. I haven't been through this whole, I know you guys have been through it a lot with the prior owner, and there was all kinds of things about looking at things in litigation. And so for us as a board, it's really hard to feel confident in our decision here. Like, that's why he's reluctant. He's not reluctant about a lot of stuff. So, but is willing to approve. I'll take some pain off your shoulders right now. I'm leaning towards approval. So it's getting there. And here's why: because Diamond Crestview has these restrictions, but yet they don't really have the clarity to enforce them when you have lots that don't have off-street parking available. So finding solutions is, in lieu of, you pay a fee. That doesn't save you from fire. It doesn't offer a parking space. It just gives the city more money. So it's like a pay to play. I don't really get it, but it's part of the way government works. So there's no spaces available for new houses or any adjustments to older houses. I was interested to hear that they do have presently, because I thought perhaps a lot of these old houses were getting away with not having to have a space. But it sounds like every house has a space based on whatever size house they have, based on how many spaces required for that house. So it's like, for us to offer you 2 off-street parking, if all the measurements work, is the new in lieu of opportunity. It feels like it's a fair compromise. I do question, though, how this was handled from the get-go when you're designing the house and this is a restriction and there's nothing on the lot, in the area, how that wasn't looked at differently to accommodate, a clean 2 off-street parking, no doubts. So all that's been in this muck for a while. I think the house reaches all other elements of design criteria: privacy, view equity, neighborhood compatibility. So this is sort of a Diamond Crestview thing. And I think the fire issue throughout Laguna and any hillside community here is going to have to be addressed differently in the future. But for everybody to have to make adjustments, we'll see how that goes. But in this particular case, I feel like you've made every effort, and that the homeowners have had to go through quite a bit and will now have to do additional grading in order to achieve this. And I appreciate that, and I can get behind the project tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Christine?
I would agree for the most part. I think these most recent changes for the 2 parking spaces, which I feel pretty confident with that. I know my driveway is only 11 feet and I had a huge motorhome in there. So adding, no, one big motorhome. So
Did you have a permit for that?
no, it was only there to back up. So not to get into details, but to comment on what MJ mentioned with reference to the parking space and planning for that. And it sounds like you did plan for it, but because the process was elongated and that space that was available at one time through Public Works was no longer available. So that's no fault of yours. And so I think you did the best you could with the situation that you were in, with the lot the way it is. I appreciate, I know Board Member Wheel came up with some great ideas on how you could achieve that. And I know Tom did as well. So I think with these changes and addressing the issue that Mr. Lawson brought up, agreeing to that, I can support the project tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Weil?
Yeah, and I'll follow and concur with my board members, Coveney and Thalman and most of Gibbs. I think at the last hearing, it was really clear. We were concerned on the access. I think I was trying to talk very specifically to, it's a narrow lot. It's 22 or less feet of frontage. And so when you do factor in your safety stairs, you're really looking at 15 feet of actual usable space to get in and out of. So it's really tight. And I think for me, that's why the considerations of this pizza-shaped lot, the variance is justifiable. I totally respect the components of fire safety and trying to find the right balance with parking for the community and what's scripted. But being up there and evaluating numerous properties over the years, those spots have been plucked in this area. And so I think it is unreasonable to force that requirement, which is why the in lieu fee is there. And the site doesn't have the availability to put an additional spot on the lot. It's required for one, and we're trying to make as many accommodations to make a second practical one possible. But it's meeting the requirements with one. So I feel you followed the direction from the board from the last hearing. Is it 100% perfect in every scenario? Maybe not, but for me, it meets the design review criteria and I can support it. I don't feel it's a hazard to public safety. I think staff outlined it as clearly in the staff report, so I'm supportive of their analysis and can make the findings as such. The retaining walls, we've talked about them at the prior hearing. It's a necessary evil in this part of Diamond Crestville. It's very much part of the pattern of development. And it's consistent with your project as it is in others. So to deny that would be a refusal of the right of enjoyment to build on your lot. I think there were some comments on drainage, but I think we addressed that with the project. And so I believe that's already been rectified at prior hearings. So for me, I can support it with the modifications you submitted in Exhibit D.
All right. So I wasn't here for your first hearing, but I'm well versed on this project and I can support verbatim what Mr. Weil very well articulated. The only thing I have to add is the measurements. For safety and when this was going to come to us in 2021, I believe, after receiving a 5-0 vote and, politics were at hand and it got remanded back to us, and then I was on the board. So that was my first run with this project. And I took the measurements even back then, which it was smaller than what's being proposed now. And I could fit a mid-size SUV and a two-door Jeep Wrangler in that driveway. So I'm very confident that 2 cars of some size, lesser or greater, can fit on that. And so for that, I can approve this project. I believe all criteria have been made. Access, safety, that's the biggest street, or that area in Diamond Crestview is the biggest street in Diamond Crestview. So I don't think fire trucks are going to have an issue backing in or out or going through there. So with that, I can approve this project. Do we have a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion. It's a long one. Adopt resolution ask that the board adopt Resolution 242193, which is attachment 1 in the staff report, approving design review 242193, variance 242192, and coastal development permit 242194 for a new single-family residence with an attached two-car garage on a vacant building site in the Diamond Crestview specific planned area. Design review is required for the new structure, elevated decks, skylight, elevator, hardscape, grading, and fuel modification landscaping plan. A coastal development permit is required for a new single-family home in the coastal zone, which is under section 25.07.004. A variance is requested to encroach into a significant modified watercourse to exceed the maximum 5-foot exposed retaining wall and to provide a required street parking space. That's no longer part of this recommendation. And finding said action exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines, section 15303, with the following conditions: that the parking area as submitted tonight as Exhibit D, that would be the condition of approval, that it would be implemented, and that the cul-de-sac, no parking is allowed in the cul-de-sac for fire prevention. Is that okay?
Also a 20-foot, maintain a 20-foot unobstructed lane of traffic at all times during construction.
I'll accept that addition.
And then, Madam Chair, so that.
And with the building officials.
Correct. I was just gonna say,
With
yes.
the building officials
That's right.
modification.
As a recommendation.
Subject to change or modification as required by the building official.
Yes.
I'll second that.
You got that?
Good job.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Sadie, do you have anything to say?
Now the dog can go home and go to sleep.
Yeah.
It's a good dog.
Steve, you're going to be here all night long, aren't you? All right. So moving on to, our 5.3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're just a little. 5.3, located at 505 Bluemont. Will the applicant take their, while the applicants are taking their position, board, do we have ex parte? This is going to take a while.
Chair, I met with the architect, Brian. I also met with Allison Lee Kofi. I met with Jean Marquez, and I met with Gary Berman.
I met with the Bermans and Marquez and the Coffees at the site.
I had a site visit, met with Gary Berman, Elise Coffey, and Jean Marquis, and also met with Michael Iannotti. Did I say that right? Iannotti? Iannotti. Hopefully he's not watching this right now.
Same for me.
And same here as well,
All right,
Oh.
Miss. Oh, no?
except for Mr. Berman, Mr. and Mrs. Coffey, and Ms. Marquez.
Okay. Mr. Wank, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. Item 5.3 is a request for design review and a revocable encroachment permit at 505 Bluemont Street, located in the R1 zone. The property is developed with a single-family dwelling with an attached garage. The project was last heard by the board on October 10th, 2024, and continued with direction regarding articulation, view equity, privacy, neighborhood compatibility, and design integrity. The proposed project includes demolishing an existing single-family dwelling with an attached one-car garage and constructing a new single-family dwelling with an attached two-car garage, elevated decks, spa, grading, and landscaping. The applicant has made the following revisions in response to the board's comments, including reducing the square footage of the home from 3,367 square feet to 3,195 square feet, reducing the flat roof from 157.67 feet to 156.67 feet, incorporating a hip roof with a wood shake at the front of the property, reducing the deck area from 727 square feet to 344 square feet, removing the proposed pool and relocating the spa equipment towards the center of the property and within an underground vault, replacing the proposed stucco siding with wood siding, and removing solid roof cover over the deck. A revocable encroachment permit is required for street improvements and decorative pavers within the public right-of-way. Staff has received public correspondence from 3 neighbors with concerns regarding this item, primarily related to view, privacy, mass, and scale. Staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 24-1652, approving design review 24-1652 and revocable encroachment permit 24-1661, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wank. Any questions for staff? No? We may have a question for you. Not yet.
Well, I kind of do. Garrett, the world of staking, when I went out there, what I saw was only a partial staking on the south side. Was that accurate to the staking plan? I couldn't quite get that.
Yeah, I did take a look at the staking plan after receiving your concern. It does look like there may be a stake missing, and so I brought that to the attention of the architect so that they may respond to that comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Thalman? Okay. That moves us into board. No, public hearing is now declared open. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm the owner, John Lown. I just have a couple things to say before I turn it over to Brian, our architect. But at the last meeting, our neighbors and the board voiced their concerns and recommendations. And I went back to the architects and said, let's meet every requirement they want and let's make it work. And let's not be adversarial in anything that we do here. We want to get along with the neighbors and make it work. Before I turn it over to Brian, I do want to address specifically one issue that was voiced at the last meeting that appears to continues to actually be there continues to be misinformation around that particular issue. So I want to clarify that. The documents we provided that you have has a property line between the Coffees and our house. That's 471 Bluemont, 505. And the property line.
Be quiet, the audience, please.
The property line is marked and has been surveyed, and then it was marked and it's recorded with the County of Orange. This was also provided to the Coffees as early as November 23. December 23, we had an open meeting inviting all our neighbors to our house discussing our project. And at that meeting, the Coffees brought up that they thought that our survey was wrong and that they had a property survey that was correct. December 23, we checked into that and we contacted Toll Engineering, who did the survey for the Coffees at 471 Bluemont in 2001. They then, Toll sent out an email to our architects, our engineering group, which is Apex Engineering, and the Coffees. In that email, Toll Engineering confirmed, and I'll quote, "Yes, we prepared a topographic survey of 471 Bluemont back in 2001. In your review and use of this survey, please keep in mind that it was originally created over 20 years ago, and my predecessor did not find sufficient monuments to properly establish the boundary lines. The plot shown on this topographic survey represents a best fit of the record boundary to be found to the found monuments and lines of occupation."
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the peanut gallery in the back please go outside if you want to have a discussion? David, can you please stop speaking or carrying on? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. No problem. And did not find sufficient monuments to properly establish all boundary lines. The plot shown on this topographic survey represents a best fit of the record boundary to the found monuments and lines of occupation. The property lines of the 2001 survey are to be used, and this is quote unquote, as an estimated only. The owners of the Coffees, the owners of 471 Bluemont, have known for over a year, because we contacted them as well, that this was only an estimate and not the property line provided to them. And the survey was provided to them in 2023 and is marked and recorded with the County of Orange. For some reason, the question of the property lines continues to come up, and I'm hoping this puts that question to rest. So I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you, Garrett, for the presentation that he basically ran through all of our adjustments in generalities that we did to the design. We took your comments, the comments from the neighbors that we understood, and adjusted the design for that. I would like to reiterate the overall roof structure has come down a foot, and that puts us at 6'6" below our neighbor's house to the south, and then 5'6" below our neighbor to the north. So just wanted to reiterate that, and also taking into account this is a sloping street, so we're not all dealing with the same pad height, and so we're lower than both of those neighbors. And then to address the internal square footage, the on-grade conditioned space has now been reduced to 1,108 square feet. Previously was 1,249. And then, so that reduction in square footage is a total of 141 square feet. And that puts us lower than the current existing home, which is listed on Redfin. So we would love to answer any questions unless.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to point out one more fact too about the property is the finished floor of the home is 2.5 feet below the street. When you're standing in the street looking at the home, it's 8.5 feet tall, or 8.7 feet tall to be exact. So I know some of the comments have been sensationalized that it's much bigger than it is. It still is relatively small when you're on a street elevation. And then, yeah, I mean, just in difference of the size of the home being 1,100 square feet living on grade, and the existing home right now is 1,145 living square feet on grade. And that's about it, just some facts on the end. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, any members of the public? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there going to be 8 of you guys? So we have a 15-minute cap on public comments. So instead of 3 minutes, you guys can have 2 minutes each. Is that right? Is that the? Yeah.
I'll try. Hello, my name is Elise Coffey. My husband and I live at 471 Bluemont Street. We greatly appreciate that you visited our property to view the story poles and to listen to our concerns. We appreciate that the applicant has moved the kitchen wall in and that the solid roof covering over the deck has been removed. However, we still have significant concerns for our home and neighbors' homes regarding loss of privacy and view equity. We have owned our property for 23 years. Our home is on the historic register and is located next door to 505 Bluemont Street. Our home's front door is located on the south side of our house next to the applicant's property. When we restored our home, the Heritage Committee required us to keep our front door at its location. Thus, our family room and kitchen are located on that side of our house, and consequently, some of our ocean views are towards the southwest portion of our property. Design Guideline 12.1 states site a building with maximum consideration for privacy issues, maintain adequate setbacks from neighboring properties. The proposed project does not respect our historical home with regard to setbacks, and consequently, the project negatively impacts our privacy and views. Our house provides side yard setbacks of 9 feet 10 inches and 12 feet 9 inches next to the applicant's property. By contrast, they're at a 4 foot 3 inch setback. The design guideline 11.5 states where the project is located next to a historic structure, choose an architectural style that allows respect for the massing, scale, and level of articulation of the historic neighbor. The northwest side of the structure negatively impacts our view of the ocean and sky from our kitchen, and it will block the sunlight into our garden. It is on land at a lower elevation than our property, but it looms over our property on the ocean side. Due to our concerns, we request that you consider several modifications. Increase the side yard setback on the northwest side of the applicant's property next to our property. Decrease the height of the structure on the ocean side. Require the wall to be at least 4 feet from our smaller cottage so that there's adequate space for the fire department. And honor our property's current existing occupation lines that we've had for 23 years. And honor our existing historical fence. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Coffey. Next speaker.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Jean Marquez at 511 Bluemont. Thank you, Chair Gannon and board members. Thank you for visiting my home this week. Greatly appreciate it. While I appreciate the changes that have been made, I still have concerns about the property regarding view equity and loss of privacy. Primarily view equity for the Bermans and the Coffees, and loss of privacy for myself. Unfortunately, the outdoor seating area of the project still allows a view into my living area. I'm requesting further changes be made to provide more my privacy and the Coffees and provide view equity for the Coffees and the Bermans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker. Don't be shy. There you go.
Hi, I'm Tom Berryman. My wife Stephanie and I reside at 505, excuse me, at 480, just across from 505. At the first hearing, you instructed the applicants to work with the neighbors and to scale it back. Some of your specific comments from notes I took during the first hearing include, Member Coveney, it's a large contemporary home between two cottages. We have to protect the homeowners. Member Thalman, the deck is too big. You may need to pull the lower level back. Member Gibbs, the deck is by far the biggest in the neighborhood. It has to be scaled way back. Member Weil, I want to see the view from the Berman's house maintained. Member Gannon, just because you have the envelope doesn't mean you get to fill it out. It's a beautifully designed home, just not in the right spot. Further, the board instructed the applicants to work with the neighbors on a compromise. None of my neighbors, to my knowledge, and for certain those on both sides of the property, were contacted by the applicants nor their architect since the first hearing. That doesn't sound like a good faith effort to follow your instruction. A reduction in the house and garage square footage from just over 3,800 square feet to just under 3,700 doesn't sound like scaling back. Yes, the glass-in area of the deck that furniture can be placed on was reduced, but the structure itself still juts way out with some plants thrown in. There's no reason the design could not be pulled in further from both the north and south property lines and the actual deck surface and lower level pulled in further. Member Gibbs said at the last meeting, Bluemont is one of our classic streets. I agree, it is. There is no home on the street like this proposal. And yet, once something of this mass and scale is jammed into a small lot, looming over two classic Laguna cottages, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. Neighborhood compatibility on Bluemont will mean anything and thus nothing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Next speaker.
I'll go last if someone else wants to go. They can.
All right. Well, do you want to just go? Because it looks like you're last. And because there wasn't 5 of you, you can have 3 minutes. No, never mind. You get 2 minutes.
We're in the same, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a slide.
All right, got it.
Just a couple slides. We don't need them right away. Dear Chair Gannon, members of the Design Review Board, thank you so much for the time and the consideration you provided in October. We really recognize and appreciate the effort and the reasonable approaches you put forward to try to find a solution. However, as has been said before, this neighborhood waited patiently, wanting to work with our new potential neighbor. We are a historic street. Everybody has intentionally chosen to live on this street because it is such a charming part of the village. We now are sitting with a home that definitely falls well outside of the character of this charming neighborhood here in Laguna Beach. When I step back, what do I see? I see so many DRB guidelines still being missed. I really wish you would have listened and made changes in a meaningful and impactful way. Talk about sensationalizing things. Why don't you actually do something? 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, minimizing view impact, not done. 15.4, reducing mass to preserve neighborhood views, not done. Landscaping to protect views, not done. That's 15.5. The list keeps going. There's so much to be said and so much to be done, and it's going to require a continuance so that we can sit down and collectively work together and find a solution. We want to live with you guys collectively in harmony. Now, I can run down the list, pull in the top floor, articulate the south side, articulate the north side, reduce the height from the street, 8.5 feet. I appreciate that. Maybe if you came and visited our house, you would understand that we still miss the horizon over your house. So I'm not really sure how your funny math seems to work. Here's an example of things that if we work together, you would see. There are opportunities for you to have part of the house in the front, which is exactly what you want, this amazing foyer, but there's just a block in the back. If we solve for that, you solve for Jean's privacy issues, and you solve for my whitewater and bird rock views. Undulating 4 to maybe 5 or 6 feet in just at the very end there will make a significant impact for your neighbors and for yourself. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it, and I look forward to working with you to find a reasonable solution for everybody.
Any other speakers? Thank you for respecting the 2 minutes. I appreciate it. Well done, by the way. All right, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Yeah, in regard to 471, and Mrs. Coffey mentioned their house is on the historic registry. In the meetings from our last meeting in October, it was stated that the house is not on the historic registry list. I think Mrs. Jung mentioned that. We can confirm that later.
Hang on. Please let him go.
Yeah.
We can confirm it. I was looking just at the minutes from last meeting, but please correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of the fire access and the property lines, if we used our current the boundary that we have on 505, we adhere to the fire access around all sides of the property, and that would also at 471 give that house fire access as well to the main house, which has a setback of 6'7" from the house, and then from the cottage, because it is closer to the fence at the back, it does still allow 3'3" around that cottage. So there is still accessible space around that if we use the boundary set by our survey. In terms of the privacy concern to the south of our lot, we did, like Garrett mentioned, we definitely pulled back the usable deck space. Basically cut it in half. The roof is still there because it is the roof of the space below at the basement level, and that we have used to provide some planting on that. So that neighbor is not looking at just a roof at the living room level. And yeah, we also look forward to recommendations from you all and working with the neighbors to accommodate the design requests. And in terms of the existing home, the 1-car garage is set forward more than the required 20-foot setback. So adhering to the now current standards and the code standards of 20 feet for now a 2-car garage, that definitely pushes the massing of the home further towards the ocean, which if we tried to accommodate every single view angle, we may be only left with a garage at the ground level. So we're trying to definitely give on our end. So that's all we have to say at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Seconds left, but just wanted to quickly touch on some of the aesthetic characteristics. We did add a hip roof we did add a wood shake roof, hip roof in the front, which we do agree there's hip roofs, gable roofs. You do get to see the roof articulation on the front of the street. We do have a garage. We're pressing it down. We're still trying to articulate to create architecture, but as things get smaller and compressed, we are really kind of in a box, and we are doing our best to keep some articulation. And we added a vertical natural wood veneer, which might have to be composite to be a little bit more sensitive to fire severity zone, but still to get a natural look to kind of blend in more with like a landscape natural environment. Even though we do agree, we are leaning towards a more contemporary aesthetic, which is also what our client loves.
Okay. Does that conclude your
That
comments?
concludes our comments.
Do you have any questions for the applicant? You two look like you might have a question or two.
Question. Plate heights. Being lazy here, I could go and look at the plans, but off the top of your head, what are the plate heights?
The plate heights for the main living space is now 10 feet. Previously was 11 feet.
And the first floor?
And
And the basement level is 10 feet
The
as well.
basement level?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, the garage is lower than the living space. I think it's 8.6.
Mr.
I
Weil?
guess I had a question kind of on the REP.
Yeah.
I know you got to create the angles for kind of getting in your driveway and the direct access for that. I think in the prior meeting, I had asked that the portion between the property line and the street be just done more in asphalt. Did that change occur? Because it becomes a public parking space, and I think my concern was that when you decorate the public right of way with pavers or that kind of stuff, it kind of makes it feel like it's not a public parking space. And that was my reason. So did that change occur? The drawing seemed to show that it's still the same gravel block or whatever that's in the zone.
We did make that change in the 3D renderings. It does show that change. So we're definitely willing to make it asphalt or whatever material it needs to be to allow it to be viewed as just public parking. And the only enhanced paving is the continuation of the driveway through the street.
Just with the set of plans, I wasn't clear on the material. There, I see it in the picture, but it's the picture doesn't go with the file so
Yeah.
much. The plans do.
But to that point, is the driveway encroaching into the public right of way?
It is, yeah, to connect to the street, yes.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's an appropriate and
Beyond.
yeah, to the north end of the property, it abuts an existing encroachment that is a block wall from the upper neighborhood. So I'm less concerned about that side. That can be decorative because it could be removed. It's more the other side that provides a rough parking spot that exists.
And I have a quick question about the story poles, because I really was struggling to try to see where you have the ones in the back, but it appears that you're going straight from where the old house basically is. I think you're a little more forward than that, but is it in where the old house is, then back out for that second section? Because it doesn't show like that on your plans.
Yeah, I just got Garrett's notification of that right before this meeting, so sorry I didn't have time to address that.
That's okay.
But yes, that when we were modifying the plans with the hip roof in the front, that corner pole may have gotten misplaced, and so that's probably on us, and we're happy to add that pole so you can understand that massing.
But essentially that string line is coming all the way to where the front of the house is. Is it coming out? Is it bumping out again? I think it's bumping out.
It does bump out again.
For your foyer area and the.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Oh, any other questions? All right, the public, oh, no, one more.
Oh, one more. The, between the coffee's house and the hedging there, I know there's the whole boundary thing and setbacks and such, but I'm assuming that hedge is going and the fence is going, and based on your drawing, you're putting in a new fencing?
Yes.
No, you're not doing any high, like 6-foot sporums or anything to create a lighter hedge or anything?
Sorry, it's 6-foot what?
Hedge of some sort.
Yeah, from the garage where we have our gate access to the backyard, that has to be at least 5 foot for pool safety requirements. So from that point back, it'll be at least 5 feet, and we can look at ways to screen that and soften it with planting on our side of the fence.
Okay, I'll share that in my comments. Thank you.
So maybe I misunderstood the last hearing. I thought there was a request to leave the hedge from the coffee's property, which I believe is part of this boundary issue. Is that?
It was just a request. They don't have to.
No, I know they don't have
He
to,
didn't
but I
get,
think
well,
it
the
was
plans show a
suggested.
5-foot fence that
Yeah,
just
I
goes
saw
all
the
the way
fence.
by the front door.
I saw the fence, but I'm wondering about the hedge.
Yeah, the hedge wasn't identified on our survey. If it's right up against the existing fence, then our proposed new fence is past that. So we'll have to work with ways to bring back the planting to maintain that privacy
So
there.
the hedge is not on your property.
The hedge is, I believe, on our property, yes, as is the existing fence.
Okay.
And I just want to confirm, thank you for reading about the boundary, but that was a topo survey, correct? That wasn't a boundary survey specific to finding the right monuments in order to find. Yeah, but
At 471, yes, is a topo boundary.
Yeah.
Our just topo and existing conditions. And then at our 505 survey, that is a certified recorded survey with the county.
but
yes.
not a boundary survey, because
And boundary, yeah.
it is boundary.
Yes.
You were able to find monuments to create a boundary survey.
Yes.
Wow, impressive.
There's pins in the ground. Oh, yeah.
On the landscaping plan, the New Zealand, the dwarf New Zealand Christmas trees, maintain height 8 feet. Is that accurate? Is that where we'd cap it?
Yeah. I mean, we can make it whatever height we need to.
They'll grow much higher than 8 feet, right?
I'm assuming so. I'm not a landscape architect, so I'm not exactly sure.
I think obviously we don't want to shove super high trees in the backyard.
Yeah, of course,
They
yeah.
block your view, they'll block your neighbor's view. So if they maintain at 8 feet, I think I'm fine with that. Especially the one in the front yard, right? You're keeping your roof low. You don't want to put a 20-foot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're not intending to grow 20-foot tall trees in the front.
So as long as we keep that and have that understood within the plans, I'm good.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. I know that the garage, you're digging down 2 feet and you're at like 8.5 for the height of the flat roof garage. Then your pitch starts with your trim there of about 1.5 feet, I think. Is that?
Around the hip roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, that eave is more probably like a 6-inch eave.
6 inch,
around
and then
that,
you
yeah.
pitch up to what's your highest point on that pitch?
The highest point, I don't have that in front of me, but it is 3.5 to 12 pitch roof.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? You guys are making comments? Ready for comments? Okay, public hearing is now closed. We're going to go into board comments. Mr. Weil?
All right, so I'll start off. I recognize your efforts and you're trying to fit a really tough puzzle. I think you've generally tried to follow a majority of what the board's direction, but sometimes when we're making some of these changes, it makes other changes more apparent. You're in a fishbowl and there's people viewing across and through and along the side. I think if I'm going to try to summarize where some of the concerns are, there's definitely some privacy ones still remaining, and then there's some view ones. The property line one is a tough one for me as the board. You guys have a significant marker of the boundary survey in general, and then there's obviously clear rules that you can build a fence along your property line, and it's a joint effort between neighbors or single effort. I'd like to see that better understood. I mean, in some cases, it's not necessarily in the board's purview because you can come over the counter and get your fence permit. But I'd like to see that from an understanding place. It's a hard one to get both parties to come to mind. But if we have to make a decision, the board will make a decision. There could be some relief on that side that could be provided. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to necessarily force it, but those could be options you guys could look into. I think from the view standpoint, from across the street looking down, I think I marked that on the first hearing, was that far on the southwest side, that far corner is just popping into a very significant view of the rocks and that kind of stuff. It's extending beyond the existing building. I know I might not be able to save that entire view for the neighbors across the street, but I want to see if there is the availability to maybe jog the property in just like you're doing as it runs down the side, where it comes in by the dining room and then it hits the fireplace, and maybe it jogs a little bit more, where it keeps the symmetry in your room to a degree, but it could open up that upper view line as a possibility. I'd like to see some improvements in that corner because it is hitting that significant mark. Below that, below the deck, you have that fireplace sitting area. I'd like to see some sort of privacy shielding down there, given that the neighbor right there has a very kind of old historic window that's really kind of looking at that. I don't want to block your right to develop that space or utilize that space, but I have to be kind of mindful that that's like really at levels where you're looking directly into the neighbor's house or they're looking into you. So I think there's a mutual benefit that could be fixed with design. The same kind of exists. There is the views, I'm trying to be also mindful of kind of a general string line for the development as the historical patterns of development run along the rear property line. I don't necessarily see the building as being too far forward, but it's really close. And it's going to be a hard decision. There could be some concessions made to open that up, but my priority is on the southwest corner for the opening. The REP I already kind of covered. The space in the right of way should be asphalt to signal the public parking. And where I was talking about the screening below on the upper portion of the deck, there could be some screening as well that also provides some privacy. And I'd be interested to see what you guys could come up with on that. I know there's some concerns on the plate height. I typically don't like to shove plate heights down. I'm the tallest of you guys. Sorry. But that's always been my thing. I think there's other solves. And I think the roof line is really close to being as fair and equitable as it can be. I think there's just some nipping and tucking that could kind of balance it a little better.
Ms. Lahman?
Sure. Well, I agree with Board Member Wells. Most of his comments, not all of them, but most of them. I do think I appreciate the fact that you took a lot of steps, in particular for the neighborhood compatibility to sort of soften the structure. I did do a tour around the neighborhood. There are at least 2 other homes that are modern. And so it's not unusual to find a mix of homes in Laguna, which is kind of our thing here, is to have a mix. So I'm not as concerned about the modern. I think your softening makes it more blend in with that immediate neighborhood. So I think those are all good things. The issues brought up by the neighbors, the privacy issue by Ms. Marquez, I believe some of the comments that Board Member Weil suggested for her privacy are good ones. They're one way to achieve, or at least make it less invasive. With regard to the Bermans and view equity, they have an amazing view out their living room window, but I know they were concerned about this one section, which is Whitewater, and I think for the most part, the board is sensitive to that, but our design review guidelines are about view equity. It's not view preservation totally, so there's always some compromise with view. So I think, again, with Mr. Weil's suggestion there to kind of pull that in, that could make a small difference and at least a compromise. I appreciate the information on the property line that clears up some questions that, a topo versus boundary survey, and it is certified. And so that gives me a level of comfort. But on the same token, I think that with regard to the fact that the house is so close to the copies, I think if you pulled it back a bit to achieve the view equity for the Bermans on that same corridor, and maybe it's a foot or 2, a foot, even at least a foot. I think that would help with light and air for the coffees that they feel there's a huge wall over looking their home. I do think reducing the plate heights could make a difference. Having one 11-foot, one 10-foot, I think.
They're both 10 feet.
I thought it was 11. I wrote down 11. Is that incorrect?
11 was the previous plate height, and now they're both 10.
Now they're both 10, okay. If there's anything you can do there, maybe it's a half a foot just to achieve another foot. 10 feet, 9 feet is sort of the standard. I think you see a lot of plate heights at 9 feet, but if there's anything that could be done on that issue. And then again, retaining the hedge behind the 5-foot wall that you need to build for the spa or pool. No pool anymore, right? There's no pool.
Yeah, no pool. We've
just a spa.
reduced, yeah.
Yeah.
reduced that.
If you can retain that hedge on your property, which I think is a privacy issue for the copies, I could, with those changes, I could support the project.
I'll go.
Here, let me
I'd
go
love
because I
to.
want to comment on something
I
that
do too. What do
She
you think
called
I'm
it
here for?
first. Go ahead.
I
You have
just-
the floor.
Tom, what I do, what the way I pick on, you must have been a brother of mine in a past life. First of all, I really like this house from a contemporary perspective. I think you did a beautiful job. I love our Laguna cottages, and to Board Member Thalman's, we have to start incorporating the contemporaries. But the way this is and the organicness to it and the way it staggers down, I think it's workable. I wish we had more that were a little more subtle like this with not tons of open glass in the front and tons of wraparound decks. You've really done a nice job. That said, now here comes one of my big things is the Berman's view. I don't think you went over there, which is always a bummer because I really think it would help if you did, and you'd kind of get it. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Oh, you went in? Okay, because it's important to see that rock from their living room. No, I don't think you can, sadly. So, sorry, there's a protocol. We have. So that's one thing that's sort of my big thing. The heights and the hip roof, great. I don't have a problem with that. Garage height, don't have a problem with that. I think from the street, it looks fine. The coffee side of the house, I don't feel like the height of the walls is an issue, but I do have a problem with losing that hedge. So whether that's replaced with a softer version of a hedge, but to have them walk out their door and walk to and from their house all day and always being down a tunnel of a house and a fence after having this greenery, and they have and for them having a heritage house and trying to allow them to have the quality of home and value that would remain if that hedge is there. If it's barren and it's just a wall, whatever, if it's the wood tech or cement pressed or whatever, I think you need to look at whether you do large flower boxes with dinosporin coming out of it that just creates a softer kind of silvery hedge. Because the hedge they have is old and it's great. It works with their house, doesn't work with yours as much, but I feel like you can find and maybe talk to them. There's a way to keep it and you can clean it up on your side with a nice fence that suits you, but keeps them happy on that side. I think that could be dealt with neighbor to neighbor, but you're going to have something there for privacy because it's just way too sandwiched. But I don't feel like the house encroaches any much more than the existing house. So I don't think you're in a lot of trouble there. So I think Berman, back the patio, Miss Marquez. So I think that outside deck, not the lower, but not where your spa is, but up top where it kind of looks down. I would like that to be pulled back just a little bit more. I still think you'll have sufficient space for lounge chairs and whatever else, and then some sort of a privacy, as Louis mentioned. Sure, that maybe a trellis or something, a flower boxed up with a trellis that blocks her from looking straight up into and you looking straight down into her living room window down there. Otherwise, I feel like you're really close. Overall size, your concessions were good, not great. But my big thing is that Berman view and leaving the coffee some air and keeping Miss Marquez a little bit more private. But I think you're okay with everything else. Thank you.
And Mr. Gibbs, you're going to take forever, so let me go first. I'll be abbreviated. I apologize. I share the same sentiments for the most part. I think you're close. There's just a little bit of nip and tuck left to go, and I appreciate you guys dealing with me or catering to my need for a hip roof to help with the cottagey vibe at that intersection, that T Street is currently positioned. The house is currently positioned. For me, the only way to be able to save the bird rocks is to go with the exact replica of what you have there. So I don't know that the bird rocks can be saved. I do appreciate that you guys were able to save the horizon view and the Catalina view. To kill two birds with one stone, you're very close to Mrs. Marquis' privacy concerns. I think it's adequate as it is. If you could pull it back, the house is pulled back enough, but 'cause you don't see the house, but the decking. If you could consider pulling that decking back a little bit, that will help mitigate that issue. And I think the other board members were I can't remember, were you guys? Okay, yeah. Anyway, so the privacy issue, that would mitigate that. And then, yeah, pretty much it's just, if there's, and what you were saying about respecting the heritage house with a hedge, if you could come back, because I definitely would like to see this come back for a third hearing. If you can come back with respect to preserving some sort of, like catering to the coffees, the hedges for them, that would be very neighborly. And then, yeah, view equity. Not really sure what view equity, what else you could do, because like I said, the only way to preserve bird rock is to go with the house that you have now, and I don't think that it's available. So yeah, you could go in, but it's not going to save bird rock, but it will preserve better equity for more privacy, and then also give a greater horizon view. Anyway, don't know if that helped any, but you're almost there. Just a little more nip and tuck. Yeah.
All right. I won't take that long. I won't take, no. You're coming back for a third hearing, and it's important you get it right because that's the last hearing. The other thing, I appreciate what you said at the beginning, which is your desire is to accommodate neighbors. And I do agree with Chair. I think you're close, but there's some important things, and I'm going to go through them. And I'm pretty much along the lines of Board Member Weil and Thalman. So let me kind of go. First, modern, as I said in the earlier hearing, doesn't bother me. I think that it's an eclectic mix, including modern, as much as I'm not a big fan of modern. And I appreciated that you softened it and you brought in some elements, including some wood. And I encourage you when you come back to, try to highlight the wood and kind of, bring in more in line with that classic neighborhood. There's a responsibility going into a neighborhood like that. And I think between the first and the second, you've come a long way. It's still a big house. I think it is within the realm of neighborhood compatibility. I drove around that. And particularly from the front. So I'm kind of more motivated by other issues. And really comes down to view from the Bermans, the privacy concerns to I forget her name, to Marquez, which have been addressed. I'm not going to go over them because I concur with the other comments, and then the coffees. With respect to the view, the view, we value views. I mean, everybody values views, and their views are limited, and they're mostly horizon views. And if your plate heights were 8 feet or even 9 feet, I wouldn't be asking this. But your 10 feet is higher than normal, and I can understand why you want it. Coming down will improve the Berman's view, and tucking in that corner, which I also concur with, I think is important. I would like to see the plate heights come down at least to 9.5. So that's the view issue. Now, with respect to the coffee's house, I have I look at it this way. I'm not going to get into the property line. A certified property line, I'm very well aware of it. I've actually litigated improper certified property lines. They're not always, it's somewhat of an art at times, but I'm going to accept that here because I really don't have strong evidence that certified is incorrect. So we'll take it as the property line. Notwithstanding that, the coffee's house, I believe, is historic, and I will take it that it is historic register, but even if it wasn't, it's still historic. I also understand that they wanted to move the front door to the front of the house, but were told not to, and to leave it at the side of the house. So you basically have on that side from the going to their front door, their entrance. And I'm not satisfied that the closeness of the building, because it's right up against the setback along that way. I think the garage is at 4.3. And the house itself, I think you pulled it back a foot or so. And it looms over their entryway. Moreover, and I think you've heard similar comments from other board members, a fence along that way is not acceptable to me. I think you've got to respect the Coffey's historic house and entryway. And when you come back, I'd like to see two things. I'd like to see particularly the second story, or excuse me, the building pulled back, and to the extent that the second story can be pulled back, all along that way, at least another foot. And then secondly, to have a hedge on their side so they don't see, just a fence creating a narrow pathway to their front door. They built that, or they had that house and kept the front door, as it was, with a hedge that filled in the character of their entryway, which is really important. Your front door and entryway are important. You can look at your design. You have an awesome, I mean, I do like your entryway. If you look at your entryway, it's stunning. They have a right to have a entryway that fits with the character and the historical nature of that house. So you've heard a lot of different views. When you come back for your last shot, I would really try to work with the neighbors on the view issues, the privacy issue. I think you heard some good suggestions with screening. So when you come and with the Coffeys, to preserve the character of their entryway. So when you come back in, it isn't going to be a question of whether you get approval or you lose and have to start from scratch. I don't want you to do that. This house is so cool as it is. I want you to have this house. We're not asking for a lot, but to your neighbors who you're going to be living with, it's very important. So the only other points I'll make is I appreciate you pulling that deck in. I could go for a little bit further in, but you made a big step there, which I think brought the deck in line with the Marquez deck. And so screening to protect privacy, and you may want to talk to Marquez, walk over there, get some communication so you can get her support. And then the other thing that I appreciate was the pool, pulling in the pool. It's still a pretty good sized spa, but I can live with that. So those are my comments.
Beautiful comments. Do you need any clarification or anything? Do you have direction?
I don't think so. Yeah. Good direction. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, do we need to vote on a third hearing?
We do need a vote.
I believe, yeah.
That
Need to
never
make a
happened.
finding that the applicant's been following the spirit of the board's directions, and that in good faith, we believe he's moving in the direction of the board's.
Okay.
And further design work is in the best interest of the community.
Like he said.
You should just have Patrick tell us what to say.
You're right there, 95%.
Okay. So will you work with Wendy right now to,
So I can make that finding that
okay,
they're working in the best interest of the community and of the spirit of the board's comments, and can grant the third hearing. Wendy, when would be the next available dates?
Well, I just want to check with the applicant on approximately how much time you think you would need to turn around and resubmit, because I can make some adjustments with our schedule as well. Do you think you could do it in 2 weeks, or do you need a month? Well, so technically the submittal deadline has passed for the March 13th hearing, which it's far enough away, but the deadline was yesterday. Because we build in like enough time for staff to review it, if there needs to be some back and forth, and then staff report preparation and posting. But I would be flexible, and I would work with Garrett and you guys if you think you could meet that date. We could allow an extension for the submittal. The one after that is March 27th. Hearing date, submittals due would be February 5th, but that's only in like 2 weeks. Again, we can work with you. So.
I mean, I would love to meet that, but I think just to prepare everyone so that he has time to view and the neighbors have time to make comment, the one after that, so.
April 10th design review. And then submittals will be due February 19th.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, that
April
gives you about a
10th.
month to work on it then, yeah.
Okay. Do we have a continuance?
So
Louis?
I'll make a motion to continue to April 10th for a third hearing as discussed by the board.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for continuance to the April 10th Design Review Board hearing with submittals due February 19th.
And we're going to take a 10-minute break. Yes. So up next is going to be 5.4, located at 547 Alta Vista Way. Will the applicants take their, oh, Horst, you're up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now 7 o'clock, 7 p.m., in case you were confused. This is agenda item 5.4, located at 547 Alta Vista Way. Do we have ex parte?
Oh, Chair, I spoke with Yolanda and Mark's representative, and then Horst and Steve Cortani.
I did the same.
I did the same.
I also, I spoke to Horst, I spoke to Yolanda, I spoke to Paul Gregerson, and I think that's it. Oh, no, it wasn't Paul Gregerson, it's the other owner of 568 Alta Vista Way. And Steve.
And I spoke with Steve Cortani and visited the site, spoke with Yolanda as well.
All right, that wraps up the ex parte. Mrs. Stephen, you have the floor. Miss Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair Gannon and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.4 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit at 547 Alta Vista Way in the R1 zone. The project site is developed with a single-family dwelling and an attached garage, which will be demolished. The applicant is proposing to construct a new three-story 5,291 square foot residence with 561 square feet of elevated decks, or sorry, a 561 square foot three-car garage, 1,596 square feet of elevated decks, pool, spa, water feature, grading, hardscape, landscaping, lighting, and improvements in the right-of-way, including 2 new public parking spaces. The board continued this project from the November 14th hearing. During that hearing, the board received testimony from 6 members of the public expressing concerns related to the project design and the height of the structure and the impacts to their coastal views due to the height and the orientation of the proposed upper level main bedroom suite and deck. During deliberations, the board primarily discussed concerns related to mass and scale, articulation, height, and view equity, and directed the applicant to lower the structure, add wall articulation and landscaping to soften the appearance of the front elevation, revise the upper level living area and deck to reduce the extension to the south. The board also requested that the applicant provide 2 public parking spaces along the project frontage. In response, the applicant has revised the project as follows. They have relocated the structure 3 feet 10 inches further south away from the front property line, reduced the maximum height of the structure by 1 foot 3 inches by lowering the structure into the grade, reduced the overall area of elevated decks by 656.7 square feet. They've also revised the upper level living area. It's highlighted in blue. It's been reoriented 90 degrees away from the neighbor to the east, and the deck area is highlighted in orange. At the south or rear of the upper level is located further to the north. The previous roof line is outlined in red on both of these exhibits. The upper level living area has been increased by 352 square feet and extended approximately 47 feet to the west. A new roof has been added over the deck area, which increases the overall appearance of mass of the structure. The previous design maintained a largely single-story appearance from the street, but the current proposal will create a 2-story appearance. Clear-story windows have been added to the lower level, and the upper level will include wood cladding, a large window, and wide eaves to provide additional articulation. Not sure why my slides aren't going. Okay. Sorry, my slides are frozen. Okay. These renderings from the architect are showing the previous rear view and the proposed rear view on the right. And this can show the change to the upper level main bedroom area as that has been rotated the 90 degrees. This slide illustrates the changes to the project. The blue line indicates the roof line and the deck railings of the previous design. The area in yellow on the left shows the living area that has been removed. The new living area is highlighted in orange, and the new roof area and deck railing is highlighted in red. The applicant is requesting approval of a revocable encroachment permit to construct and maintain new entry steps to the property, new steps on grade, retaining wall, guardrail, landscape and irrigation, new lighting, and again, 2 public parking spaces in the public right-of-way. If the board, one letter of opposition was received, and right before the hearing began, another email was received raising a concern regarding construction parking and questioning a staging plan. If the board determines that all design criteria can be met by the project as proposed, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 23-1452, approving design review 23-1452, Coastal Development Permit 23-1453, and Revocable Encroachment Permit 23-1454, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stephen. Any questions for staff? No? None? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and city staff. Thank you, Heather, for that presentation. Can we have the first slide, please? Also wanted to thank each of the board members for meeting us at the site. I'm here this evening with the property owner, Bobby Dadvar, and I'm here with our design review consultant, Steve Carbertani. So after our first hearing, the first thing that I'm Horst Knoppenberger. Horst Architects are the project architects for Bobby Dadvar. First thing we did is I met with the immediately adjacent owners who were most impacted by the previous design. I met with Chris O'Donnell, who's here this evening, and he's going to speak. He lives right across the street. I had seen how our previous design looked from Mr. Kissimmy's house, the adjacent neighbor to the north, and thought that there was maybe a fairly easy and simple solution. We could just take the proposed upper level, which is principally a master bedroom, and rather than projecting that out toward the ocean, we would reorient that 90 degrees, have it be arrange it parallel to Alta Vista, as Heather mentioned. We put up some temporary ribbons. I reached out to Chris O'Donnell. I met with Chris. We looked at the ribbons. I could still, it was better for sure, from his perspective, but I could still see that we were a little bit in the ocean view. So we lowered the house an additional 1 foot 3 inches, and then we pushed the house a little bit further away from Nice Place. The rendering that you're looking at is the current rendering with the upper level rotated parallel to Alta Vista. The series of yellow Palo Verde trees in that landscaped area help to mitigate the appearance of mass and scale. The site drops off pretty quickly, and then it's relatively flat. So a lot of what you're seeing really is, you can see just a little bit of this street curb on the left-hand side, but most of the mid-level and certainly the lower level is well below street level. You won't see a garage on Alta Vista because we have the benefit of having a very large property where we can come safely down Alta Vista into the auto court that you see in the lower right-hand corner. The material palette, concrete, wood, sort of, pilotis or columns, the clear stories that Heather mentioned, and then just simple, white stucco provide materiality and, articulation to the composition. Next slide, please. So we're looking down on the site right now. Mr. Kissimmee is going to speak this evening. His house is to the right. As we rotated the upper level, it represented an elimination of 24 feet, 2 inches in building mass. And it's, as I think you've all seen, it's really opened up his primary view from the back of his house. And it's not only a primary view and a frontal view, it's opened up a lateral view as well, a significant lateral view. And at the same time, it's helped to observe more of the ocean view from Mr. O'Donnell's house. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the north, from the north side of the property toward the garage, and the area in red has been eliminated, with this design. Next slide, please. We also pushed the house, I think it was 3 feet, 3 feet 8 inches further away from Alta Vista to create, more room for the two parking spaces, and also, better opportunities for a landscape buffer to separate or to mitigate the appearance of mass from Alta Vista. Next slide, please. To the 2 parking spaces that we added. Next slide. We do have a construction staging plan. One of the benefits of this property, it's quite a large property, and the driveway and the auto court that we're creating below Alta Vista is going to create a very safe and effective construction staging area. We won't have the need to have any construction vehicles parked on Alta Vista, as is currently the case with some other houses under construction. Next slide. Just quickly, this is the revised rendering of the back elevation.
In conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 547 Alta Vista Way? Please come to the podium. Do you mind lining up? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Gregg, and I'm standing here today alongside my partner of 26 years, Dr. Paul Gregerson. Over the years, we have been proud homeowners in Laguna Beach, starting in 2005, when we purchased our first home at 2595 Kilo Way, just down the row from 568 Alta Vista, where we are now. We also then purchased a home up the hill at 2526 Encina Way, and that was in 2019, and most recently the purchase of 568 Alta Vista. The journey through these homes has been driven by our pursuit of perfect, unobstructed views, views that we cherish and wish to enjoy with our family and friends for the rest of our lives. With our recent purchase of 568 Alta Vista, we gained standing under the city's enforceable building guidelines and can finally provide our strong objections regarding the proposed development of 547 Alta Vista Way. The proposed development runs counter to our stated pursuit of perfect, unobstructed views and also the city's own guidelines. To that end, we appreciate the time taken by board member Tom Gibbs yesterday to come by our home to get a better understanding of our concerns. To summarize our key objectives, objections. The proposed project at 547 Alta Vista fails to meet essential planning criteria, including but not limited to, number 1, neighborhood compatibility, and number 2, view equity. These deficiencies significantly impact our enjoyment of our home and its value. Regarding neighborhood compatibility, we firmly believe that the proposed project is out of sync with the existing character of our neighborhood due to its excessive height, mass, and scale. For context, the proposed structure will span an astonishing 5,291 square feet across 3 stories, making it a 168% larger structure than is currently there. May I speak longer since there are 2 of us, or should he pick up?
And the yellow light turns on, you have 30 seconds.
But I was told by Mr. Gibbs
No,
that
you
there are
have
two of us
Yeah,
that he
that
can
you can't
finish.
blend your comments, but you can have 3 minutes as well if you like. So you can conclude your comments and then your partner will have 3 minutes to comment.
As stated in the city's design guidelines, the goal is to balance the right to develop property with the preservation of views. Unfortunately, the current plan for 547 Alta Vista Way fails to meet this balance and infringe on our ability to enjoy the vistas that have been clearly not.
Good evening.
Hello.
The bottom line is, we bought this house. The house, after we went into escrow, took 9 months to close because it was a contingency deal. During that time, we weren't even sure we were going to become the owners, because if we couldn't close our deal, we wouldn't be able to buy this house. So we knew that this house was being proposed, but felt as non-owners to that point, the escrow could fall through. We weren't sure we were getting the house. The problem now is, as Mr. Gibbs saw yesterday, the house as it's being proposed blocks the bedroom level and the bottom level, which is the outdoor level and the main entertainment area. Our view to Victoria Beach is blocked, and all of the south is blocked. So pretty much we'll still maintain the northern view. We'll lose the southern view. It's a 3-level property that's being proposed. I think that to take somebody's view away, to make a bigger house that will have an even more panoramic view, to me, is morally a problem. And like I said, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, I'm sorry, you go ahead and finish.
We spent our life savings to buy this house thinking we were going to get a certain view, and now we've been there a week and already the southern view is being taken away. And that's what we are objecting as
Did
far
you
as this
guys
goes.
submit a site visit request?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't see.
Okay.
The escrow closed January 10th.
No,
Where is your
but,
home? Where are you in relation to the project?
568 Alta Vista?
It's right in front of us and to the left a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
568 Alta Vista Way.
I got a.
Yes, we did.
He must
And
have
Heather,
filed it in the 12th
processed it.
hour. Yeah.
And I just happened to get it before I went up there and saw it, so.
Okay.
But
We'll-
whatever,
We'll
it-
defer to you when that time comes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris O'Donnell, 550 Alta Vista Way. Had to think about that. I think Horst has done a good effort of trying to address my issues. The thing I asked of, he shifted the problem from the left to the right for me. And I asked, couldn't the building be moved back? And now I see in the drawings that there's 2 parking spaces. Those aren't public parking spaces. Those are private parking spaces.
Those are public.
They're both? That's private property.
This isn't a discussion. Let's keep it in
Anyway,
order, yeah.
I asked Horst, could we, and Steve, could we move that back more towards Alta Vista Way? And that would reduce the impact to my view. And the answer was no, that couldn't be done. But I'd like to see that happen. If we could move it back more towards Alta Vista Way on the far right-hand side as I'm looking at the ocean, that would improve the damage to my view. Thank you.
Did you fill out a request to?
He's seen it. And
Okay.
so did Christine.
I did not see it this time, but we'll.
Not this time, but you've seen it.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Yolanda.
Just, I've already spoken to everyone. Just to convey Mark's concerns, we're very concerned that we're losing the city view, just a portion. And we think that can be fixed by lowering the top floor a bit and maybe cutting back the overhang. But you've all seen it, and hopefully we'll get a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Next speaker? No? Okay. All right. That concludes neighborhood community or communication. You have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Heather, can we see the next slide, please? I want to, also express our appreciation to the neighbors for letting us come up and, work with them, very closely. Chris told me he was in support of our project. It didn't sound like much of a support speech, but I guess things do change. Let's go to the photograph that I took a photograph from this is the street elevation. You can see most of the houses. It really reads as a single-story house for the most part above the street. Most of it is subterranean. One of the neighbors spoke, I think that was Scott, mentioned that he's, losing a view from the lower level of his house. I mean, very few. I mean, we're not going to have a view from the lower level of our house. And we're not expecting a view from the lower level because there's adjacent houses around us. Steve visited Scott and Greg's residence, and while I didn't see it, the word I got back is there's no significant view impact from any ceremonial rooms from their house, and very little view impact. I took this picture from the main living space of Mr. Ghassemi's, the adjacent property owner to the south. As you saw, we opened up his primary view, opened up his lateral view, and now what he's requesting is that we preserve his sideways view, over our single-story house, which is existing. You can see our ribbons. It's a little hard to see, but he can see over our roof, and he can see, yeah, there you go. That's much better. You can see our ribbons, and you can see sort of North Laguna above our ribbons. So from his house, he can see over our roof. When I looked at the pattern of development, and if you look at Chris O'Donnell's house, Chris O'Donnell, like most of the neighbors on Alta Vista, have amazing ocean views, but they do not see sideways or laterally over the adjacent house. And so what Mr. Ghassemi is requesting, yeah, I understand. If I live there, I probably request the same thing myself. But it's not imprinted into the pattern of development that people are able to see sideways over the adjacent neighbor's house. In this case, we're low enough where Mr. Ghassemi can see over our roofs, and the vegetation that's on the adjacent property, that vegetation is not on our property. Our roof height is within the vegetation. So, I think it's just a bridge too far. I think it's asking for too much. I think we've made, major changes to accommodate the neighbors, and it's never going to be perfect. It's a neighborhood where a lot of people have been looking over a single-story house for a long time. Architecturally, I think in the 25 years that we've practiced, it's going to be one of our best houses, and I'm really proud and excited, and I'm looking forward to getting it built. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Can you put that last slide up again? Sorry, Heather. So Horst, on the view from the Ghassemi residence,
Yes.
Is all that vegetation going away?
No, that vegetation is on the adjacent property to the north of, the only thing that's on our
Not on your property.
The only thing that's on our property is that lovely pine tree, and that pine tree will be going away. It's a Norfolk pine, the tallest.
I see it.
But the lower vegetation, kind of at the top of our ribbons, that's on the adjacent house to the north. That's not going to change. Yeah.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I'm,
Wait, hold on. Let the madam that's been waiting. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. I love that you called it a single-story house. I just got to give you credit for that because it's 3 levels, but that's
No,
awesome.
it is 3 levels.
Like you just said,
He was referring to the single story that's.
I mean, Scott and Greg, who spoke this evening, they live in a 3-story house.
Yeah.
Chris O'Donnell lives in a 3-story house.
Yeah.
I would say 90% of the houses in that neighborhood
for sure.
are 3 stories.
Yeah.
What I said was that if you look from the street elevation,
It looks like a single
it appears to be
Which is what
primarily
I'm
a
going to ask you about, because
single-story
it appears you added 500 square feet since you were here last. Am I right in
We did.
having received? Okay, and it was in that
And-
view from the street
Well, no, the reason we added the square footage is because when we designed the first design, I was sensitive in terms of how far the project was projecting out to the ocean and how that might impact, some of the neighbors' views. But when we turned that upper level 90 degrees and went parallel, to the street, we had an opportunity to have a real nice master bedroom with about 300 square feet extra. Because I had been working with Chris O'Donnell and I saw that concept was going to lead to a house that didn't impact his views and that he was in support of our project. So I felt confident that we could add that square footage. It was very measured and it was it was a process that I went through with Chris and the other neighbors to get to this point.
Okay. And the 2 parking spaces on the street, I haven't seen them.
Yeah, those are public parking spaces. When we started this project, we thought we needed to add those. And then in zoning plan check, we were told that we didn't need to. So we added them back in. And, we've all parked there and you've met me there many times and Steve. Parking is really an issue. There's only 3 spaces, I think, across the street. So now we're going to have at least 2 public parking spaces.
Yeah, I know we brought that up last time because of the concern. So, but are they on where exactly were they? Because for some reason.
Well, they're in the right of way. The right of way is the distance between the existing edge of street and the property line.
Right.
So I believe they're, we have to build them and build a retaining wall, but they're, they're in the.
Oh, I
they're in
couldn't
the site
see it.
plan.
I couldn't find it. Yeah, would you mind
pull
pulling
it
that
up
up?
so you
Because I
can show her,
kept
but they're in the
flipping and
site
couldn't.
plan. And they're clearly public parking, so
Yeah, sure.
I think this is not the site plan, but. Yeah.
I didn't get what that was.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it bigger here.
Yeah,
Yes,
I like
the
the property line.
property line is the
Got it.
bottom of the orange square. That's the property line. So the spaces above, that's all public right of way. And the curb, so they'll be sort of even with where the curb is now and then back towards
The encroachment area.
towards the property.
Yeah, so the retaining walls that are required for those 2 parking spaces will be on the subject site. Only a couple feet. So,
Here.
we are giving up some of the subject site to provide public parking.
And in regards to neighborhood compatibility, this is a really large lot. What is the percentage of square footage of the home to the lot size?
Yeah, that's an interesting
for it.
question. It's approximately 50%. And what's interesting about that, when I was on the design review board a previous lifetime ago, the city had just recently completed a survey in terms of what gets approved in the design review process. And what the city found is that typically it's 50% habitable floor area to lot size. And there's certain places where the pattern of development, like Victoria Beach, would yield a higher percentage. But I think we all know, Alta Vista pretty well, and it's a very highly developed neighborhood. I would suspect that the ratio is even higher than 50%. So to answer your question, we're at 50%.
Okay, thank you.
And, most of that space, you can see in our building sections, I know it's a large program, but I would say 50% of, if you cut a section through the middle, and we do have a section I can show you, 50% of that section is going to be subterranean. So we're really carving out the site to get this house in there. We have a large auto cart. We have a side-loaded garage.
That's good. Thank
We
you.
have a lot of open space.
Thank
yeah.
you. Any other questions? No? No questions? Mr. Weil? You look like you're contemplating something. Would you like to start off with board comments? I wasn't here for the first meeting, so
Do you want me to go? I can go.
yeah,
All right.
staring at you.
Of course, the design is immaculate. Let's just it's a very cool contemporary modern home that has a lot of very unique features. When we saw it the first time with the extension going off the southwest side of that was protruding out, it was problematic. And I think you admitted it when we met the first time that you didn't think it was going to go that way, but now that it's erected, it was clear. I was concerned when I was reading the plans that program got bigger, but in fairness, the swap in the trade balances the architectural style and it kind of hides the additional square footage that might have come from that change. I think by keeping the box closer to like more closer together, closer to the street, as you've done, the views over the top exist in their totalities. I mean, you're well within the building envelope. It's reasonable, very consistent to the pattern of other downhill streets or downhill lots and developments as you go up and down Nyes. It works for me. I think that additional parking space is just a bonus. I mean, you're going to have to build these huge retaining walls, and there's no parking on Alta Vista. You don't have to do it, but I think that it's part of this overall community benefit. It's a big part to this site because there's not that many sites that have this length of frontage on Alta Vista that has that much undeveloped right of way. So the opportunity exists, and I appreciate that you're doing it. As far as the views are concerned, I was in the neighboring home from Mr. Ghassemi. The view of the main beach and the North Laguna Cove exists in its full. I mean, it's very minimalistic for what's being removed or not available for his current condition. Whereas the prior proposal obstructed significantly more. And that's why we didn't let it go that way. So I think the view from that way is completely fine. As far as the other uphill neighbors, I went up to those streets and kind of peered through from the street level to just get a perspective. I'm sorry if I didn't come to the specific homes, but when you have that kind of steep tapered streets that exist as, Alta Vista is a very steep street, the views exist over the top of the next row down the street in full. And the fact that the eaves aren't protruding significantly out towards the ocean. Like, it's all been tucked in. I did have one question that the big window that is on the street side in the, I guess, the north corner, that big pane window, in your graphic, it shows it's got louvers in front of it. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the case. That window is the upper level of a two-story staircase. It's like at the entry.
Right.
And those wooden louvers will continue.
Okay.
We thought the wooden louvers would create like an interesting play of light and shadow as people are like driving down Nye's Place, and that's what that elevation sort of.
Because in the drawings I was seeing, if that was a big pane solo window,
Yeah.
like, it probably needs to be frosted for your own your client's benefit, because as people are wrapping around that Alta Vista, those headlights are going to shine right in that. So the louvers might make that, if you want to treat the window in a different fashion, I'll leave it to you. But that was a kind of a privacy benefit that I was looking for you guys. As far as the driveway and the access, it works. The pool and spa are tucked into the middle. I know they're elevated, but as commented in the prior one, the design works. I wouldn't necessarily say this is compatible everywhere, but because of the nature of the steep and flatness, and it's tucked into the middle of the lot, I can work with this unique design. But I haven't been a fan of elevated pools. So I can work with this project. I think there might be a few considerations, but I think we're extremely close, and potentially I could be supportive.
I concur with almost everything that Mr. Weil said. I think it's a classic Horst project. And while I'm not crazy about the modern or the elevated pool, I agree with Mr. Weil that it works here. And I think I said the same thing last time. My two issues I think you've addressed. One is from Mr. Ghassemi's house. It needed to be pulled back. And at that time, I was not able to go into the house, but it was very obvious. You pulled it back significantly. And I'm going to get to view equity in a second. And so as far as privacy and mass and scale from the Ghassemi residents, I think you've solved that issue in my mind. The second thing I had was looking at that concrete wall. So instead of just softening it, you built on top of it, which I didn't expect. And when I was there and we walked it, I think it makes sense. It needs those trees. And then with the lattice work and everything else you've done to make it look interesting, I think by and large it appears as a interesting one-story with an extension. I think it is neighborhood compatible. I think it's neighborhood compatible because of its eclectic nature, which, you know, in Laguna Beach, we're eclectic, you know, you know, and you'll see in a lot of other areas which didn't have a lot of modern, including the one we just talked about, the Bluemont Street. So I find it neighborhood compatible, and so you've addressed my other concern. Now, with respect to view equity, and I want to make this very clear, you know, what the standard and the guidelines say. It's not view preservation. It is view equity. In other words, we look at it and we balance the impact on view versus the design and constructability of the house that the applicant's entitled to have. So first from Mr. Goswami's house, I think Mr. Weil, you know, was very spot on there. When you build a house, a lateral view is not the kind that raises high in the view equity. And on occasion it will, but since there's full-on magnificent ocean views from that property directly on, and there's no impact really on ocean view, even from the lateral side, maybe a little bit. I find that view equity is easily achieved with this property. Now, for the 568 Alta Vista, I went inside, I went to all 3 levels. As you understand, the guidelines provide the most protection to ceremonial rooms, which is like the living room, the dining room, and maybe the kitchen. At the top level where all that stuff is, it doesn't impact the view at all. And I've got to say, you know, to Scott and Paul, you have awesome views. You know, a lot of people would love to have the views, particularly from your ceremonial space. With respect to the second, I guess the next level down, and then the bottom level, it does impact. From the mid-level, I think the impact is minimal, but the remaining ocean view is phenomenal, and those are non-ceremonial rooms. And from the bottom, even the bottom, you have magnificent views. I would say the impact there is minimal to maybe, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 1.5. I don't think it's a close question. I'm being very honest with you, Scott and Paul. You know, 10 times out of 10 in any design review board is going to find view equity with your house. I think I talked to Scott about this because he was very, you know, he felt very strongly like you guys were tonight. And I think it's important to kind of get some perspective that people are entitled to build, particularly where you kind of, this isn't a classic, you know, vacant lot syndrome, but it's an underdeveloped piece of property syndrome. There's going to be, you know, some impacts. What we want to do is make sure the impacts do not significantly impact or maybe materially impact your views. And they just don't. I mean, it's got to be candid with you. So as the project stands, I can support it tonight.
I agree that this is a beautiful home, Horst, as usual. Thank you. I think this is the perfect lot for this particular home. Like the elevated pool makes sense, you know, because it's down low. It's not, people aren't staring at it. It's not sitting up. You're looking up at it. It's really a perfect lot for that situation. I think Tom said it perfectly in regard to view equity. I think it's been reached, neighborhood compatible, many large homes in the area, multi-level, and privacy, I believe, has been achieved for Goswami's next door. So I can definitely get behind this project based on those more high-profile design criteria.
Well, I agree with Board Member Gibbs as well, but I'll be a little more concise. I don't think I need to repeat all of that, but I do agree with all of your comments. And this is a beautiful design. This is, I think you're right. This is an award winner. It's just amazing. The thing that just, I'm such a geek on this stuff. I wonder how they build that flat roof on top of it. How does it stay up? And the elevated pool, I'm kind of with Louis on that. And I do want to mention that Louis's suggestion for the parking, I think was a good thing. I think it's great for the neighborhood, a good community asset. Yeah. I thought it was Louis that made the suggestion. Okay, sorry, MJ, both of you. But for no further ado, I can support the project. It meets all the design review guidelines, and happy to support it.
And I'm not going to waste any more time. I wasn't here for the first one, so I can't compare apples to oranges, but it sounds like you have the approval of the board. And from what I could tell, based on the staff's findings and just combing through and confirming, I can satisfy staff's findings, satisfies mine, my approval. Is the increase the 5 feet, is that part of is that submitted? Because I asked for an additional setback that side, 5 feet.
We absolutely agree to that. And I was tempted to bring some plans here with me, but that 5 feet would have to be changed on so
condition of
many. And I
approval.
wasn't sure how this was going to unfold this evening, but we could right now we're proposing a 4-foot side yard setback. We can increase that to 5. And Steve and I talked about with Yolanda and Mr. Gissemi, like having, like a podocarpus hedge, along the property line for privacy.
And conditional approval that not exceed, what height would you recommend? I don't want it to go higher than the building because they
Yeah.
do have a good, respectfully good. My English is terrible today. They do have a good city view. And I like to maintain that.
And maybe 12 feet or a
What's the
comfortable
height?
height for the neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah.
12 feet, does the board cap it at 12 feet? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So a condition of approval for 5-foot setback instead of 4.
Yes.
And then
That's
with
on the
Yolanda-
Kasami side of 559 Vista.
Yolanda's,
And where
yes.
does the podocarpus go?
Between those, on their
Yeah,
property, but between,
I
the reason
know.
why I'm asking for 5 feet is to incorporate.
I understand. Are you saying all along the property? Line?
No, just to buffer the building.
I
So they're
believe
not looking at a
actually-
wall.
So the condition is clear. You should say where along the property line that you want. the-
It doesn't need to go, what's the distance for the
I
building?
didn't measure it. You might want to
Didn't
do that.
either.
That's a long way.
I got to refer to my photos. Hold on.
Well, between those two. properties.
That's a good point.
Some of the board members were asking. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, can you specify where on the property line?
Yeah, it would, the podocarpus would be right on the property line. I mean, there is a retaining wall because in our side yard, we're a little bit below grade. So it would be right up on the inside face of our proposed retaining wall. And I think it should at least.
How many running? I mean, is it the whole way of the
Or
property?
50% from the front to the back.
50, 60% would do it.
Okay.
From I'm just going on my photos.
Yeah, I think 50%.
So in line with this, just covering the house. So in line
Yeah,
with this
just
tree.
that's the way to do it. It's just covering the house. So Horace, the
Yes.
podocarpus would run from the street all the way down until the house is blocked from their deck.
Yes.
Does that work?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Heather, you good with that rough guide?
I think I need more clarification.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it means until the house is blocked. Is that so the extent of the proposed structure?
So that the neighbor isn't looking at a wall.
Okay.
There's greenery.
Right, so from looking on, being on Gasami's deck, you can't see the house. Does that make sense?
So like
perfect.
60% of the property line,
Yes, approximately.
You want to do 60% or just? the house?
60.
Okay.
Well,
fine.
she wants to put a number on it, right, Miss Stephen?
You don't need
Or
it.
just, no, sorry. How about if we use the measurement for where the railing is on that upper level? That you're coming past that little extra balcony that's coming off that top level?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so
that's pretty far down the line. So Heather, if I'm looking at A17,
No.
well, let me try to describe it. It's like coming to here.
yeah, that
So-
makes sense. That's
okay.
good.
So let me try to describe this to Heather. So we're just clear and then I think we're all in alignment. I'll make the motion that incorporates this. Heather, are you A17?
Do you want me to show it?
Yeah, show it and that way it can be followed. So the east setback is going to be expanded from 4 feet to 5 feet, correct, Horst? Okay, which will allow for the porticarpus to be planted alongside the inside of the retaining wall. The porticarpuses will be placed to create a hedge that will be 12 feet high from the frontmost part of the property building to roughly where the end of that deck railing, where the couch is, and you see that little L where the deck is,
Got it.
to that length. So from the street frontage back, about there. Does that make sense to what you're describing?
No, because we're going to cap it, the height.
And you're going to cap it at 12 feet, so it should come up enough to be over the railing. Yeah, this right here.
I'm good with that.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Chris, you good with that?
Is this red line that I've added? Does that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that looks to be about 58 feet from the front property line.
Yeah.
Okay. 58 feet it is.
And let's. Okay. Is that acceptable? Okay. Anything further, Chair?
I just like to compliment you on the use of your materials. You always come to the board with designs that I'm not into modern. I like the beachy, cottagey thing, but you bring designs and the use of your blend of materials where you're using natural with stucco or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. I've been here, like many of you, 40 years in Laguna, and one of the things I have learned in that time is we have beautiful like nature around us and the coastline, and so I try to find materials that resonate, with the colors
The
and
area.
textures that we see to create, like to reinforce a sense of place.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
Cool.
On that note, yeah, I'm going to make a motion. I'll move item number 5.4 at project location 547 Alta Vista Way, that the board adopts resolution 23-1452, attachment 1, approving design review 23-1452, coastal development permit 231453, and revocable encroachment permit 2314 as proposed and recommended by staff for the demolition of an existing single-family resident with attached garage and construction of a new single-family residence with attached garage, residence with attached garage, elevated decks, retaining walls, grading, new vehicular access, pool, spa, water feature, landscaping, and improvements to the public right-of-way, and finding said action exempt from CEQA section 15303. And that the board poses the following condition: that the east side setback of the structure and the structure be moved in 1 foot, so it's a max width of 5 feet. That also allows for the planting of podocarpus hedge to be run along the eastern side of the wall from the front of the property to where it was described as the L shape in the balcony of the upper deck as redlined by staff.
And max
And
12
the max height of that is 12 feet.
12 feet.
12 feet height.
Okay.
I'll second. I'll second.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes for approval, subject to conditions.
thank you. Next up, we have 5.5 located at 1223 Skyline Drive. Do we have ex parte? I did a site visit and corresponded with Anders Lassiter.
I did a site visit with Mr. Anders and met with Vaughn Eldrum.
I met with Vaughn Elstrom.
I met with Anders at the site, spoke with Vaughn, the neighbor, and then I tried to go talk to the painter that met me at the door at the other neighboring property.
And I just visited site.
All right, Wendy, I think this is yours, right? Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Correctly?
Thank you,
All
Chair
right.
Gannon. So item 5.5 is a request for design review and a coastal development at 1223 Skyline Drive. So the subject property, to situate you, it's located in the R1 zone and it's approximately 9,900 square foot lot. situated between Skyline Drive on the uphill side and Anacapa Way on the downhill portion of the lot. The site is shown here. It's currently developed with an existing 1,200 square foot single-family dwelling with an attached two-car garage, swimming pool, and spa. The project was originally heard at the November 14th, 2024 Design Review Board meeting, and direction was provided to the applicant at that time to address the key issue of privacy. By pulling back the pool and lower level deck, suggested incorporating additional landscaping and modifying certain windows to be opaque for privacy. The applicant has come back and revised the project to shift the pool and to also relocate the spa to the center of the property. There are additional planter areas as well as landscaping has been incorporated with maximum heights into the project. The lower deck as well as the south-facing walls of the residence have been reduced, and the decks in front of the master bedroom and a portion of a deck in front of the dining, living, and kitchen areas have been eliminated. A trellis has been added in front of the master bedroom, and additionally, to address privacy, there has been a master bedroom removed, and all of the windows along the east elevation will be opaque glass. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request and with respect to the city's development standards and the board's previous direction, and has determined that the project still conforms with the zoning code, the general plan policies, as well as the design review guidelines. And this project does comply with the CDP or coastal development permit criteria, and the findings can be made. So with that said, staff is recommending that the board tonight adopt the attached resolution that approves the requested entitlements and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff has received public correspondence for this item from neighbors with concerns that relate to construction impacts and safety, as well as continued concerns related to the size of the structure, the slope stability, neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view impacts. This correspondence has been provided to the board for consideration as attachment 7 to the staff report, as well as posted on the agenda as late public commentary received. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. The applicant is present here tonight and also has a detailed presentation going over the modifications for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Any questions to staff? No? All right. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Lassiter.
Thank you, Anders Lassiter, architect for the project. Good evening, board and Chair Gannon. Thank you, Wendy, for that. That was a great presentation. I'm not sure that I need to do mine, but I'll try to be quick with it.
Yeah.
So yes, here we are at 1223 Skyline. You can see it in relationship to its surroundings. Next slide, please, Wendy. There you go. So as she noted, most of the comments at the last hearing were related to the privacy for the two adjacent neighbors. And so we took that very seriously. And as we had promised we would do at that hearing, we've made modifications on this side that include removing a window that was originally proposed in the master bedroom and making the other two windows in the closet and bathroom opaque. Next slide. We also pushed the house back by 1.5 feet, which pulled the entire front of the living room, dining room, kitchen, the entire face of the building back away from the hillside. Next slide. And then we made some pretty radical changes to the proposed deck that we had out in front. We've completely eliminated the entire deck that was off of the master bedroom nearest the Shams property. They had some concerns about that deck and it looking down onto their property. We eliminated it. And then we took an enormous chunk off the side that was next to Vaughn's side and pulled the deck back quite a ways. So it's only now a 13-foot deck off the main living areas upstairs. Next slide, please. That's another picture from the opposing neighbor side of what we've done. The new deck is on the top view, the old deck on the bottom view. Next slide. Okay, so then we also added a privacy screen for the lower level, which is a little hard to see in that upper image because it's tucked behind all of the privacy hedging that we've added on that side as well. But there was some concern about the lower deck, the pool, and the outdoor areas being adjacent to the Shams property. So we addressed that by extending that privacy screen wall and creating additional planting. Next slide, please. Yeah, and there's the spa. We moved the spa from the corner that was nearest the Shams property to the dead center of the property. So you can see in the upper image there, the spa is now located equidistant from both neighbors. Next slide. Yeah, we enlarged the planter that was on the side of the end of the pool by kind of shifting the pool around a little bit. It opened up a significant planter area on that side, and we were able to incorporate a significant hedge of pittosporum that goes in there. Next slide. Then we also pulled the pool back from the hillside. There was some concern about how far out it was encroaching in its vertical height. So we pulled it back, which reduced its height. We added a planter in front of it, which gives us the ability to help screen the pool from the lower level. Next slide. And then we added some screening planting on Vaughn's side, the opposite side, to do the same thing we did for the Shams, which was to say, added a 17-foot high hedge to screen the deck. You can see what was originally proposed on the lower level and what's proposed on the upper level. And that wall element that you see there, that's an existing screen wall that is currently in place. And our goal was to combine the new planting plus the existing screen to try to wipe out as best possible the view to the new deck. Next slide. In orange on the plan there are the additional planting areas that hadn't been there before. So you see the hedge right above number 3.1 at the bottom of the page. You see the additional hedge that we've put on that side, and then the planter that's wrapping around the pool on the north side of the plan there. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions and look forward to your support tonight. Thanks.
At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? It's located at 1223 Skyline Drive. Please come to the podium. Are there multiple speakers? Oh, do you mind coming closer, sitting up front? Thank you.
I'll go first.
All right.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Arian Shams. I'm at the 1217 Skyline property adjacent to this. I appreciate the board's review last time of our concerns with privacy being at the top of it. There were some other concerns about neighborhood compatibility and mass scale, but it seems like privacy was the main one. And I appreciate Anders putting in an effort to make these changes. Although it wasn't done in consultation with us, it was just kind of, here you go. The problem that we have is staking. We don't know where these are. We don't know where the top deck is. We don't know where the bottom deck is in relation to the corner of our living room. So we can't really see this clearly. We don't know where the pool is. We don't know where this privacy wall is either. So we're requesting that there be staking for this. Otherwise, there's really not much that we could do to assess. That's the main thing, the privacy. The other part, I believe it was discussed in the last meeting, is the noise of the pool, the spillway. I believe we're trying to eliminate any sort of water going off the side. I'm not sure how these plans address that. It's not clear. So we're requesting that there be something done with the pool noise. The last comment about this really is just the neighborhood compatibility piece. The properties on Skyline, I feel, are modest homes. This is a large expansion, about 3 times in that area. And the understanding is if this property is able to expand 3 times in this sort of parcel, then we should be afforded the same along with any neighbor around this area. But I just want to comment on what this is doing to our area, our neighborhood. There were homes on Coronado that were approved for this sort of expansion, a home on Anacapa that was approved for this sort of expansion, this large-scale expansion. The effort was to build and sell. It didn't sell, and now it's rented month per month, month-to-month sort of rental over there. The home on Anacapa is abandoned. It's abandoned, and there's metal beams coming out of the hillside there that I don't know what the city is planning on doing. It's been there for 1.5 years. This is impacting the neighborhood, and I feel this sort of project is the same. And I'm a little worried about the tarnish to the neighborhood, the character, the feel. But that's just a general comment. It's more for the board to decide whether or not that falls in line with the direction.
Thank you.
Hi, Christine Shams. So Basically, I thought last time we had discussed the spillway. A representative from their team had offered to do away with it. I brought it up during the design review board meeting. I said I'd be obliged to get rid of that as well. And it doesn't seem to be reflected in the current design, if I'm not mistaken. Another thing would be that I know he was doing a good job trying to juggle mass and scale as one concern, as well as privacy. But I wanted to stress that privacy was always my first and foremost concern. And I was a little disappointed in the degree of which it was the size of the wall. I think the design previous by Horsch was beautiful, and I think they have a beautiful wall that grants more privacy to a parking lot or a driveway. I'm not sure if we could do something of that scale, because right now I have a plot of land that I could sunbathe without a single person seeing me. In our house, it's like a fish tank. Like 80% of our living quarters is right there, and they can see it, and there's nothing that we block. We don't block view, we don't block anything, so there's absolutely nothing they need to see on our property. So I think that could be just resolved amicably before they redesign and sell with plans approved. Another thing would be that I had met with him as an architect and a handful of others because I wanted to make some ADA changes to my property. And we have a kind of an awkward build with split level. I don't know that my view equity is protected in all of the airspace underneath my current footprint. Currently, they are blocking some of Catalina. They came out once to my property on my knowledge, and it was a very foggy day where you couldn't even see Catalina due to the fog. So I do think that is a major concern, that I don't see constructability on my property that would maintain view equity if they're already blocking. Because right now the trees have grown also, and it's one thing for the trees to block the view equity, but they will have to cut it down for this existing design. And when it's cut down, I don't want concrete there. At some point, you need to protect that view equity. Additionally, whoever moves into there, there's no fence we can build to maintain the privacy that we currently have at all. If I were to build it on my property, it would have to be like 70 feet, where it could be 8 feet, like on theirs. And if they're spending millions, I think we don't need to be that conservative on the design. Thank you.
May I ask which house is yours?
1217 Skyline.
So on the left side, if you're
Yeah.
facing, okay. Did you send in a site request, a visit?
Everybody came, I think.
Because I didn't hear
but
from
I
any
didn't see you.
neighbors. Yeah, I didn't hear from
Yeah.
any neighbors on this round. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Vaughn Elstrom. Thank you for coming in to visit, for those of you that did. My wife Lynn and I have lived at 1208 Coronado Drive for 19 years, directly to the west of the Russ property in question here. I agree with all the other concerns that are brought out about sizing and style. My main concern with this new home is privacy, and I don't feel that any of that has been satisfactorily addressed by the changes or proposals by Mr. Lassiter. Since the last meeting, part of the deck was removed and the house was adjusted by 18 inches. After removing the excessive protruding portion of the deck, the existing deck still protrudes out 13 feet from the existing deck at approximately the middle of the house, still looking into my primary living space and partially our master bedroom. A solution was suggested since the last meeting was to extend the privacy wall that was already there. We were informed by Mr. Lassiter that the city would not approve this since it was taller than 6 feet and now suggests 3 15 to 18-foot pittosporum trees. It is my understanding that a variance for the privacy wall could be applied for, but that option wasn't presented to me. The privacy wall is the second best solution. The pittosporum trees, to me, are the worst solution for two reasons. One is the new residents in the house could cut the trees at any time if they are on the property, and I have to get involved with the city to get them replaced, and I don't want this to be an ongoing issue. Second, the last thing I want is any type of fuel on the upper part of the hillside near our house, especially after the recent fires in Southern California. Whether low-rated combustible or not, anything can and will burn in these fires, and we don't need 17-foot trees beside the house. The ideal solution would be to adjust the garages, realign the house on the lot, and stay within the current footprint of the deck of the back of the existing house. This could be easily done. The existing property and deck on the upper level with two garages included covers 3,725 square feet. The Lassiter proposal with recent adjustments to the deck is 3,453 square feet, including 3 garages on the upper level only. This could easily be set within the existing footprint of the lot and not extend beyond the current deck line. After speaking with the current owner, I don't believe any adjustments will be an issue as he intends to sell this property as soon as he gets DRB approval. Part of the problem may lie in the process. So I spoke with Wendy Jung, principal planner, to understand this process. And she brought to my attention that it is written in the building codes, code LBMC 25.05.040C1, early neighbor communication, that the owner architects are supposed to engage the nearby residents within 300 feet early in the planning stages, copy of which I have for everybody if you want it. I asked her, early in the process meant before plans are submitted, and she
Conclusion?
said yes.
Okay.
This was not done.
Can
So
you-
let me just say one last thing.
Okay.
In closing, I ask that you please do not approve these plans. The property can be realigned, and please send Mr. Lassiter and his team back to make adjustments and keep the property behind the footprint. Please give us neighboring homeowners some meaningful input and involvement and make it count.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board. My name is Michael Morris and I live on Skyline. I had a slide presentation, which if it could be brought up to the 4th slide, I'll talk to it in passing, but I'm going to adjust my comments. Go to the 4th slide, please. My big concern is with fire safety and evacuation safety, and with a project this immense and the project that you approved in October across the street being 8,500 square feet, I just foresee a real issue with evacuation along the evacuation route for evacuation zone 16 in Mystic Hills. You can see that the property in question is across the street from 1340 Morea. And knowing that Morea site, they probably will excavate the hillside and gain access to that site from Skyline. So you potentially have 2 giant projects across the street from each other, delivering endless streams of huge, heavy equipment over the course of 3 or 4 years. And I'm going to change my comments just a bit in light of the fires that occurred up north. My husband's family lost their home in Pacific Palisades about 3 weeks ago. It was new construction within the last 5 years, and today all that's left is rubble. It was built to the current fire code in Los Angeles as it stands, yet the density of the homes in that neighborhood, and I have pictures if you want to see them, made it almost inevitable that one home became a vector for the next home, for the next home. And I'm afraid that this rush to these enormous sized buildings is going to result in a tragedy again in Laguna Beach. Mystic Hills was severely impacted in 1993. I think the majority of homes lost were in Mystic Hills. So it's primed for fire. And when you continue to approve ever larger projects in a finite space with difficult ingress and egress, that is a prescription for disaster. No one wants that. I would request 2 things. I've made this proposal to City Council. They seemed receptive. I don't know if you're able to do it. Red flag days, no construction. Just stop. Get all of this construction equipment off the roads. Second, this house should be reduced in size. It encroaches too closely on the Shams and the Vaughns. You're going to create a vector for a firestorm, either from those adjacent homes to the new one or vice versa. Please think of our safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Hello, sir. I like your hat.
Guess I'm the last one. My name is Ken Roberts. My wife and I our homeowners up on Skyline Drive for 35 years. We lived through the 1993 fires and the evacuation problems that existed at that time. And that is our biggest concern. So I'm the witness here for Mr. Mike Morris. When he tells you that this could be a big problem, I'm telling you it was a problem. So we have to try to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and the safety of ourselves and our neighbors all around that use Skyline as an evacuation, assigned evacuation, I guess that's what it's called, is not impacted. So therefore, I think something to let the construction people know that during red flag alerts, they can't be parking big trucks on both sides of the street, as well as multiple vehicles from workers. The workers show up in individual vehicles and park on both sides. I see it every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Going once, going twice? All right. Mr. Lassiter, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hardly seems enough, but I'll give it my best shot. Wendy, may I please have our last slide on the screen? And I'll work backwards, starting with the fire. My sister lost her home in the Palisades. It wasn't a big home. She was on a street of all smaller homes. The size of the home didn't matter. The wind was a blowtorch. And what happened in the Palisades was absolutely the result of a 100-year firestorm. Reducing this house isn't going to have a significant impact on the firefighting capability of the city of Laguna Beach. And certainly this house isn't the crucible for figuring out how to solve evacuations. While I absolutely agree that we need to have the ability to get people out of the neighborhoods, I know this for a fact, that I don't think I'm qualified to talk about, and I don't think this board is qualified to talk about. And I'd like to suggest that the city building department and the fire department be the one to figure out what needs to change or needs to be put in place to do that. But at design review, I don't believe we have the purview or the knowledge or the expertise to even begin to make suggestions about how to prevent fire. But nobody wants to prevent it more than me, I can assure you that. In terms of the construction staging, I agree, construction staging is an issue. And that's why the building department, the experts in this, are the ones that manage construction staging. And by working with the contractor who will be building the house, we develop staging plans that are realistic and that actually work. So you'll hear nothing from me except support for a staging plan. I have no problem with that. In regards to the neighborhood compatibility that some of the neighbors have brought up, I just wanted to show you a picture. We looked at this the first time I presented the project. Let's look at it again. We're not in a neighborhood of small homes. Mr. Sham's family lives across the street in a 5,600 square foot house, which is 1,000 square feet bigger than the one we're asking for. So I don't understand the argument that this is a neighborhood of tiny houses and that this house we're proposing is going to be the sore thumb or the monster. It's not. It's quite neighborhood compatible. In regards to the privacy, the moment I met with both the Shams and Mr. Eldstrom and Lynn, his wife next door, I immediately made changes to the house. We pulled the house back, we reduced the deck, we eliminated windows. We took every effort that we could that would be reasonable to make privacy our #1 effort for them as well. And I think we've made reasonable changes, and I think it's reasonable for the board to support this project at this point. So thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay.
First of all, regarding the staking, the Sham said the staking was not correct on their side of the house. Is that what's your response to that?
I don't believe that's the case. All of our staking was certified. I think that there may be some shrubbery in the way where they aren't able to see the staking. Although from my visit to their home, I was able to clearly see the portions of the house that were a problem for them. Interestingly enough, when we first met, the deck that they could see was clearly staked. And they pointed it out to me and said, that deck is going to be a problem. We don't want you looking down on our deck. Now, let's be clear, decks are not private space.
Okay, let
Decks
me-
are out in the open.
I get it. And I just want to know, did they ever raise with you before the hearing that any questions about the staking?
They just simply said they can't figure out the house from the staking that's there. And I offered to explain to them what's gone on. I suggested that the reason they can't see the deck staking is we eliminated the entire deck from the upper floor next to their house. You may recall I showed you an enormous section that was removed.
Okay, and now with respect to, there's a water feature here in addition to the pool, a spillway or something?
It's a negative edge pool. So to be clear, it's not a water feature. It's not intended to be gushing and pouring water. It is just simply a negative edge pool.
So describe what that is.
That means that the water of the pool is at the same
Infinity
level
pool.
as the edge of the wall, the outside wall of the pool. And then if someone were to get into the pool, there's a slight change in the water level, and so water
Oh,
is
it would
relieved
spill
over
over.
the top, but it is not like
It's not a
water
steady
fountain.
waterfall
No,
or anything.
it is
Okay.
not.
So Anders, on that same topic, on the plans, it says it's going to be a tilted spillway. So does that mean it'll angle out just a
Correct.
percentage? Because that's
And
what
we-
we do to try to reduce some of that
That's
noise.
exactly right.
So that if it's at a 90, the water splashes, but if it's at,
What's it at? What angle there?
it just needs to be a little,
Yeah, but what angle is it? Is
We
it 40?
usually
like it needs to be
require
like
45
85 or
degrees.
87.
I'm just not aware of that feature. What is the? angle?
45 degrees, that's pretty significant. Normally, in the last couple
Never
of
is
pools we've
45.
done, it's been off by, a couple of degrees, like 15 degrees.
It
So
wasn't
you're about
45?
45 degrees? Is it?
No,
You're 15.
Tom, instead of being perfectly flat,
No, I get it. I
it
just
just
wanted to
needs to
know.
go like a couple of degrees. So when I was saying like 87%, it just
Oh.
needs a little bit. So the water.
So you
just
don't have a
trickling-
set degrees, it's just off?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was just asking what the degrees it was. so.
We've applied that. That hasn't, it hasn't come up in a long time, but more often than not, the architect's already
Okay,
designed.
I get it. I just didn't know before. All right, so that's that. Now, we did talk about a privacy wall with, the Eldstroms with Vaughn.
yeah.
And then he comes back and I appreciate that you've pulled back the deck, and there is a real privacy concern there. And so you didn't put in a screen, and instead you proposed the podocarpus, or anyway, the other one. Why can't you put in a privacy screen there?
Yeah, well, to be clear, we did actually propose an extension of that screen wall on our property, and it was in conversations with staff that we were made aware that the height of that wall as it goes out over the slope could get to 17 feet tall. The code allows for 6-foot-high fences along the side property line, unless a variance is requested. By the time we had made that extension and agreed to it after our design review, it had already been noticed. There was no way to ask for a variance for this hearing.
I see. Other than a variance, I mean, you would have no objection to that if the board was to grant a variance at some point?
I don't think we would have an objection to that if the board was to grant a variance, but, that's a nasty word in this board, and I don't like to bring them, so.
It's not a nasty word with me when it's appropriate. So anyway, those are my questions. Thanks.
Any other questions? No?
But I'm going to ask it anyway, just
No
to be
questions are
absolutely
okay.
sure. The existing deck that's there with the existing house and where your new deck ends is how much distance? I've looked at several different ways and think I have it, but you guys make it a little hard. And I'm not a draftsman.
If you'll give me just a couple of seconds, I'll take a look here.
And then as you're looking, just tell me the exact measurements of that deck,
Well,
new deck.
I can tell you it's 13 feet from the face of the house out to the edge of the deck. And yeah, and on Mr. Eldstrom's side, the new deck ends essentially where the existing deck is. Because the new house is oriented slightly differently than the existing deck,
Yeah.
the farther away we go from his home, the more that deck has been rotated out, the new deck, that is.
Right, at
So
the far end.
at
near
his
the-
side, it's the same location as the existing corner of the
But
deck.
at the far end near the kitchen area, it extends
Right.
out. And how
Correct.
far is that?
It extends out there about 10 feet.
10 feet, okay.
All right, any other questions? Is that a question coming up or? All right. All right, so the public hearing is now closed. We'll go into board comments. Who's ready? I wasn't here for the first one, so yes, please.
Anders. As I said last time, I think the project is neighborhood compatible. And I think the orientation, while not perfect, is within the bounds of reason for this lot. I don't think that I can say, I cannot object to it given the contours of the lot. And I remember looking at it before and I re-looked at it again, the layout of the house in contour to the lot. And on that, I just can't say that that's a bad orientation. That's not to say that you don't have privacy concerns of the neighbors. I think they're legitimate. So let me go with the shams first. I forgot to ask you a question. Are all the windows facing the shams? I need to ask this question just to verify if I can.
We're going to open up the public communication again.
It's just really
Go ahead.
quick. Are all the windows on the sham side opaque?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Now we'll go back.
And the public communication is over?
I like you, Chair. Awesome job. I really, think given the explanation of the noise and the relationship of the house to the shams, and I remember looking in the shams to the rooms which are really impacted. Their whole house is oriented, toward the ocean, not toward the house. And I just don't see, there's always going to be, when you update and you build a house that's compatible with the neighborhood, some impacts, but I don't see any significant privacy impacts on the sham side. What troubles me is on the on Vaughn's side, on the Elstrom side. That deck is very close to important living areas. And I want to hear, I was disappointed that it was with trees. Trees are good in a lot of instances, but for a neighbor to, on a critical, blocking area into a primary deck and living room area, to rely just on trees with a deck that's so close, I'm just not comfortable with that. And so I'm interested in what my other board members feel. I can tell you that variance in my mind is not a bad word. In fact, it's very useful to be able to solve problems with development that results in a better development for the applicant, the neighbors, and the city. And where I am right now, given just how close that deck is, and I'm interested, I could change my mind based upon how they feel, is to have it go to a third hearing, or find some way to request a variance for allowing that privacy screen, which I guess would be a wall, to go out. It wouldn't impact the applicant's use and enjoyment of their house, and it could make I think a very big deal to Vaughn. So that's where I stand right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd like to go second? Thank you.
Okay. Neighborhood compatibility, it's very compatible to the neighborhood. There are some monster homes there. And this one, the way it's articulated on the hillside and the way it's situated, I think, and the architectural element you have out front, it really, from the street especially, seems very, very compatible. From the lower, is it Anacapa down below? Looking up, it's compatible with all the other homes around that area and those that will eventually grow, those that haven't been renovated yet. So that's that. View equity, I feel like there's no issue with view equity. Privacy for the shams, I think, has been achieved, and I think the efforts made by Mr. Wilkes, I think he's your landscape guy, and were excellent. I think it actually benefits everybody in the respect that when you're looking from below, it relieves some of all the hard materials and softens it with this greenery, and it just helps everybody get a better green view. And even the additional greenery you put in front of the pool. Spillway is very common, and even it's sort of like it keeps the pool clean, it keeps things moving. It's generally not even loud. I don't even think of it as loud. I have seen them and sat poolside by them, and if anything, it's kind of makes you relax. So I really don't think that's a noise issue any more than dogs and children and sprinklers and things can be. So I think that's fine, and it helps maintain the cleanliness of the pool. The only kind of open I have is from the Elstroms, and I'm trying to understand exactly the view. It is a privacy, but not as big as it was. I think that I see it as being the far end near the kitchen area where you come out from it appears to be your island area, that if you're standing in that area looking over, you can see in. So, but everything closer to him, just the way your house is articulated, I don't feel like it's visually privacy. Maybe you'll hear people talking, but I don't foresee people looking through the trees that are there. If that is still it and I'm missing it somehow, then perhaps adding a little 4-foot extension to that existing wall will give you a little extra buffer. But it's the far end that I'm concerned about. And when I was there, I just kind of wanted it to go in. So if you can give me, I think you said you're 10 feet with that deck now, depth. Am I right?
13.
13. Oh, I thought, then maybe I meant to say you go in 10. So I think you need to go in at 10, and maybe we'll do a conditional if people are on board, because I feel like I can get behind the project tonight with some sort of a condition on that deck being narrowed, and we'll work on this element that Tom brought up.
Let me break in real quick. I think if you reduce the size of the deck, depending on how far it goes, would solve the privacy, solve the purpose for the podoscorum or whatever the tree is.
So from 13 feet to 10 feet?
Not sure that that's enough, but it should be enough.
All right, let's get to the other comments.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone felt it was enough, that would satisfy me. I think my inclination is enough.
All right, Mrs. Thalman?
I would agree with my colleagues for the most part. I think it is neighborhood compatible. And I appreciate the graphic that you showed, Anders, that really depicts that. Also with the spillway, you pulled it towards the pool and the spillway towards the house to try to address some of those concerns. I agree on the privacy thing, and I'm thinking for Christina, the home that's facing on the left. Is that the same one we're talking about? Okay. Okay, that's the one I do agree. There might be something we can do there, and with one of the two, either bringing back the deck. Oh, okay. I'm talking about the same one you are. Yes. Right. So I would agree that if we can do something on that side, which I don't think would require a variance. Okay. Okay. And then to address I do want to mention one of the things that was brought up by Mr. Morris. Short of a moratorium on building, I don't know what we can do as far as fire. And Anders, you brought it up very eloquently that it doesn't make any difference what size the house is. All sizes can burn. And I don't think it makes a difference if they're large or small. I do, however, think I like the idea of on red flag days. I think that's a great idea. And I think it's something that should be brought up to the city council. But this, like you said, this is out of our purview. We're not experts here. And it was a alert this afternoon. I got that they are looking for input from the public on fire suppression. So check if you get the alerts on your phone, and there's your opportunity to bring these kinds of things up. So, but other than that, I can support the project with this one change.
Mr. Weil?
Yeah, and I concur. I actually, I know this is a little difficult because we've got an angle in the street that kind of pits the properties kind of looking at each other a little bit. And this one's the middle one. So it's the one that kind of creates a problem. I do find that the applicant really has made a lot of concessions that have really tried to carefully select little pieces that make this better. The shielding on the lower level, the increase in the planters, the deck reductions, there's a lot into the dynamic of how these two interact from a privacy standpoint that have been carefully thought out. I appreciate that a ton. As far as the pool that kind of came up, that as long as it's tilted, the general noise will be minimal. But then there's also our standard conditions that occur to a pool that, the pump timer goes off at a certain hour, and those things are just standard. So if you don't hear us talk about it, it's because those noise elements have already been incorporated. The pool equipment's in a great location. It's vaulted, so I'm fully supportive of that. That helps reduce noise significantly, and it's probably the best practice we have in doing pools. The staking, I know that came up as a concern a couple different times. In my interaction with a lot of folks over the years, staking is hard for the general neighbor to understand. It just kind of is. It's also very hard for the general neighbor to understand the plans in their totality and how they relate to the staking. It's a challenge. It's why I've kind of tried to request over the years a digital version of like the 3D rendering being able to be augmented in like an iPhone or something, just like they do through whatever, Pokemon or whatever.
Just like that. It's
Right. It's not going to be easy, but that's probably where those things will evolve, and that'll help
do it with
neighbors.
Pokemon. Why can't we?
But at the moment, this is kind of the best practice we have, and it's been an acceptable one, and it's one that has allowed us as board members to really kind of relate to where these issues might occur and to the plans. So I didn't see that issue of not being able to understand the lay of the property or how it's being oriented as I walked out on the sites. Yeah, I can be amenable to the changes, but it needs to be small, I think, and that's what we're talking about. So I'm open to the ideas. If we want to do a little round the horn of just where's the deck sit? What do we do about the fencing or the tree on the west side? Yeah, throw it out.
I got to get my comments.
You got to
in.
get your comments in. Sorry, that was pretty
I'll be very quickly. I was deleting so I don't repeat. So since privacy is the issue, I didn't see a privacy issue, but then again, I wasn't invited into the neighbors' homes. So I'll defer those comments and your guys' views on those. If you feel like to mitigate privacy by pulling back the deck, I can be on board with that. And everything else, the building official does a building stage plan, so that's out of our purview. And I agree with the neighbors not to add any more fuel to the planting along the side for privacy. Yeah, everything else I can concur with my clients, with my board members and staff's findings of the design review guidelines.
Let me see if this flies with you guys on what to do with the privacy. Let's pull back the deck to 10 feet, gives them a decent deck on that side, and still have it's not podocarpus. What's the trees? Pittosporum. Have the pittosporum there, and that will kind of soften that side, and that'll address, I think, the privacy concerns of the Eldstroms. It's where he's proposed it, but keep those trees there, but have the deck come back from 13 to 10 feet. And then I could support the project.
So you're requesting to keep the trees there, but not to add trees?
Not to add trees,
Again,
just keep the trees as he has, but pull the deck back 3 feet. And I think that's a good compromise without having to go through the variance, a good compromise instead of requiring the wall. It gives the Eldstroms a little bit more protection. I think it could be a lot more protection. And at the same time, we have the trees if the deck does otherwise have some intrusion, which I suspect it won't, but I think it'd be nice to have the trees for not only the Eldstroms, but for the applicant. No, he's got, he's got Pittsburgh in the plans.
Chair,
Okay,
maybe we ask
we're
the
moving on to-
applicant, or I mean,
Oh.
are you? it
So
sounds
in
like
other words,
that's-
there's no change. The only change that we would require as a condition is to pull back the deck 3 feet.
For more, yeah, so whatever,
Well,
do
his
you have,
concern was
do you have
somebody
trees
would
that
cut 'em
you
down.
are proposing? Or
They're not
you're
fire.
proposing to keep the
Right there.
planted trees that are established already?
No, the vegetation that's on the property would be removed, which I think Mr. Eldstrom would really like because there's some very tall ficus, thank you, that really do need to go. I believe the trees, and I want to correct everyone, they're shrubs, not trees, that are under discussion are the new Pittosporum silver sheen that were proposed as part of the privacy screening. And I believe, Board Member Gibbs, you're suggesting we keep those, but make a reduction to the deck.
Yeah, and these are low fire risk. They're totally approved by CAL FIRE. They're not a fire risk. And they, I think, provide an element of protection. If the applicant, well, I think that they're appropriate.
I have a better clarification, thank you. I received the clarification, I understand the project now,
Okay.
or the request. Mr. Weil? Do you have anything to add, Mr. Weil? Board Member Weil?
No, I just, Anders, is the reduction in the deck from 13 to 10 acceptable?
If the chair would allow me to ask a question for clarification. In conversations with Mr. Eldstrom, he has always made clear that the furthest away portion of the deck was his concern, not that area closest, because that portion aligns with the corner of the existing deck, which isn't a problem currently. Would the board entertain taking the face of the deck and angling it from that south corner and moving the other corner in 10 feet so that the edge of the deck has an angle relative to where it is now, but the far end comes in that 3 feet and is limited to 10?
As long as
Can you-
none of the other decking extends forward, or if it, I don't know how you would
Steph,
do
can
it,
you
but
pull that plan up so we can see?
Yeah.
Yeah, pull the plan up because I can't visualize
What
it.
page? What page is that on in the plan?
Yeah, I've
Let's
got
see.
your plans.
Are you able to put the actual plans themselves up, or do you want the sheet in my presentation? The presentation might be good because it shows where the reduction had already been made. So that would have been like, I don't know, sheet 4 maybe? Right there. Okay. So you can see where the orange section of deck that has been removed is. And if you look at the south side of the page, maybe Wendy could use her little mouse and circle where the new proposed edge of deck and the orange intersect down there at the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, on the plan view. Wendy? I know, it's because it's so beautiful, but let's look down at the plan. At the lower corner there, the lower left corner of that orange point, right? Yeah. So what I'm proposing is from that left corner of the orange going up toward the Shams property at an angle so that the deck outside the kitchen is only 10 feet, but that the corner on the south side remains where it is. Does that help explain the issue?
Talking about, excuse me, are you talking about it stays 13 feet at the corner?
At the corner
closest
there.
To the Eldstroms, and then
Yes.
it goes into 10 feet?
That's correct.
No, I'm not comfortable with that. I'd say make it a 10-foot deck.
10-foot deck?
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that.
yeah.
I was thinking it might be cool because you're
Correct. So the face of the deck would move back to the home 3 feet.
3 feet. It'd be 10 feet rather than 13 feet.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I can approve the project. So the only modification that I would require, see if the board members agree, is to pull that deck back 3 feet.
To be 10 foot,
Yep.
straight across.
Yep. 10 foot straight across.
Yes.
Otherwise,
you-
I'm fine with it.
Does staff have
The
clarification?
Pittosporums?
Lead a
Okay,
Pittosporum.
as proposed. Okay.
Staff understand?
Chair, I'll make a motion.
Mr. Lewis is the motion man. Go
All
for
right,
it.
let me go for this. All right. On item number 5.5 at 1223 Skyline Drive, the board approves, the board approves and adopts resolution 24-1859 attachment 1, approving design review 24-1859 coastal development permit 24-1860 as proposed and outlined in the staff report for a new single-family home residence, an attached 3-car garage with tandem parking, elevated decks, new vehicular access, site walls, retaining walls, grading, hardscape landscaping, exterior lighting, swimming pool, spa, associated equipment, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under section 15303, with the condition that the face of the deck be reduced towards the house 3 feet, making the length of the deck 10 feet. And that the proposed landscape changes, were those submitted? As submitted by the applicant?
They're already in the plans.
They're already in the plans.
Yeah.
Be adopted in those pittosporums that we discussed for screening, be incorporated. Other than that, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for approval, subject to conditions.
By the way, just for the public, and goes to Michael Morris's, because I'm involved with fire safety, I've been involved with this in this town for a long time. The coordination with all this construction, it's not within our purview to deny an application because of either construction risks or congestion risks. Those issues, and particularly coordination, needs to be addressed to the city council. And, we're all citizens here. We can call the city council. It's the city council that
Yes.
needs to take action on
We can
that.
take a 5-minute break. Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
Anyway, I wanted the public out there and you guys to know
And
that.
thank you for your efforts, Mr. Morris, on trying to work with the staging in your area. And
We'll be
with the
back at
fire. I'm here for
8:45
you if I
PM.
can help with the city, but sadly, our
Jay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've exceeded our break by 1 minute. Next up is 5.7, located at 629 Balboa Avenue. Do we have ex parte? I met with Reza at the site and met with the neighbors next door to the right of the project. Oh, right there. Yeah, you too.
No, yeah, I met with the applicant as well as the homeowners, the O'Briens, and the neighbors next door, that guy there.
Okay, I met, all my meetings were prior to the January 9 meeting. I met with the applicant. I exchanged emails with Mr. Noakes. I met with David Singer, Mike Nazimi, and Michael Kumete, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Mr. Singer, that's right. How could I forget? And next parte?
I'll go. Met with Reza. Met with, or spoke with Tom Davis, Mr. Singer and his wife. She did have some comments. Can't forget about her. And then, Cortani's not on this one. No. Oh, Larry Noakes. That was who I spoke to.
And I too spoke with Larry Noakes. Sorry, Larry, forgot about you over there.
And I met with Risa. Spoke with Larry Noakes. The last time, I think it was Mr. Nazimi, Mike Nazimi, I met with in the neighborhood. So I believe that's it.
All right. Mr. Latham?
Thank you, Chair Gannon. Item 5.7 is for design review at 629 Balboa Avenue. The proposed project involves the construction of a new 3-level, 5,232 square foot single-family home on a steep vacant through lot with Balboa at the top and Nice Place at the bottom. The design includes a 565 square foot garage with a car lift to accommodate 4 vehicles. The home includes approximately 1,600 square feet of deck space distributed across 4 levels, along with a pool and spa situated at the lowest level. Additionally, the project incorporates 2 elevator shafts, one serving all 3 floors of the residence and another providing access to the pool level. And I wanted to touch on a few items mentioned in the staff report, including design articulation, neighbor compatibility, and the pool and spa design. So while a portion of the building program is designed to sit below the existing grade, a large amount of the floor area projects beyond the natural grade. This condition is driven by both the proposed building design and the large size of the proposed residence. The scale and mass of the project do not align with the existing neighborhood's established character and seem out of sync with the surrounding properties, with the proposed design with pylons and elevator shaft clearly visible from below the project site on Nice Place. When comparing the home against others in the immediate vicinity, homes are built on the upper side where vehicular access is taken and the lower portion of the lots are left undeveloped. Here, the applicant is proposing a pool deck with an associated large exposed retaining wall that does not fit with the neighborhood context nor follow the natural topography, although the pool area is below grade. Staff received public correspondence from several neighbors with concerns about the project, and staff is recommending the board deliberate on design articulation, neighborhood compatibility, and the swimming pool and spa findings, and direct the applicant to address these design criteria and continue the project to a future hearing. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any questions for staff? Across the board? You guys all look tensed.
What was the issue with the pool and the spa? That's out. Or that you're looking for deliberation more specifically on?
Yeah, so there's a large retaining wall associated with the pool and spa deck, as well as the fact that the pool and spa is further down the hill. And other properties don't have that same situation with the pool down there. Okay.
You have a question? Okay. You have 5 minutes, Reza.
I would like to go to the next page. Yeah, we bought the property, Mr. Scott O'Brien and Deanna, and we started doing the design, and we met with all the neighbors during the time that we were doing the design, and we wanted to coordinate an effort to see what actually would be the concern. Can we go through the next page? So we did submit the plans towards the end of 2023, but then what happened was there was some delays, and then we got a new planner, and then it just happened that we had to do many changes during the course till we got to this point. If we could go to the next. Now, what we did was, after the first submittal, we put up some story poles just on our own to just get a feeling for what the neighbors are going to see. And then we tried to lower the roof height and change the roof height in order to accommodate for the neighbors that are above us. And we did that 3 times. If you could go to the next page. And as you can see on that one slide where I have drawn the lines, we actually lowered the roof few times, and at the end, we lowered it 21 inches on the back and about 14 inches in the front. If you could go to the next. And these are the views from our neighbor next door. The issue with that is that our neighbor's house is totally designed at a 45-degree angle, which basically covers looking over our property, about 85% of our property. So there is nothing we could do to not being seen by the neighbor next door because of their orientation of their kitchen windows. So what we tried to do was to give some opening from underneath the house and open that view so that they can enjoy some of the view to the left, which is not really their ocean view, it's just the open space towards nice place. Next slide, please. As you can see where the arrow shows, that's our neighbor next door. And they do have, where we are looking at is just a straight out to the ocean view. So we are on the left-hand side of them, which we really don't block their view in front of them, but if they look through the 45-degree angle window that is facing us, then they will see us. There is nothing we can do. It's just an empty lot that was always open, and they didn't have any obstruction, and now there are. If you go to the next. Yeah, you can see the house and their orientation of the window with the 45-degree angle. If you go to the next. Yeah. Another next. Yeah, this is the front of the house, and we are below the height limit, and we are not asking for any variance, and we meet all the criteria as far as the setback, roof height, and any other restrictions that we might have. We meet all of those. Next slide, please. The elevator shaft that you see is actually a structural element that is supporting the pool and connection between the house and the pool. Next slide, please. Yeah, as you can see on this slide with the section, we are actually tucked in quite a bit into the slope. So it's not like we are projecting just out. We are going into the slope, and we are creating most of the house underneath, in the ground underneath the house.
Sorry.
For the
conclusion.
conclusion, if you go one more, please. You can see all the homes around us with all the overhangs. Next slide, please. And these are the homes right next to us. Another slide, please.
Reza, can you save these for your rebuttal?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 629 Balboa Avenue? All right, we're going to limit, how many of there are you? Can we have everyone come towards the front and sit in the chairs at the front? Okay, we're going to limit these to 2-minute comments, please.
Well, I feel like I should probably tear up all my comments, but I think you guys are amazing that you can sit through all of this. You know, everybody that gets up to speak is speaking about the same thing, the guidelines and how it affects them. The only problem is all of us who are speaking about them really are affected by them. We're not up here just trying to waste time. And when somebody comes along to build a new property that really does take your view away, or really leaves you without privacy, or makes your house dark, it's important to us. And here I am, the next person up, to tell you that this house is a huge house that takes our direct views away, not our 45-degree views, not our views of the vacant lot next door, but our views not just of the ocean, but of the whole panorama, you can say it, that surrounds our house. Thank you very much. The truth of the matter is, this house is bigger by a country mile than the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. The truth of the matter is, this house sits on top of the hill as if it was dropped by a helicopter. The truth of the matter is, it's the only house in the neighborhood that low on the hill. And it will be something that people use as a landmark because it's so different than all the other houses in the neighborhood. So what we have here is a violator of all of the design guidelines. If I had more time, I could lay that out for you. What we have here is something that is completely incompatible with the neighborhood. And in our case, something that kills our views and makes our home dark. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Mike Nazemi. I live at 715 Nice Place. First, I'd like to thank Tom and Christine for visiting. And the rest of you, I'm sure, just driving up Nice Place, have seen what the staff report very appropriately calls monumental appearance. And I'd like to emphasize on that. To me, this house is not a residential house. It appears to be more like what is it called, Airbnb. It's a party house. And the part of a partying happens to be at the lower part, very close to my house. And it actually has a dwarfing effect on my house, which is less than half of the size they're proposing. I have submitted specific comments, so I won't go through them. But I like this project to become a one-street project, not a two-street project, just a Balboa. Be consistent with the other houses on Balboa, not infringe on the hill, leave the hill alone. And I think the impact of this house is more of a Nice Place than Balboa. So by reducing the size to 3,000 square feet, by making a two-car garage, adhering to the envelope of building of houses on Balboa, and not disturbing the hill that's more than 30% slope, and the two-story would make it a lot more desirable for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Pat Krogman. I live at 651 Balboa, directly next door to the new proposed project. And I want to thank you for the opportunity for speaking tonight, and I also want to thank the board members who came for the site visits. My concerns are with the sheer mass of the new home and the loss of our views and natural light in all the rooms along the side of the house adjacent to the proposed home, including the kitchen, 2 secondary bedrooms, and the master suite. I want to focus on the kitchen, where we spend a lot of our time. Now that we are both retired, we enjoy cooking, entertaining, and just hanging out in the kitchen. And the view from that window is really important to us. When the staking went up and I saw that our view would be almost completely eliminated and we would be looking at a blank wall, my heart sank. Because this wall will be so close to our home, it will dramatically reduce the natural light, making the room very dark. I feel that the current proposed plan, our home will be overshadowed by the new structure, making several of our rooms feel dark and closed in. You know, Laguna is known for its unique and eclectic architecture of the homes built over decades, and I believe our home reflects this type of architecture as well as the home directly next door to us. They were built to take advantage of the hillside, the terrain, and especially the views. And I'm hopeful the O'Briens and their design team can come up with a creative solution to some of the problems presented this evening, and we can all enjoy the views that we have there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Michael Ouimet. I live at 639 Balsana Drive, which is the house immediately above the property that we're talking about today. I won't go into the details that were previously given. I pretty much hold the same view about them in terms of mass and scale. We're mostly affected immediately as it relates to the effect that we'll have on our view to the white waters down below. When Scott O'Brien and Deanna came to the house, they saw immediately the impact that the design that they were working on was going to have on us in terms of total illumination from Balboa all the way down to Victoria Beach and the white waters that we've been enjoying since 1993, 94. Is when we bought the house. So that's really the view. We understand that they have a right to develop the property. That's not at issue. We're not looking for total view preservation, but I would submit to the board, does it have to be the development of the property? Does it have to be a design that eliminates the whitewater views completely as a result?
You still have 30 seconds if you'd like to.
No, that's pretty much that is really for us is it. We understand that we're not looking to preserve it. We knew when we bought the house, saw the property there, that at some point somebody was going to buy the property and build it. Now, a 5,000 square foot house, I don't think I anticipated that because it does not have any relationship to the rest of the neighborhood. But that was not really the point for us. We said, we understand that someday it would change. We didn't expect that the development of the property would include losing our entire view.
Can I ask you a quick question? So the existing structure as it stands now, you're losing your view. It wasn't the previous or in the past, it's the one that's there now.
It's the one that's
Okay,
there now.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you submit a site visit to your home?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes. The last time I was,
Back in
okay.
January.
Christine and Tom
Yeah, I was there.
came to visit the house. We are hoping that you would all be able to come because you walk into the room where we spend the majority of our time. We are retired, and that's where we predominantly spend our time. And it will be immediate. It will be gone completely based on that design.
And what's your
Also,
address?
Yeah,
We're done with comments. but
639
639?
Balsana. The only other thing I would add is the O'Brien said, we are willing to compromise. The design you saw tonight does not reflect a compromise at all.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
He didn't ask redo it. I didn't even think about it.
You got your mic on. Okay.
Hi, I'm
Hello.
Beverly. We met also at 639 Balsana Drive. And I just want to say that I agree with everything that's been said. And I just want to hope that you will take into consideration the view equity and that we can work out something where we don't lose our entire view of the whitewater. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Oh, Mr. Dodge.
Greetings,
Dr.
everyone.
Dodge, how are you?
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable DRB, my name is William Dodge. I live at 705 Marlin. I asked the DRB to approve the project at 629 Balboa. I've reviewed the renderings, plans, and also viewed the property. I walk by it every single morning. Found the appearance and square footage to be in accordance with our community. Project will also have a very positive impact for numerous reasons. Currently, the land is an empty lot that attracts people to park outside and beside that lot, including in the past month, two who currently were living in the car for a few days. NICE has way too many empty lots with rusted equipment already. Let's get this project going. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Jason Cardy. I live at 659 Bolsana Drive. I live above the lot, not directly like Michael and Beverly, but two houses over. I have a different perspective. I'm in agreement with the last gentleman that just spoke. I'm in favor of this. I think it's beautiful. I think the square footage of the house is good for them. It's being built down into the hillside. At some point in time, these open lots, they're going to be purchased and they're going to be built on. And you have to realize that when you buy a house here or build a house here. I also look at the first gentleman that spoke. From my perspective, he's right below me. His house is the highest house, second-story house on Balboa, right there. So his height goes up. And the lot that the O'Briens are doing and the house that they're proposing is actually quite lower than that. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate them reaching out to the various neighbors, including myself, to show us their plans and go over their plans and make adjustments, which I know they have done. And I'm in favor of it. And everyone's going to have some kind of different perspective. And I believe that they're going to be affected, I guess, negatively to some degree with view. That's part of it. And I think they minimized it as much as they possibly could. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful home that will add great value to our neighborhood and to the city.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? No? All right, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members. I'm Larry Noakes. I'm going to take a portion of these 3 minutes. First of all, thank the neighbors for coming out and for their comments. It's always helpful to hear. It's amazing to me as I look at this project that we have a vacant lot, new construction on a vacant lot, and there were 4 people from 2 households. I think Dave and Pat and Mike and Beverly, who voiced a concern about view impacts, and one neighbor above by Mike and Beverly's house who said that he really didn't have an impact. So I think that's pretty, I don't think you see many of those. New houses on vacant lots with 2 homes talking about view impacts. Let me just address the one of Daniel's comments. And by the way, these folks went through a long process with Chris Dominguez before Chris stopped working for the city and it went over to Daniel. Then the project got redesigned significantly, but never once was neighborhood compatibility or pattern of development brought up during that design process. While they went back and forth with different iterations of the planning staff. So when you're going to talk about things like that, those should come out early in the process, but they didn't. So they didn't believe that they had a problem in that regard. But just one of the main criticisms I think that Daniel voiced was that there was going to be development downhill. There shouldn't be development downhill from Balboa. The development should be toward the top of the property, and everything should be moved up toward the top. But this is a street-to-street lot, and I think there would even be a possibility or the ability to maybe divide that lot on an SB9 basis and completely develop the bottom of that lot. So the development at the bottom of the hill is sort of a little bit of a canard. The fact that they've spaced out the development on their property the way that they have, I think is pretty thoughtful. I think it helps with vegetation. I think it helps with fuel modification. I think it helps protect against fire danger. And I think it helps overall with the house. With regard to the projections outward from the slope, and I know that's what's got everybody's attention, this is not the only house that's like that. Not Archie's Heights, but the Nye Place neighborhoods are sort of heavily populated with boxier styles as you're driving up the hill. They're heavily populated with projections coming out, cantilevered decks, cantilevered house elements. And so I think that this is consistent with what is there. Obviously, this is the first hearing. There will be comments, there will be adjustments, but we really appreciate your taking time to come and visit the house. And again, thank you to the neighbors for coming out and voicing your
Thank you, Mr.
petitions.
Noakes. Do we have questions for the applicant? No questions? So, and I do have a question. So in this that you submitted, what street is this on? Because these are houses with street-to-street lots.
Balboa.
This is Balboa?
Yes.
That's above Balboa. That's
Oh, that's
Bosana.
Bosana. Bosana.
Balboa looking at Bosana.
Okay. And do you guys know if these lots, or if you have ownership of these lots from street to street? Anyone that lives on
Yeah, I
Bosana
believe
know?
they are.
Okay. That concludes my questions. Anyone else with? Okay. Do you have any questions?
Just quickly, so these below are, these below are in the same neighborhood?
Yeah, they're.
Okay.
I
On
mean, when
Bosana.
you're standing in our lot, you can see all of these.
Okay. Thank you.
You have the ability
No.
to project those?
You're out of order, sir.
Hang on. Yeah, and so there is a copy on the table for everyone, and if someone needs one, they can have mine.
Yeah. So what you pointed out is when you're at the bottom of the lot, it's looking up towards the left, I believe, right, Reza?
Yes.
Yeah, so those houses are the hillside to the left. Yeah, up the hill though. Yeah. And what I pointed out are the houses behind the lot across the street on Bosana. I was trying to point out that they're lot to lot and they're not, it's my argument for neighborhood compatibility. Or the lack of. Okay.
Can I ask just, I guess, for how to handle this one? I mean, obviously staff didn't prepare a resolution, but my guess is it's probably just more directed at getting our comments to where we're at with the project and just maybe give more specific direction to the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't approve this project tonight without
Yeah.
the resolution, so.
Yeah, it's going to be comments without coming to a conclusion whether we would approve it or
Right.
not. So.
And that might save some discussion time. I don't know, given the length.
All
of
right,
the
well,
meeting.
I'm ready for comments if you guys
Yeah,
are.
let me maybe just focus on what you think the critical issues are rather than covering everything.
Right. So I'm going to start with just.
All right, so public communications are over. No, he did Larry Noakes had the 3-minute rebuttal. Yeah, so, but if you have any questions, the applicant can speak then, can address the concerns. Okay, so we are going to go to board comments.
All right. So I'm just going to start. This is probably one of the more unique lots we've seen on Nye's Place and frankly in a big chunk of Laguna. It's a creative design, and I'm going to give some accolades. It's not the only one in the town that kind of has this resemblance. There's some of these that are in North Laguna that are propped up way on stilts. There's a couple of these in Three Arch Bay that I've seen over the years. There's, a really famous one, I think that's on, the stretch coming up from Aliso Creek, that little stretch along Coast Highway. There's a big one with a huge platform and stilts. So to say that like this kind of design doesn't exist in Laguna Beach, I would say that's inaccurate. I think it takes the right kind of lot to have this kind of creativity and maybe make it balanced within the site. I think if I'm going to pinpoint a couple of critical issues with the site one is a little bit of the orientation with the neighboring property. They, in their existing condition of their home, it does peer towards your house or towards your lot and across. The boxy nature of being square on square on square kind of creates a problem in that one corner. I think you really got to take a look at how do we open up that corner or give some design elements and articulation onto that side that opens up the view. Am I going to be able to protect their entire view? No. That would restrict your right to development. But I think there are some reasonable concessions that could be done differently on that side of the lot that really can open up that view, and being very mindful of the decks and the planters and those components as you make some changes to it. I think you're following the premise of our design guidelines where it talks about stair step down the hill. And I think that works, just as I'm talking out loud, on your top two levels. I think your third level probably would be better served to be tucked under and back towards the hill instead of with the long hallway that comes out to bring it further forward. I think if that one tucked back, it would probably provide a couple benefits. One, it would open up some views for the lower levels of the neighboring house. It would still provide you the square footage, but in that sense, it would also give you some shielding of that level and give you some overhang that would also provide some shade and from the stark sun that's setting in the summertime. I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to you. I'm just kind of giving some thoughts of how to creatively solve this. I think if you do make some of those changes, you got to be mindful of the windows that might create more privacy problems in that chain. So be creative in that. For me, the elevator element works. That goes down to the lower level. I think Larry Noakes I was on the same thought train that in some cases with some of our recent laws with SB 9 and SB 10 and ADU laws, the future development problems could be worse than what might be proposed today. And some of the best ways to protect against that is to utilize the lot in different, more modern concept of ways. This lot is unique because it does flatten out and it does abut other homes that are built on that side of Nye, where it might not be afforded to the neighboring lots going up the hill on Nye to build on that lower level, given the steeper topography that's there. I don't know, that would be a different conversation for a different lot, but I wouldn't say it's out of character for this lot, given kind of more the flatness topography and just the uniqueness of the through lot that exists with this one. The retaining walls, they're going to be there, but I think if we look to try to tuck the elevator a little further back and just kind of replay with some of it, I think the square footage can work. But I think the privacy and some of the view components from that side just need to be tweaked a bit. The ones from above, I mean, I can go up there again. I mean, I drove up and peeked through the sides of some homes. I'll go and see the neighbors' houses that request it next time, but I wasn't necessarily seeing that there's that much of a view obstruction given how high and further up the hill those ones are. So, being a one face street or one single story home facing the street from its main access, I was challenged with it. I think the lift system potentially works in this component. I'm not a fan of it normally, but I have approved it, and this could work for that extending, versus having 3-car garage or even a wider massive scale of garages at the front. That component does make it more neighborhood compatible. So I think there's elements that can work with this. I'd like to see some creative solutions kind of come to play. I threw some out. I'm not married to them, but I'm just trying to give some context and just where I'm at. You're the designer. You come up with solutions, but I do think we need to kind of really reconfigure that one side and try to look at how the mass maybe tucks back into the hill instead of continuing to go further out.
Well, I think those were some good suggestions by Board Member Weil. I would agree, and I would agree with Mr. Noakes' assessment on SB 9. I mean, things could be a lot more impactful if it was not used as a through lot. The view equity for the the white water view, I don't know if that's just a matter of plate heights to bring down a foot. I don't know if it's going to make a huge difference at all. I really didn't see a huge, I mean, view equity and view preservation, we got to get those two terms understood, that it's not view preservation, it's view equity. They still have a beautiful view, but I understand the white water. So I'm just throwing this out. I don't know if you can come down in plate heights, by a foot. One suggestion. The one from Board Member Weil on, I think it's A31, and I was looking at this while he's talking about it, and that the storage area on that level where I think it's the master bath, master suite, if that was pulled back to give some help on the neighbor to the right.
North side.
North side. Which is impactful to their kitchen view. If that was pulled back or angled, and as Lewis said, you're the designer, you're the architect, I think you would know best how to do that. The other thing that looked a little bit large to me, looking at this particular sheet, is the master bed balcony. It's a pretty big balcony, so I don't know if it has any impact downhill.
No.
It's just, but if you bring that in, it might impact the master bed balcony if you pull this master bath back. I don't know if I'm getting tired. And then the swimming pool, I think there was some concern about the swimming pool. It doesn't look to be a large pool at all. The pool deck, I don't know, if you could pull that in, maybe. That's not a big issue to me, but things to think about going forward. But for the most part, I think it's neighborhood compatible. A lot of the homes, I mean, and thank you for your presentation too. I think that depicts exactly what this neighborhood looks like. So I hope those are helpful comments.
Let me go this time. I'm going to disagree with my esteemed colleagues who I have the greatest respect for. I'm sorry. I just don't see this as neighborhood compatible at all. There's no other house in the whole area that looks like this. The pylons are much larger and are further downhill and are highlighted by the elevator than all those other homes, which were tucked in at the top of the slope to create a deck. It sticks out like a sore thumb that you can see all the way down to PCH. The house is very large at 5,232 square feet, and to have an elevator projecting like that seems to me to be designed to create a large backyard area further down the slope. I don't think I've seen, and I hear that Lewis may have seen an elevator that is that prominent over a very observable slope to get down to a backyard. I don't think that's justified. I drove from Bolsana. If you look at all the houses, I think one of your pictures, Larry, that are in the PowerPoint show that all the homes are tucked in at the top of the slope. I don't see a difference with Balboa. I think this creates a precedent for incredibly large homes to be stuck on the slope, and it's part of what I've seen as the progress of Laguna Beach to go bigger and bigger and bigger. So it changes the whole character of the neighborhood. So I just don't see it. I just can't support. So with respect to there may be kind of an area that maybe can make this work. And by the way, I'm looking at, it's so everyone sees, I'm looking at the projection of the house over the slope. I agree largely with Daniel's comments, the staff report about how it's not, how it projects out, how it's not, it goes with the topography. I think that if all the levels were put back and pylons could be used under the bottom floor there, so it is consistent with the topography. I wouldn't push the bottom floor back because I think that even creates an odder look. I would make it consistent with the topography, which is in the guidelines. And I'd pull the house back and make it smaller. With respect to that whole, development of the garden down there, or I mean, of a play area, what I have seen in other areas is to have a walkway to go, you can make that into an area, but make it with switchbacks, make it with something that's consistent with the terrain rather than this huge structure with an elevator that goes down. I think if you, push back the house, have the pylons, create a nice deck up there, consistent with the other homes in that whole area, I could support it. Now, let me talk just briefly about the view equity issue. I also think that the amount of glazing is just excessive on this house, given its prominence. I'd reduce and articulate the glazing. With respect to view equity, the board may feel differently than I do. So, these comments are designed to deal with the view equity issue that I think is somewhat appreciated. As I saw it, I went up to the house up on Bolsana, and I'm sorry, I forget the name of the. Yeah, I just lost my page here. Anyway, the house on Bolsana with Gametti, it did interfere with Whitewater views. He's got an amazing view everywhere else, and it appeared it's just one edge of the house, and I could not tell when I was up there, and you guys are already gone exactly, but because I didn't like the mass and scale and the neighborhood compatibility, I didn't really follow up. But I think that in redesigning the house, you should go up there and see if you can do something to protect Whitewater views. So long as, if you can accommodate that, I think that would be good and achieve view equity. That being said, he's got an awesome view up there. Let me see if I have any other points. Privacy. Part of the problem, and I'm sensitive to the privacy of the Singer's house, but the Singer's house was built with angles that look directly out onto the applicant's property at 629. And it's kind of designing a house without appreciating that there's going to be another house next door, and we've seen that on occasion. I am not so moved by the windows that are facing your property on that house, because that's their design. That being said, I agree with the comments from Mr. Weil, I think echoed by Board Member Thalman, that you do the best you can to minimize privacy impacts and light and glare impacts through those windows. So that's where I am.
I will quickly go here, and I kind of split between both parties here. I think overall it feels just like it's a much too large house for the narrowness of the lot. I do feel like the Singer's home, even though they built on the curve of the hill, which is a natural way to build, it is being impacted by their view, and their kitchen specifically is really impacted. I mean, it's just gone basically, but they do have a beautiful view out front. So they're not going to get everything back, I don't think, but I think you need to work on that area, which I would think by articulating that side, you won't have the standard classic flat step. You might have to articulate in a little bit, but if you came down in size, it possibly could give you enough relief there, or made your decking a little less, I don't know how deep they are, but perhaps a little relief there. The elevator is No, I have only seen one in Laguna, and that's down on Aliso Beach, but perhaps there's numerous. It seems to be like 26 feet high within the open space. I think it's 36 total, but the area that looks like a pillar will be 26 feet high. Even though you're greening it up, which is great. I don't know how that greens and how that grows, but trusting that it would be wrapped in organic material, that's interesting. But it's still the other pylons you showed from other houses did not have that depth underneath the house. And when I drove up the hill, I actually went, whoa, when I saw the story poles, because I was like, whoa, that's something big. And then I stopped and I took a minute and I went, okay, when you think about it, you do this. But it's large. And I think that's something that needs to be looked at, getting the maximum square footage you can, but articulating the house in a way that gives the singers a little relief. What was I going to say? The location lot, lookalikes, articulate, pool and spa, retaining wall in the spa. I don't know how high that is, but I think we can mitigate that with greenery down the line. Again, he already mentioned about the lighting coming out the windows. I've noticed a lot of these all window fronts, especially when they're up on a hill like this, become a glowing, alien in the sky. So we have to really look at your glass on that. So next round we would look at that. And then, like you said, whitewater, we do try to maintain the whitewater. Although these views are all great, I just think if there's a little bit of relief we can give the neighbors on that, that would be something that you should consider.
Did you time yourself? She did. She made her comments under 3 minutes. That's amazing. They actually got 2 minutes, so I appreciate that. Well, I'll be 1 minute and a half. I pretty much share the sentiments of these two board members to my right and the staff's report. On neighborhood compatibility, you've provided the details of neighborhood compatibility right here. The street behind you, Bosana, they're street to street lots and they're not consuming that entire hillside. And then when you look at to the left, the hillside to the left, those houses are 3 stories, yes, but they don't protrude so far outside of the, away from the hillside. And I think that's where the massing comes into play. So first and foremost, neighborhood compatibility isn't met, and not with this design. I think it needs to be looked at. I love Board Member Gibbs' suggestion of traversing down to the pool as opposed to this weird looking elevator structure thing. Although I think it would be cool because going up and down the elevator, looking at the ocean view, it's a very cool element. And I think maybe I could be behind it and support the elevator if the entire structure was tucked into the hillside a little bit more. As far as the garage and front facing, I love that design. It's a creative way to get a 4-car garage. I'm big on cars, and your neighbors are big on cars as well. And without adding mass and scale to the street, I thought you brilliantly designed that. Otherwise, overall, I think it's great. Or privacy issues, I don't see the privacy issue as far as, what's the other one? Yeah, the singers, their house is oriented towards the left. There's going to be some intrusion. But as far as privacy goes, I thought that was, there's no issue. View equity, again, they cut across, but they have this amazing view. And then the neighbors behind this, when this comes back, please reach out to us again. If you reached out to us last time, consider it void. Reach out to us again so we can see your impact. But they sit so high, I can't imagine there being a view impact there. So do you need any further clarification? For me, it's mostly neighborhood compatibility and then design integrity, massing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the instances where you have somewhat divergent views, but at least 3 want a significant reduction in the appearance of mass and scale to make it more neighborhood compatible. The fact that there may be an elevator with these huge pylons somewhere else, we're talking, in my mind, about Balboa, Balsama, Nice Place. we're not saying you go small. We're not saying that you can't build to the lot. But I think you need to, kind of go back and think about, bringing that house in and maybe making it a little bit smaller and getting rid of the elevator and the large pylons. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I'd like to see it blend into the hillside a little bit more. But it's a great design overall. You've marvelously done it. Consumed that entire space. And thank you for not doing the SB9.
Let's still afford it to them.
And I just wanted to say one thing to the neighbors. I think you guys should meet again. I think the Singers, I know how much you treasure your view there, that too, but you're not going to be able to keep it as you've had it. Just, I think you have to kind of start working through that, unless they come up with something magical. I mean, have at it. That'd be awesome. But I just think really try to work together on reality. There's a lot of emotion in this stuff. Rightly so. We've all been through it, I think. I just really encourage you to kind of try to step back for a minute and sit with them, and same thing with you guys, the O'Briens, if you could try to do that.
And a lot of what the Singers were discussing can be mitigated by creating the house that's pulled back towards the hillside, and that will mitigate the Singers. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's creative thinking, landscaping, whatever you can do to, to accommodate as much as you can.
To soften it from the street below. Yes. All right.
Here, I think
A continuance?
continuance, like how far out do you think you want to be? Or do you want to continue to a date uncertain, which would give you time to then select your date kind of in the future with staff? But uncertain would require a new noticing.
Well, I would need to redo some of the design and also then meet with the neighbors again. So when would be the next available DRB?
I mean, are you thinking
April
like,
13th.
I mean, it's probably April at the earliest, giving you a few weeks, but if you need longer than a few weeks, you're probably looking at May or.
No, I would take April.
So if you could resubmit within a month, within 4 weeks, then we could do April 10th.
Okay.
April 10th.
I will work. If I can, then I will.
But there is the second one in April. Do you
April-
take the back end of April?
April 24th,
Okay.
design review board meeting would allow you a submittal date of March 5th.
I think you
Yeah.
should take the April 24th, really think through your plans.
Then
You've got a great attorney who
Sure.
really knows the process.
Can
here
you,
on item number 5.7, the board will recommend you a continuance to April 24th,
April 24th.
April 24th.
Second.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for approval to the April 24th Design Review Board hearing with the submittal due on March 5th.
Thank you, board. Appreciate the comment.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next up is 5.9, located at 2840 Zell Drive. Yeah, we switched it.
We
We-
moved Zell.
We're doing Zell first. We switched it at the beginning of the meeting. So Bluebird Canyon will be saved for the last position of 2840 Zell Drive. Do we have ex parte? Please exit swiftly and quickly.
I'm going to fill my water bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, what are you doing here? You got what? We're all set.
Okay, so ex parte for 2840 Zell Drive. Mr. Gibbs, ex parte.
Yes, I met with David Parker and Steve Cartani. I spoke to No, so I met with Evan and Nancy Lindsay. I met with Melinda Carcinonis, and that's it.
I had a site visit with Steve Coratani and David Parker.
Same.
And I had a site visit with Steve and David, and I also met with the Lindsays and Melinda and her husband.
Site visit with Steve Coratani and David Parker.
All right. Mr. Wank, your presentation, please.
Thank you. Item 5.9 is a request for design review and a coastal development permit for the property at 2840 Zell Drive, located in the R1 zone. The property is currently a vacant lot and has not been previously through design review. The proposed project includes a new 3,195 square foot, 3-story single-family dwelling with an attached 2-car garage. The building program is generally configured with 2 main living levels over the 2-car garage. Other improvements include 494 square feet of elevated decking, grading, additional height for a proposed chimney, retaining walls, new vehicular access, and landscaping. An attached single-family ADU is also proposed at the garage level. The ADU has been designed to comply with the city's objective criteria and therefore is exempt from design review, although it does require a coastal development permit. This ADU is not appealable to the Coastal Commission and is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. In early conversations with the applicant, staff identified massing and articulation as a design concern. Massing continues to be a concern as the proposed home creates the appearance of an excessively large structure when viewed from the street and when compared to existing residential development in the vicinity. Neighborhood compatibility remains a concern as well. Staff recommended that the building should step with the topography and be reduced in size to reduce the perceived building mass and allow the residents to read as a 2-story building from the street. As proposed, the upper level decks project beyond the building plane at the middle level, adding to the perception of building mass. Staff has received letters from 3 of the adjacent neighbors with concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility, grading, wildlife preservation, flooding, parking, and landscaping. Staff recommends that the board direct the applicant to revise the project to satisfy the design articulation and neighborhood compatibility design review criteria. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wank. Any questions to staff? Or the board? No? Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Mr.
Garrett.
Parker.
I'm David Parker, the architect for this project. I'm here with the owner, Mr. Bouvan, and I want to thank the board for the time that you spent with us, and I want to thank staff for their work as well. And this is going to be a home for Mr. Bouvan to live in with his family, and we wanted to do something maybe a little bit different from what you normally see with modern design. The home is situated so that the only view that exists of the water is from the upper level, as you saw when you were there. There's no ocean view from the main level. So we have to be at a certain height because we're looking over the roofs of the houses across the street. We did spend quite a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay and Mr. and Mrs. Cartsonis, and they were all very forthcoming with their concerns, and we did our best to address those concerns. And one of them was they objected to a pool. Mr. Bouvan agreed to remove the pool. And this all happened before we got zoning clearance. We decided to address these issues prior to design review, just to make that clear. We lowered the house 2 feet, and I feel we have view equity for the Lindsays uphill from us. And we also pulled the house 2 feet away from the Cartsonis because they had a privacy concern. Can I have the slides projected, please? So I want to show you the articulation. I don't feel like perhaps I gave the staff enough information about the design articulation. You have the handout. I call this organic modern. It's just something a little different from typical modern. There's quite a lot of ins and outs. There's more curvilinear. I tried to show some restraint. One of the things I really tried to do is to get the garage to slope down below the street rather than at the street. And we succeeded in doing that. The garage is tucked under the house, tried to make it go away. We also tried to make the ADU go away and have a two-story appearance from the street. Next slide, please. You can see that the row of houses to the north, they all sit, their main level sits on the graded pad, and ours does the same thing. And you can see the house directly to the north of us has a garage tucked under as we do. However, the garage is at the street and all the other garages are at or above the street. Our garage is below the street. Next slide, please. We did a rendering superimposing the house into the streetscape with the two adjacent neighbors. The one on the right is Mr. and Mrs. Cartsonis, and you can see the Lindsay's house behind. I feel like it fits in quite well with the varied architecture on that street. This is the purpose of this slide. Next slide. This shows the view angles. We surveyed the height of the Lindsay's house. You can see that we're looking over the roof and the views are restricted. So we lowered the house 2 feet. We got below the sight line of the Lindsay's, but as you can see, our view is restricted, and if we lower it anymore, I fear that we're going to lose too much of our ocean view. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the footprint fits in with the city. We have the shallowest site on the property. It fits in quite well. In fact, the footprint's quite a bit smaller than the houses surrounding us. Next slide, please. These blue houses are all larger in square footage than our house. There's quite a number of them in our area. Next slide, please. These show houses that are 3 stories or 2 stories above garage to show neighborhood compatibility and consistency with pattern of development. Next slide, please. This is another section through the house. It shows the green area, which is the existing slope, which we're preserving to maintain an appearance of 2 stories. It'll screen from view the ADU and to a certain extent the garage. And that way we achieve a 2-story appearance. Now the plate heights above are only 8 feet going up to 10 feet. And the plate heights of the mid-level, the main level is only 8'7". Next slide, please. This is the landscape plan. It shows how we have privacy screening trees on the right side. And we provided an area on the upper corner for wildlife to pass through as the Lindsays requested us. I'd like you to meet my client, Mr. Bouvan. I use up almost all the time. Can he have a couple seconds just to introduce himself?
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Hakan Buvan. I am learning now Laguna Beach process. I worked 20 years in Europe, and first time I am developing one project in Laguna Beach, and you are very good working, and my English very bad, sorry, and just I like and I am learning how is neighborhoods. You are looking very good for neighbor, but developer very hard process, but Laguna Beach very important city. I love Laguna Beach, and my family and me very excited for this project. We are working for 3 years. I hope so this time we will get good news. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? This is 2840 Zell.
Hello, my name is Mike Cartsonis. I live at 2832 Zell Drive, directly south of 2840 with my wife. And I appreciate your guys' time. You guys, a lot of stuff thrown at you from all angles, from everybody. So God bless you for doing this job. My main concern is the size of this property. My drawings that I looked at have a 5,040 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot. The average square foot lots on Zell Drive are 2,708 square feet. We did a total survey on it. So this McMansion does not fit in with Zell Drive at all. It's got elevators. It just doesn't fit in with the theme of the street at all. The view preservation, the north side of our hills will be totally ruined. The amount of dirt that they want to take away, it really scares me. The jackhammering they're going to do of the sandstone and the vibration, and maybe compromise the foundation of our houses, and maybe break a lot of glasses. Who knows what might happen with the jackhammering? They're going to take so much dirt out of there. But the view deck would greatly invade our privacy on the south side of the back. It'd look right into our kitchen. I'd greatly appreciate you reduce this size of this home to fit into the neighborhood more around 2,800 to 3,000 square feet. Reduce the bedrooms to 4 max instead of 7 bedrooms. There's no 7 bedrooms at top of the world at all. So I'm not sure where you get the blue stuff that you put in there, but I'd have to kind of disagree with that. Remove the deck on the south end, as well as the wood burning fireplace. And God bless you and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. I want to thank Tom and Christine for coming to our home yesterday. My name is Melinda Morgan Cartsonis. I bought the home 23 years ago. And we have had numerous meetings with architect David Parker. And our first meeting was 2 years and 4 months ago on September 28th. And I thank you for taking out the pool, but I really feel that our voices have not been heard at all. View preservation. The site and placement of the home has completely taken away our beautiful view of the hills. The massive size of the home, 7 bedrooms, and it's also on the most shallow lot on Zell Drive. The average square footage for the surrounding 8 homes is 2,706 square feet. This home will also reduce the light significantly in our home. The design and structure of the home does not fit into the neighborhood compatibility design of Zell Drive. This has been referred often as a McMansion. The McMansionization, that's a wordful, of Laguna by Laguna Media. Most homes in our neighborhood have 3 bedrooms. They have 7 bedrooms planned. That's 5 bedrooms with the ADU of 2 bedrooms. This could result in 7 cars on our street. There are plans for only 2 cars and underground parking. So I believe zoning requirements require an additional 2 covered. I'm not quite sure on that, but having 7 cars on our street, it would be a parking lot on Zell Drive. Not to mention the danger of fire if we ever needed to evacuate. And about 4 years we were on evacuation for I think the Woods fire there. So we've gone through that before. Let's see. The major concern over the huge amount of dirt to be evacuated on the property. We need to see an excavation report. We are concerned about the foundation of our home, cracks in our home as a result of the jackhammering and excavation and the incredible amount of dirt they plan to take out of this lot. Both Sam Malik and Sam will be speaking after me in a bit. We have no backyards on our property. They have a backyard planned with a fountain and a fire pit, which we would look down from our deck, where we spend a lot of time. That sound of the fountain and social gatherings would be heard. We were never given a landscape plan. There is a view deck that looks directly into our home, which is a total invasion of our privacy. We live in that entire upstairs area where it's our kitchen, our living room, dining room, and they're looking right into our home. In closing, we would like the size of this home the square footage to be reduced significantly. Is my time over?
Yeah, before
It
you
is,
go.
but you can round out your
Okay, the
comment.
parking needs to be addressed. And just one last comment. I sent a November 7th letter to Garrett, and some of you have received it. I represented 9 homes, over 17 people on Zell Drive on that home, and we all oppose the large, massive structure that they hope to build on this street. Thank you.
Can you remind me which house you're in? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Which house you're in when you're facing this house? Are you to the right or the left?
Facing the beach, I'm to the left.
Facing the beach, you're to the left. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So are you behind this house then?
No, I'm next door.
Oh, okay.
Right next door.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So facing the front door of this house, you're to the right? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Dean.
Yes, thank you.
We are Evan and Nancy Lindsay. We live and own 2849 Chateau Way for over 28 years. So we've been very blessed to have that view with nobody below us. We are opposed to the proposed design submitted for your review. It is massive and out of scale to the size of the lot. It does not intend to preserve the integrity of this neighborhood's current character and charm. The proposed total building area square footage add in the hardscape square footage for the first level, side yards and the rear yard, rear patio, and rear view pad far exceeds any of the home square footage on Zell Drive. Site excavation. We are opposed to the amount of proposed excavation for this project. The 1,032 cubic yards for pre-graded lot is extreme and excessive for the neighborhood. All the homes on this side of Zell Drive have been built on the pre-graded pad with a minimum excavation. The amount of dust and debris would be in the hundreds of cubic yards. This could cake our home and plants in constant film of dirt. The hundreds of dump trucks required to remove all the sandstone will have a negative impact to the traffic flow on Zell Drive. We are concerned with possible landsliding to our property if excavation is discontinued and there is a major storm. Rear property. This area of the proposed design is of great concern to us. For years, we have witnessed the unrestricted movement of wildlife through this open space between the properties on Zell Drive and Chateau Way. Also, this allows unimpeded access for all the utilities. The proposed design indicates a 5-foot-high metal fence at the rear and side property lines. The site plan indicates this fence going directly over the Edison electrical equipment exclosure vault. Edison will not be able to remove this enclosure to access their equipment vault. The existing properties at 2832 and 2850 Zell Drive do not have rear patios and never excavated the slope behind them. The proposed rear patio and concrete view pad will have the most negative impact on our privacy. Landscaping, we just got the landscaping. The proposed landscape plan indicates a hedge of wax leaf privet to be planted across the entire length of the rear and upper side yards property lines. This will prevent our access at the bottom of our stairs to the west side lower portion of the property. This plant has a maximum height of 10 feet and 6 feet spread if not maintained. This plant will impact our view and grow into our property. The landscape plan indicate coverage of the entire rear of the project with continuous shrub of coast rosemary. This plant has a maximum height of 6 feet and 8 feet spread if not maintained. Do you want to come and finish?
In conclusion?
No, go ahead. Right
Hi.
So you'll get 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the landscape plan indicates 2 Tristiana conferta trees planted on to the south side yard and one on the north side. If this tree is not maintained, have a maximum height of 40 feet. The tree has a dense leaf canopy and will become a green shield blocking our view integrity corridor at these side yards. We are opposed to the proposed landscape plan for these trees and plants specified for the rear and side yards. We request the following from the Design Review Board. Building area, reduce overall building area square footage. Excavation, require the applicant post a bond to cover any and all damages, expenses to our neighboring properties, impacted repair costs. Also to reject the amount of 1,032 cubic yards of sandstone to be excavated and direct the applicant and architect to provide a redesign with less excavation. Rear property, require the applicant to redesign this part of the project with removing the rear patio and rear view pad and maintain existing slope. Remove the 5-foot metal fence at the rear side property lines. Landscaping, we require the applicant to redesign the landscape plan specifying trees at the side yard that do not exceed the height of the roof ridge and have a lacy openness. The specimen hedges to be planted on the top of the existing slope with a maximum height of 4 feet, not to exceed the roof eave at the rear of the property. The rear yard to be a low ground cover with a maximum 6 inches in height. Chimney, require the applicant to install a non-wood burning fireplace in the master bedroom and to lower the chimney below the top of the roof ridge. And we want to thank you for volunteering your time and listening to our many previously noted concerns and how this project will impact our lives and neighborhood.
You spoke very well. You did better than you thought. Next speaker.
Good evening, board. My name is Sam Malik. I own the property directly north of this project. It's 10 o'clock, so I'll try to be very brief. So I have two main concerns. One is the size of the project. As has been mentioned, 7 bedrooms, over 5,000 square feet in a 6,000 square lot. I think there was a mistake maybe in the architect's slides that were being shown, because I own the property that is right next to this property, and my property is substantially smaller than this project. I think maybe the ADU square footage is not included in the analysis that he's doing. My second concern, other than the size and just the fact that it's not compatible with the neighborhood, is the privacy issues. So because they're digging way into the hill, they don't have a lot of windows on the back. So as a result, they're putting a lot of windows right next to my property. And also there's a patio in the back and there's a deck in front, so they can actually look into the house from the front and the back, and there's a lot of windows on the side. And so my second concern are privacy issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? All right, you have 3 minutes.
Before I begin, the charge has gone. While I'm giving my rebuttal, can the gentleman back there bring me another one of these so that I can hear the board's responses?
Joe?
Please? I did my best to listen to
It's coming.
the concern. So, okay, I apologize. This is awkward, but I didn't expect the charge to die. So I'll begin my rebuttal now.
He'll get you reconnected.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, everybody.
It's nothing to apologize for.
Now I get to be on TV.
It's about time.
That's your 15 minutes.
And now I've got to go through the ritual of getting these things on my ears.
Cables.
I don't know if my ears are big or what, but I struggled getting that. No, that one went on okay.
I was saved by board member, what's your, Coveney? I was called you Gibbs.
Test. Can one of you say something?
Because I ran
Can you
out of
hear
juice
me?
on my iPad.
One moment.
No, she gave me her
Can you
plug.
hear me now?
I stole it from her
Test.
iPad.
Test.
Okay, it's working. Thank you so much. Thanks for your indulgence. Okay, I read the letters that came in, so I hopefully I didn't miss too much. I know there's a lot of concern about the excavation. I discussed alternate methods, new methods for excavating sandstone without jackhammering. There's something called hydraulic braking, which only happens for an hour or two, and it's not as invasive as jackhammering. And then they clear it. And there's also high pressure water jets, which is really the quietest method. And so there are other methods besides jackhammering that can keep the sound down. To a certain extent, dust and debris can be contained. We're only going to use the most professional, responsible contractors. Regarding the bedrooms, there are 7 bedrooms, but 2 of them are in the ADU, and we're really not allowed to consider that. However, we have a 20-foot deep driveway apron, which will easily fit 2 cars. So we can get 4 cars completely on our property. We eliminated windows on the Melinda and John's house side, and except for the small sliding doors for the bedrooms and a small corner window. We planted screening trees. We moved it farther away to try to help them with their privacy. I counted, there are 8 houses larger than ours, 5 of them in the immediate vicinity. Our house is really only 3194 square feet. It's really not large by today's standards. And as I said, there are 8 other houses in the neighborhood that are quite a bit larger than ours. And really, it's the appearance of mass and scale, as you all know, that's the main thing. And if you look at the contextual renderings that we provided, it's up to your judgment, but I really feel like everything fits in well. The upper floor steps back. We've screened it with landscaping. We've really tried to mitigate as much as possible the appearance of mass and scale. It's a very reasonable home, a very reasonable design in terms of size. There are a lot of smaller homes in the neighborhood, but there are also a lot of larger ones and other modern homes. So it's really another one of these neighborhoods that's in transition. Mr. Bouvin is a very quiet person. I don't expect that he's going to be partying all the time. The patio in back is modest. If you take out the landscaping, it's only about 500 square feet, plus a yard that's about 100, 120 square feet. So I think the neighbors can rest assured that he's going to be a really good neighbor and a very peaceful neighbor. And I think the house will enhance the neighborhood. And I'm a little biased being the architect, but that's my opinion. And thank you again for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Any questions to the applicant? Okay.
First of all, what is the total excavation is 1,032 cubic yards, is that right? How many trucks is that going to take?
How many what? Sorry.
Trucks is it going
How
to
many
take?
I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that. I didn't research that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What kind of soils underneath there going down as far as the excavation?
Well, it's bedrock. It's sandstone, which is not the most resistive bedrock out there.
Have you done any geological coring to see really what's down underneath there, whether you might hit a problem?
We won't know for sure until we go down, but it is the kind of material that is likely to not need a lot of shoring. It's likely to maintain vertical stability. But of course, we're going to have a geologist on the site, and if we need to do shoring, we'll do shoring.
Okay. Oftentimes we get geological reports in our packages where there's going to be, including where there's going to be some potential impacts.
That's in the next phase. We're not trained, we're not educated enough to review a geo report.
I disagree, but
I know we get the geo reports, but we can't review them and give an opinion on them.
we absolutely can read them, and if we see an issue, in fact, it could raise a CEQA issue. So, yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to know that. Has there been any examination to determine if the use of jackhammers or other, things that you're proposing might have impacts on neighbors' foundations?
I've not ever heard of foundations being damaged by vibration from excavation.
It was actually before the city council the other day on an appeal where there was that precise concern. All right.
Understood.
Then the next question unrelated to that. One of the comments was that somehow your fence interferes with the utilities. Have you looked at that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Tom?
One of the neighbors raised the issue of whether there was a utility easement you're putting a fence along that might interfere with access by the utilities.
Well, the box is only on our property for a couple feet. There's an Edison box back in the northeast corner, and we can certainly have gates and make sure that Edison can access it. I don't think there's a real problem with that.
Garrett, is that something that you guys looked at the planning looked at to make sure that the easements were protected by the design?
It is something that was reviewed within the process.
And I found
Certainly
it-
something we can look back in further if we want to include additional gates or any other measures to
This is
address
since
that.
it's coming back, that should probably be just checked to make sure. With respect to landscaping plan, I think one of the neighbors were referring to you were putting in trees that might grow tall. What do the plans call for regarding trees and height limitations?
We're very flexible on making modifications to the landscape
Okay.
plan. Our main concern for trees is privacy for the neighbor next door and for helping to maintain a two-story appearance from the street.
I get that. So I think when you come back, make sure that the trees have limitations to prevent view blockage.
Okay.
And there's a comment about the left elevation, I believe. What's your response on the issues of the amount of windows and potential privacy concerns?
I've
there?
looked at reducing windows on that side. And in the bathroom, Lewis and I talked about making them obscure glass.
Okay, thank you.
There's room to reduce glass there.
All right, thanks.
Any other board questions? No? No? Okay. Public hearing is now declared closed. We'll go into board comments. Mr. Weil? Before you put that peanut in your mouth?
Yeah. All right. So this is a vacant lot. We've had a couple of them tonight, and they're definitely, you know, a unique blend of review. I think in general, the spirit of this house is relatively neighborhood compatible. I think one of the challenges, I think just looking at the overall site is the projects are afforded the ADU component. And so there's 1,000 square feet that in this development is associated with the project, but it's really not up for review. Where the homes that were surrounding it that were built 20, 30, 40 years ago didn't have that component or that availability. So it's an evolve in the code and in the laws that afford this site kind of a bigger program than what is traditionally there. Doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's wrong. Just that's a different element that exists today. So without really reviewing the ADU, I actually think the underground component of the garage pull-in and it's downward and it's underneath is very neighborhood compatible. There's other homes that are on that same street that have that same component. The 2 levels above that is neighborhood compatible because it's on the uphill side of the street. As long as the views from above are maintained, which in some of the diagrams and just kind of some of my own analysis, I think they're pretty close. Next round, when this comes back, I'll take another look. I'll come to all the homes. There was just a lot of projects and a lot of requests for stuff, and I had limited time this week. So if I missed you, my fault, and that doesn't necessarily impact the review for where we're at with this session, but I will get to you in the future. I think the glazing is an issue. I mentioned some of the ones on the side need to be frosted, or some of the ones on the rear, especially on the bathroom elements, because the properties are relatively closer together. But the landscaping needs the mins and maxes. The glazing on the front, to go back to that, there needs to be some reduction overall. There's a lot on the front sides that are potentially problematic, not only for your own privacy, but for the neighbors. The atrium, I wasn't quite clear if that glass was going to be much more of a darker material, like a deeper tinted one or a deeper gray one. I'd like to see that so there's not such a glare, it more absorbs it. And since you probably won't be able to put blinds on it, it's probably beneficial that there's some tinting or whatever to it. The chimney, as mentioned, it should be side vented. There's no reason for that chimney to be up on the roof. So try to reconfigure that so it's
No wood burning fireplaces.
well, you can't have wood burning fireplaces
Yeah.
anyway, but you know, in some of these areas where we're really peeking over these houses, if it's not necessary to put the vent on the roof, which it's not, we can get it on the side of the house. That, and I follow my colleagues.
Ms. Tallman? Okay.
I'm losing my.
Go ahead.
Get in there, Chris.
Okay. David, I think this is one of the better houses you've designed. I think it's beautiful. I love the entrance. I love the design, the atrium in the middle. It's really unique. It's really different. However, it is big. And I know we're saying it's only 3,194 square feet, but it's also the lower level, which we can't count. But I was looking at the other homes that you pointed out in the neighborhood, and it's interesting. I mean, there's some with more square footage, but they're on bigger lots, a lot bigger lots. Everything from 8,200 to 6,300. They're all bigger, 9,500. But and that's the only thing I can think of with this home from a mass and scale standpoint. If you can just shrink it, just shrink it down, because I love the design. I think the design is beautiful. A couple other things: the deck in the front for Melinda and Mike. I think it's a little bit higher than theirs from what I've seen from the plans, but maybe it's shrinking that deck back a little bit just for more privacy. As far as the glazing, I really didn't have a problem with, at first I noticed the glazing, but today we use this non-glare glass, and the main issue with glazing is reflection and birds running into windows or becoming a beacon of light throughout. So I don't have a real problem with the glazing as long as you're using the anti-reflective glass. I do agree with Board Member Wild that I don't see the need for a tall chimney when we don't have wood burning fireplaces any longer. So, and those are my main comments, David. That's the easiest way to say it, just shrink it.
Everybody, I'll go quickly. I concur with my colleagues here. I think the design is very interesting. It's different. It's unique to Laguna. I don't think we've seen anything like this before. And because of that, and because of the lack of articulation in some of it, there's not as much, like the neighbor to the right, if you're looking at it, has a lot of articulation to her house, and it really just has a very easy way to, it just feels right in that neighborhood. This feels a little out of place, but I could get more behind the neighborhood compatibility if it was smaller. I think when you do something that's so distinctive, it needs to be less big. It just feels like it's massive because of all the glass and then just the decking that's coming out from it. Whether you have 5 bedrooms or 20 bedrooms, the bedroom sizes aren't that big, so it's not like you're doing anything excessive there. So I don't care how you chop up your house. It's just what's going on from when you're standing outside looking. We talked about the wraparound window. I don't know if you changed it on this Rev or not, that you had windows on this, as you came butterflied out, then you had some there that because of the neighbors and some privacy, I would look at cleaning that up as much as you can. But overall mass and scale is kind of where I'm stuck, even though you're still within the allowable footprint. And we cannot count the square footage of the ADU as a part of the overall square footage, so we can't look at that. I just think as a structural design, it just it needs to be made a little smaller. And then landscaping, we can work on next. Rev lighting, of course, because these types tend to get overlit. And I think you're meeting the parking criteria. So not much we can do there. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with what my colleagues. I think it's a really cool design too. I have the same problem. It's just big for the small lot and the neighborhood. Now, it's the appearance of mass to me as much as, probably more than the mass. And so I was thinking of articulation techniques, including glazing. I think there is too much glazing, and it contributes to the mass. So if there's more articulation, I think it could create a less massive. It's the uniformity between the two sides that goes all the way across the lot that creates, in my mind, the mass. Also, in setting one side to be, so if you look in the guidelines, it talks about different ways to articulate to reduce the appearance of mass. I love the design, but I think more of those techniques would improve it, and maybe you don't lose as much square feet in the process. Obviously the chimney removed. Also, the viewing deck along the property line in the back's got to go. It's right next to the people's property in the on Chateau Way, the Lindsays, and it's just too close and unnecessary. So I'd have that go. I think view equity is achieved. I look, in terms of looking at view equity, I did look at the Lindsays, and, I looked at the elevated pad. There's numerous elevated pads, and I don't think, given that it is a pre-done pad, that it's appropriate to require you to go down to reduce the height to, improve the view. I think view equity is achieved given the nature of the pad that you have and the views that the Lindsays have. So that kind of brings me, and also, as I said in my question, I think you need to identify the trees with height limitations so that they do not impact views, and get rid of the chimney. With respect to the soil, it's been something that I've thought about, and I listened to an appeal before the city council of one of our decisions, and the issue was raised about when you excavate, the fact that if you hit hard soil or hard rock with the jackhammers could impact close by adjoining neighbors' pads. Here, if it was just like you're doing a garage, that's not that big, maybe you say, okay, that's something that you could leave to the geology. But you're literally excavating a whole level underground, and you don't even know what exactly the soils are or whether what kind of equipment you need to do that. And I think the neighbors have a legitimate concern that their foundations could be impacted. I know I would have that concern if I was living next door. So for me, I'd like to have, request that you get a geological, consultant to determine what is underneath there and what would be, needed to remove it. And if there's, if it's jackhammer, if it's something that, will not impact other pads, that's fine. If it's something that may, I think you've got an issue there. So I would like to see that, more information on that at the next hearing.
Well, you had me a butterfly. Other than that, I share pretty much the same sentiments that the other board members have so well articulated. Don't really, I'd like to remind Mr. Gibbs his comments for the next project when you're talking about grading. 'Cause that would be beneficial for the next Bluebird project. But for this one, I told you already, the glazing, it's a lot of glazing, especially for that neighborhood. Love the design, and we can't depict on the ADU, but there are other houses where, like 7850, it's a 3-story structure with the garage down at the street and the 2 living spaces up top. So it's neighborhood compatible. It's just, for me, it's just the glazing. And I'd love to see the neighbors that are in the front and to the sides and look at these plans again with, from their viewpoint, before I can talk about privacy and view and all that. Otherwise, it's a great start. Love the design. I agree that it's a little bit large. It's almost like you're building to the envelope. And as you know, you have a building envelope, but it doesn't necessarily mean you get to build to the envelope. So if you can make it fit a little bit better, make it not as massive appearing, size doesn't matter. It's articulation that creates mass and scale. Those are my comments. When would you like to come back?
What's the nearest available date?
Well, for a 2-week turnaround, it would be March 27th. But if you need a month to redesign and resubmit, then it would be
We're going to need
April
some
10th.
time to work on our design, it looks like. So I think we're probably going to need at least a month and a half before we submit the plans.
Then I would suggest April 24th with submittals due
24?
March 5th.
March 5th.
That's 6 weeks roughly.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. All right, we'll do that.
Chair, on that, I'll move item number 5.9 at 2840 Zell Drive to be continued to April 24th, 2025, with direction from the board.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair
Oh,
Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
sorry, I answered for a while.
Oh, that was me. Yes.
Yeah.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to the April 24th Design Review Board hearing with the submittals due on March 5th.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Gibbs is going to use the restroom. While he's doing that, we can introduce the project and give ex parte. Is it? So this is now we saved the best for last. This is the 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive.
It's right here on
I'll give my ex parte.
Okay.
I did a site visit with Steve Cortani, David Parker. I spoke with Peter Grauman. I've received numerous communications with many of the people in the Bluebird community, including Morningside. And I've read every single one of your emails.
I met with Steve Cortani and David Parker at the site.
Mrs. Thalman?
I'm trying to remember one of the other people.
Okay, I got mine. Hold on. I spoke with William Horner, Peter Grauman, Marcia Stallworth, Eileen Slora, Susan Witten, Steve Cortani, David Parker. Yeah, business site.
Mr. Gibbs, ex parte?
Let's see. I met with Dave Parker and Steve Cartani. Spoke to Mary Fargus. I met with John and Kathy met with Marcia Stallworth, who represented Kathy and John Romita. I met with Peter Grauman. I met with William Horner. And I met with Susan Wint.
And I met with Steve Cortani, David Parker, William Horner, Susan Witten. And there was another lady, and I can't remember. She was a former planning commissioner.
All right.
Chair, can I acknowledge one thing?
Yes, please.
Just want to welcome
my
Nancy
favor.
Steer back. It's been a long time. It's been, when I started on the board, Nancy was up here, but it's nice to see you back.
And when I started on the board as well. Nice to see you
40
again.
years since I've
And you look a
retired.
lot more relaxed than you did when you were up here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you ready for my presentation?
I'm ready for your fabulous presentation.
Sure. Thank you. This is item 5.8. It's a request for design review, a coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit for a new single-family dwelling on a vacant building site at 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive. Lot B is called, in the R1 low-density zone. Next slide, please. This is I'm sorry, that's correct. This is the site plan shown in blue. It is a lot split. Lot A is on the slide to the left with one house next to that, and then vacant lots on all the other sides. So it is surrounded by vacant lots. And then the bottom is the street frontage. Seen from Bluebird Canyon Drive, it's very steep. Next slide, please. Design review is required for the new structure, elevated, the vehicular access, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, a spa, and landscaping. Coastal development permit is required for the new single-family dwelling, and the revocable encroachment permit is required for walls, stairs, irrigation, drainage, and lighting. The site plan is shown there. The front rendering shows the driveway, which is a unique design for hillside development, although there are other driveways in the neighborhood that have long driveways. Next slide, please. These are the one repeat slide of the renderings and 3 other renderings, and we can go back to this if needed during the presentation or in the deliberation if necessary. And slide 4, please. The design review criteria that the board should comment on is access, design articulation, general plan compliance, landscaping, lighting and glare, neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view equity. And then my final slide. We heard from some neighbors and staff requests that the design review board ask questions of staff and the applicant team take public comments, and then deliberate on the project components to give direction for a future hearing continued to a date certain. And that concludes my comments, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you.
Board, do you have questions for staff?
I have one quick question, and I know you gave it to us, Nancy, in the staff report, but you had done some comparison. Can you tell me can you reiterate the lot size for this property and then the size of the build? This is 1530, this is 1560. So the
Right.
lot area is 8.5, I think I found it.
Yes, the lot area, the subject property is 8,582 square feet. And then the square footage of the home, is that what you're asking?
Yes, please.
The square footage living area is 3,598.
398, and
square
that
feet.
is, all right. And then I know we had something before us before, 1526. I'm sorry, 1536. That lot area was 13,866.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So
And-
the three lots that were compared in the staff report were just to try and show neighborhood compatibility of things that you have seen recently.
381. That's perfect. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions to staff?
I have a quick question, Nancy. On the geo report, and I know it looks like it's for the entire parcel.
Right.
On the limitations, I think there's the last part of it says that this, as site geotechnical conditions may alter after time, the recommendations presented in this are only valid for a time period of 1 year from the report date. The report date is August 22nd, 2024, so.
Right. So when they need on a vacant lot, you
Yeah.
need a geological report, or sometimes the city would accept a feasibility study just to say that something could be built on that. And then when they go to building plan check, they'll resubmit the plan at that time.
With the new
The
report.
report at that
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
Good question. Any other questions?
Mhm.
No? All right, Mr.
Slide
Parker,
up, please.
you have the
I need
5
to-
minutes.
I want to start the slideshow.
Mhm.
That's not the first one, that's the last one. There we are. Okay. Good evening, board members. I'm David Parker, architect for this project. We are pleased to present it to you tonight. Can I have the next slide, please? I want to thank everyone for meeting with us, all the board members and staff as well. We're presenting a 3,600 square foot, two-story home with a tucked under two-car garage on an 8,500 square foot lot. Our design is the result of careful and rigorous planning and analysis. Next slide. From the start, we were committed to a completely code-compliant project with no variances, neighborhood compatible, and adherent to all design guidelines. Our meetings with staff and engineers established the location of the driveway, garage, and home. Next slide. The driveway and garage location are designed to enhance safety by allowing a turnaround at the garage with a nose-out vehicle exiting onto the narrow street. The driveway was engineered to minimize grading, and the garage located above the street to avoid a variance required for vertical separation from the home. We adhere to city guidance to create a driveway leading to an uphill garage with direct access to the house. Next slide. This slide shows a previous project. Prior to our beginning, we met with planner Chris Dominguez, who advised us that this underground garage design was a key blocking issue and directed us to use an on-grade driveway to access the garage and home, like the neighbors to the west. Next slide. The home is not excessively cut into the slope and follows the topography in both directions. The home rests on the only flat graded area, which is at the top, is well articulated, and a textbook hillside guidelines compliant design. The applicant requested a soft modern style as currently designed. The ample turnaround can accommodate 1 or 2 additional cars. Next slide. This map of the area shows the 2 homes to the west, which each have a driveway leading to an uphill garage, and 2 homes to the east, which are sitting on the top of the lot. Our siting follows this pattern of development. Next slide. The houses across the street face downhill on very small lots and should not be compared to ours. As the properties move east, they become larger and have comparable floor areas. Next slide. Our project size is neighborhood compatible with several homes on Bluebird Canyon. There are 6 houses in yellow, which are over 3,000 square feet, and 3 of them in red are larger than ours. Next slide. We provided a city mandating parking space on the street right-of-way. The driveway brings the garage close to the home, and the resulting retaining infrastructure improves hillside stability and controls water runoff. Our design complies with all the codes and guidelines. No variances, is well articulated and neighborhood compatible. We comply with all the fire codes, and our fire access plan was approved. And finally, we believe we have a well-designed home that will enhance the neighborhood. Now I'd like to introduce my client, Mr. Dernays.
Evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing us tonight. It was a challenging project. When we looked at it before we even bought the property, we knew that getting up 28 feet onto the 60% of buildable area was a difficult task, and Toll Engineering did a lot of work to really come up with a model that worked. And ultimately, there are a lot of benefits that come out of that, even though there's some articulation issues that have been raised. In particular, the structural support of those caissons going in at the grade level is incredibly important to improve the stability of the hill. There's no structural support in there now from the original cutting of that hill. And more importantly, the biggest mass down there at the street is the parking area that's mandated, and we have no choice for that retaining wall that's sitting there. Ultimately, we've gotten a lot of feedback recently. We didn't get much early on. We've tried to talk to a lot of the neighbors, but only this last fall, we started getting reasonably material feedback. And the real meaningful feedback is coming from the people directly across the street. And we factor a lot of that in, which we'll see in a bit. The retaining walls, yeah, thank you. One of the biggest challenges we had was the staff report recently came back, and a lot of the things that are in there, especially the comparison to the other ones in Morningside, were just surprising. Can you keep the thing up? Anyway, in there I put in some comparisons to those projects, and across the board for those approvals, go forward like 4 slides. I basically looked at our project compared to one more. Our project compared to the other ones that were recently approved, and in all dimensions were better. In the case of the size of the home, we're only 150 square feet bigger than Mr. Riahi's home at 1526. And this set of pictures here is directly out of the staff report, but properly scaled to show the proper height of the homes from the finished
And in
floor.
conclusion?
In conclusion, we want the input from the staff here. We've certainly gotten a lot of input from the neighbors that we think makes sense. There's a lot of additional noise coming from the Morningside team, which we think is somewhat inappropriate for our project. And we have compared it to the local one, which is direction you gave to the Morningside people last spring, that they should focus locally on the Morningside street. So we're focused on Bluebird, not Morningside.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on, what is this address? 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive. How many are there of you that are going to speak? Can everyone come to the front and take the chairs up front?
Hello.
Hello. I need to see how many people are going to speak. Everyone that's coming to the front is going to speak. Okay, we'll limit comments to 2 minutes, please. You can start.
ahead.
Yes, thanks.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pam Adams. I live on Morningside Drive. Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. I am opposed to this applicant's project at 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive. I guess it's called Parcel B. First, it has been expressed multiple times to Design Review Board and the City of Laguna Beach to look at the projects on this knoll that this project is proposing as part of a whole. This knoll development will C, not the original 4 structures that were originally planned for many years, but a minimum of 7 structures due to, in part, the California's SB law, allowing lots to be split into separate and smaller parcels. This only increases the density in this very fragile area and is a very high fire hazard area as well. The applicant's architect has designed a sterile structure with massive glazing and light metal to sit on the top of the knoll. This is another design from the same architect, but a different applicant, attempting to ignore previous feedback from the Design Review Board, the neighborhood residents, and the design guidelines in this area. It is not compatible in mass and scale. It's light intrusive from extensive glazing and lightness of materials, and the extensive non-permeable hardscape that will generate noise intrusions across the canyon. The visual character of the neighborhood will not be preserved or enhanced by this project. In my opinion, it does not represent a design to be built into the knoll, and it needs to be denied with major changes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Don't be shy.
Hi, William Horner. I'm at 1565 Bluebird. That's catty corner from the project. It's the kind of old wood A-frame. I've had some good conversations with David. Obviously recognize his right to build. I think I have my kind of concerns fall into 2 buckets. One is just general neighborhood compatibility, mass integration into the topography of the slope, and the excessive glazing. I think my primary concern is the public way on that stretch of Bluebird is a pretty cherished thing by neighbors. We walk our dogs there daily. We're having conversations in our front yard. We know that there's no expectation of complete privacy from our front yards or from the public way. We think that there's probably a better balance, and we could find some win-win solutions in terms of 2-way screening, suggesting potentially using different balcony materials other than glass, potentially raising sill heights on windows, and reducing the extent and size of windows. I think it would strike a better balance. The second category is more things specific to our property. I think primarily it's kind of a strange concern, but essentially our master bedroom, and Christine, I think you took some photos of it. There's weird acoustics off of my neighbor Peter's yard, where essentially noise travels down the ridgeline, echoes between the houses, and filters into our master bedroom. If you look at it from a distance perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but essentially we can make out anything that's heard or said up there. So our primary concern there is the large balcony, which kind of opens the door to large social gatherings on the rooftop. We'd love for you and your wife to have a nice space to sit out there. We'd probably appreciate that being reduced in size a little bit. I'm not expecting you to have big parties, but you never know what the future resident may do. Thank you. And then I think the other big thing is light pollution. If I tried to actually capture it with a photo, you can't because it's so dark. We appreciate what you've done in terms of window shading on timers. We support that. We just ask that the board consider the angles from any shielded lights or soffit lighting, because we're about 47 feet below the project from the street, and we're worried that even shielded lights may kind of direct right down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Tim Kane. I live at 1515 Morningside, and being here for 6 hours or 5.5 hours is almost worth it, Christine, to see you. It's really nice that you're sitting back here, and it's a pleasure to see you. One of the things that the applicant brought up was comparing himself to Riahi's home. That house was approved here at DRC, and I think it's a matter of perspective. The neighborhood got together and appealed that, and it was voted unanimously by City Council that it was inappropriate for the neighborhood, and it was too large and sets a precedent for too large of a home. When the lots keep getting divided, this lot is about a 40% coverage. This lot is located on a piece of property that's about 1.5 acres big. It's now been subdivided into 6 lots and maybe subdivided into more. You take 40% over 1.5 acres, that's 25,000 square feet of new homes that would be going across the street from us. So looking at it as one lot, as a perspective of, oh, doesn't sound bad, 3,000 foot lot, 40% coverage, not a big deal. Looking at 25,000 square feet of new home is another perspective. And I think that's a perspective that the city council took. And the city council thought that it was inappropriate, that it was just too big. So I would urge you to take the perspective of the city council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for visiting the property. Almost everybody was there and I spoke with you. I appreciate this. The proposed project, the home is big. The square foot number that was given, 3,500 and change, does not include the garage. The average home in that area, it's approximately 1,600 to 2,700 square feet. So this is significantly larger. The style doesn't fit at all. It's glass and concrete, and the neighborhood is well established and totally different. The street, I live directly below the project. The street is 18 feet wide. To do the massive excavations, it'll block traffic, it'll block access, it'll create a safety issue. So there are, according to the applicant, I don't know if the number is true, it'll take 170 truckloads to get the excavations out. Now, on top of it, right, this here is lot B. Lot A, right next to it, is going to come up pretty soon, and it has exactly the same issues. So my suggestion is these two projects should be combined into one hearing because the same issues will come up. And in its current form, I do not approve of the proposed building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Marcia Stallworth, and I'm here for the Ramirez. They are out of the country again and can't make it, unfortunately. So I'm sorry that I'm here, but they still have not been receiving any notifications about what's been going on here. I did put in a change of address because they did move from one residence to another residence. I did that last year. I think it was October. Once I came down here, I spoke to Kathy. She asked me to come down here to be here on their behalf. I yesterday went over to the county recorder's office and tried to locate the assessor. I got a telephone number, called the assessor. I made multiple telephone calls with no response. I don't know when they'll get back with me to verify the address. I did speak with Julie, I think it was in the office earlier today before she left, and she said that I gave her my contact information and she would do some research on it for me and let me know what's going on in regards to their address and trying to resolve the problem, why they're not getting any notification about anything that's going on. They're very good people. I don't think that they would be dishonest about the fact that they aren't receiving notifications, but it's been ongoing ever since everybody started to do stuff here. David has been the only one we've been in contact with that has given us some insight as to what's been going on. And that's why I'm here today. They do seem to, well, they haven't seen the property. They don't know what the flags are. They don't really know the impact of anything that's going on around there. In my conversations with Kathy, she has said that she's very interested in hiring professionals to come out there and investigate their property, investigate the impact that the surrounding properties proposed projects would have on their project or on their property. Initially, I think that maybe the narrow setback on the east side is a concern of theirs, and potentially blocking view and kind of the wall that they would be looking at. But Other than that, I think that everybody, it would be nice if everybody
And in
could
conclusion,
build on their property and be happy and be good neighbors.
thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The city staff report and the many letters from our neighbors document the multiple ways this proposed house does not meet the DRB guidelines and land use policy requirements and is incompatible with the neighborhood. The driveway and retaining walls are especially impactful, as is the amount of glazing on this two-story house sitting on the top of the knoll, some 51 feet above the street at its highest point. I'd like to talk about quality of life in a neighborhood and a community. To start, none of the expected 7 houses that will be built on the knoll will be built in isolation. The houses are tightly packed together on contiguous lots on a steep landform. Even a flat piece of land with this density and easy construction access, none of which this has, would be challenging to develop. Because of SB 9, project plans for these lots are all being submitted to the city more or less at the same time in a land rush mode. When will there be further investigation of the geology to answer longstanding questions about the stability of the south-facing slope and the ancient landslide on top of the knoll at the edge of 1560 Bluebird? 1560 Bluebird is not only a residential project, it also requires road widening and utility pole relocation projects. How long is the approval process likely to take for all of this work? And what is the construction period for all of this work, factoring in the inaccessible location? This challenging situation is exacerbated by the absence of comprehensive planning and a lack of consideration of development impacts. And as a result of the lack of comprehensive planning, the 2 houses that have been approved were appealed to City Council. Comprehensive planning would have made a difference. Further, part of a planning effort would also include construction management, that is determining the number of years of construction for each project overlaid with sequencing of multiple projects under construction at the same time using the same access routes.
And in conclusion, sorry.
And finally, as mentioned earlier this evening, while City Council, not DRB, legislates construction and safety-related issues, the actual action of this scale of development is not neighborhood compatible.
Thank you.
Hello, Richard Bellier, 1494 Morningside Circle. I think a big thing that the Design Review Board needs to realize is that the only reason he's building that convoluted driveway is because he wants to build a big glass lighthouse on the top of the knoll. So I want to get back to my original considerations with the Rihahi development, and that is to minimize the massive structures that all these developers want to build on the 7 or 8 lots that exist there with SB 9. A way to help this whole situation out is to excavate into the hillside. Not everything has to be on the top of the knoll, and it's an eyesore. So I really appreciate some sort of concerted effort to view this whole development in a whole and not piecemeal with each of these individual developers trying to build the biggest house on the lot. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello. My husband and I have reviewed the project and studied the plans in detail. We understand that unlike the other 2 projects on Morningside, this project has gone through the planning department and gone through the process of the management review process to get direction and work with the planners right from the beginning. After reading the staff report and public comments, I felt compelled to come and talk about this wonderful couple. They are not developers. They've lived in this community for over 25 years. What I really want you to understand is what these wonderful people, particularly David, has done for our community. It's thanks to his leadership and drive and tenacity that that Rimrock Canyon is not being developed right now. He led and stopped the a developer who wanted to build 9 massive homes in that canyon and almost got away with it. And it was because of him that that stopped. Well, he did that forsaking his own view, but in the greater good of protecting the canyon. And that's an important thing for us to understand of who we're dealing with. I mean, who wouldn't want wonderful people like that? They were willing to step up and do something for us at their, forgoing their own view and having to deal with everything that was involved in that. This home is 100% compatible with Laguna Beach, general plan, municipal code, hillside guidance. They're not asking for any variances. It's not impacting any view, nor is it impacting anybody's privacy. This is a wonderful family, and I would implore you to approve the project, and please, neighbors, embrace them. They're truly wonderful people.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? All right, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Start my clock. Could you cue up the slide where we left off, Wendy? And while we're waiting, during all this time meeting with all you folks, I forgot that it's my dad's 106th birthday today. So happy birthday. He's not alive, but I'm wishing him.
But he was a staple in Laguna Beach.
Shares a birthday with my 10-year-old son.
Awesome. Wendy, could you scroll?
Couple more. Yeah.
Okay, one more. Okay, thank you. Good evening, board and staff. My name is Steve Kawaratani, representing the project. Thanks again for meeting with me this week. I know I was involved with quite a few projects. The board is tasked with reviewing this application, and it is a vacant and buildable lot. And you've heard this evening a bunch of competing public interests and a whole lot of hype. The site includes a knoll that has been previously disturbed, and it does not contain high-value habitat. This evening, you'll be considering the pattern of development, the design review guidelines, the general plan, and safety. We understand that while the project may not be approved this evening, we look forward to your comments. If you look at the first slide, the driveway and garage are highlighted in blue, and it begins 10 feet back of the right-of-way and 10 feet up from the paving. And this is depicted in yellow. Just to create the public parking space, we have to have a 12-foot retaining wall. That is how steep this property is. The driveway we're proposing does not require a variance, and it allows for direct access into the proposed residence. It also provides for 2 additional parking spaces and a nose-out exit of vehicles on a street with limited sight line. This concept limits grading. It's as mandated by the general plan, and furthermore establishes conformance to the hillside guidelines. Over 50% of the buildable site, depicted in green, is on the knoll. Next slide, please. The driveway was designed by a licensed civil engineer whose professional opinion is the driveway is sited in the optimal location. The 4 neighboring properties to the south have all placed their homes on the ridge. Next slide. This is our updated rendering, which shows proposed modifications when we come and see you next time. And this is the addition of trees and vines, lowering of the walls where feasible, and reduction of glazing. This application and the proceeding 2 on Morningside and subsequent projects are owned by 4 different applicants. While it probably would have been advantageous and probably warranted for the ownerships to coordinate and cooperate, 10 more seconds, please. Unfortunately, it did not happen. However, this isn't the fault of the applicant. He reached out to everyone, and as he noted, people didn't get back to him until the last minute. We look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koratani. All right, any questions of the applicant?
I've got a quick question. On the graphic, Steve, you said that the green area, can you re-explain the green area on that graphic? Can you put that back up?
The second page.
Yeah. So the green area is all on what part of the lot?
Okay, so that green area is basically the footprint of the house. Okay, so part of it, once we get past the blue area, which is the garage and driveway, the green area is the buildable area outside of the setbacks, Louis.
Okay, but you said it was all, the green area was all on the knoll, is that correct?
It's basically on the knoll.
And you said the other developments were on the ridge line. So it's all on the knoll and the other developments were on the ridge line.
Well, we are on the ridge. His property is on the ridge.
But you said this green area is on the knoll.
I'm sorry?
The green area is all on the knoll. The flatter
It-
part of the top of this
much of-
ridge is the knoll, correct?
It's on the major, can you explain that, David?
The orange line is a 504 elevation. That's all the top of the knoll. And we cut into the hill. to the
Beyond
north.
everything above the orange line.
Yeah, right.
It's the top of the knoll.
Correct. And so the green line is the home's footprint and 90% of it is on that 504 level.
Yeah, the house is on top of the knoll,
Okay,
which is,
thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I guess the finished floor height of the garage is how high?
It is 491 and change.
And I guess
They're talking about from the grade.
so what I'm trying to figure out is the calculations between where your property takes access from the street to where the finished floor of the garage is.
Yeah, that's just under 17 feet. 476 elevation is the entry point. The
70 feet,
driveway
that
on
makes
Yeah.
the southwest corner of the right of way. And from there, we go up to 491 and change, like 0.7 something.
And then
So about 16.7 feet.
without too much, you gave us this.
That's from Mr. Parker.
Mr. Parker,
Yeah, it's some of the other driveways in the area.
and was there a reason you excluded the addresses for these properties or any of these on Morningside and Bluebird Drive?
I don't,
Because I can tell you where 7 of them are.
I don't know. That was a supplemental that
And
David added.
they're not on those 2 streets.
May I respond to that? I was curious, so I drove around there. These are in the Temple Hills area. It wasn't hard at all to find houses that are on uphill side where the driveways led up to the house.
Your examples, do you know how many of them had shared driveways with other properties?
I don't know how many, but the ones I took did not appear, well, there was one that did appear to have a shared driveway. The others appeared to be their own driveways,
I
but
think there's 3 or 4 that are in this
Well,
example.
your eyes are probably better than mine.
Well, I've been to the sites and I've evaluated them over the
Yeah.
years.
So my point is that this is a standard of development for projects that are uphill. And I also noticed that when the driveway more or less parallels the street, like we're proposing, there's an opportunity to get a lot of landscape. And you drive past the entrance of the driveway and look up, you can't see the house because there's a lot of landscaping there. And we could do that. So similar, we've got a parking space that we have to have, but we're restoring or we're preserving the slope from the street up to the driveway. So we can get a lot of dense landscaping there.
Do any of these in what you claim are examples have 12-foot retaining walls or higher?
No, but it's
At least
because
it's
none of
not
them have a
25
parking
feet.
space there. So
Okay.
I know what you're saying, Louis. I appreciate it.
I think that's getting into
Yeah,
comment.
yeah, I don't appreciate your attack behavior.
If you're gonna put up examples, they better be good ones.
Yeah,
Neighbor
I
examples
agree.
in the document.
Yeah,
Not
that's-
good
that's
examples.
bad examples.
I will admit they were bad examples, but it's still attacking the applicant.
Not surprised.
Any other questions?
I'll go first if we can go.
Comments? No. Yes, questions?
Oh, I don't have any
I
more
was gonna
questions.
go comments.
I think this is maybe a question for the attorney on SB 9. Because as I look at this project, it seems like it's a culmination of all these projects that people are upset about. And my understanding of SB 9 was splitting a lot for 2 homes.
Yeah.
We're talking about a lot of, can you give like well, I don't know if this is the time, but I think we need, or this body needs a primer on SB 9 and what it means for development and development standards, because my understanding was that
You could put
it
two
was by
structures.
right.
Yeah.
It was by right development where you didn't even have to have design review. So,
Oh, no, that's
and I'm just trying, it's related, but
And they
not
have the
totally
right-
to the project.
Yes,
So,
and they would have a right, by an SB 9, they would also have a right to put two housing dwelling units.
right.
It just creates 2 different lots, still subject to all city laws, ordinances, regulations.
Well, what I read about it was that it's not subject, it only has to be objective review,
No,
not
I don't- no, not-
subjective.
Not with this.
Well, maybe that's old.
Yeah, go
And
ahead,
that's why I directed it to
Yeah,
our city
go ahead,
attorney.
Pat.
Yeah.
Correct. So the resulting lot here was you have SB 9. It did a lot, one of which was as this lot did. You can split a lot into 2. And then the other component is you get a 2-unit project, which is 2 units on each lot. So this one is just and once again, planner, I apologize, Palmer. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So they have already done the SB 9 lot split, and now they're coming to this board for the development, for the proposed project here.
And is it by right that with the SB 9 split, each lot could have 2 dwelling units? Is that what the SB 9
Correct. So
split?
now, once again, that is what the state law says in state law. Now, once again, Laguna has its own unique development standards that may or may not play into that.
Okay.
Anyway, that was my question. It just seems like understanding that impact.
It's the one size fits all lawmaking.
Yeah,
Make sure you vote.
it's crazy.
California.
Make sure you
More
pay attention to what they're
problematics.
passing up in Sacramento.
More problematic state laws on residential development.
Any other questions? Christine, would you like to start off with the comments? No? Okay.
I'll start, only because I'm fading and I'm sure I'll get less articulate as the night goes on. I'm already been struggling throughout the night. So I've talked in my head about this project a lot, and I'm trying to remain calm. But I hate this project. I think it's a bad project. I think that the way this knoll is being attacked is unsettling. When I went with Steve and David, I could barely contain myself. I was shaking. I was so mad. We had a previous home on Morningside, 1536, 13,000 square foot lot. The amount of attention paid to that build, from a height and a ridge line and a view, it was astounding. And they are building a house that's, I can't remember the size, but much smaller. And they have all this organic around them. And the whole house is built of organic materials in that it fits into the hillside. It's not a glaze. It's an organic home with lots of organic land around it. You've got a 3-story concrete pathway up to a glazed stucco monster on a knoll. And I appreciate the person that came to speak on your behalf. That's awesome, because I want to trust that everybody's looking out for each other. But it doesn't feel like you're looking out for this community. If you looked out that strongly for them, it's kind of stunning to think you would look to build something on top of the knoll. When I got up there, it looked like a story pole graveyard. It was just a disaster. And I thought, how can they be over there and that person be there and this thing be up here trying to capture every possible view, which if I recall, you were very adamant about the people at 1536 not taking any of your north-facing view when you're facing south or westish, southwestish. And, and that doesn't even matter. What matters is the home that you have is on top of a knoll. It's not organic to the hillside. It's not taking into consideration the growth of the area that is to come, which as someone in the community should. You have 18-foot, which I just heard tonight, streets, which is astounding to me. It's like, that's something I'm going to go to the city about immediately and say, how the hell, how can you even build on this thing when you've got roads like this and flagmen and you're digging all that? I mean, you have every right to build, but I see the opportunity as not to get on top of the knoll, but to do what most people do on hillsides with slopes like this, and that is stagger the building up the knoll. And that's fine. The thing you showed with the X in the driveway, it was still all the, and then all of a sudden a house at the top. It was like, I mean, I don't know this world 100%, but I know when I'm trying to be taken down a different path. I'm smart enough to know that. And I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed, David, in you, and I'm disappointed in you, Steve, that this would even be before us.
Okay, fiery.
All right, let me kind of,
Forget.
I agree with my fellow board members' comments. But let me be a little bit less dramatic about it.
And I do apologize for being
No,
very passionate, but I love this community, and I feel like is a big.
All right, so as I think many of you know, I voted no on 1526 because I thought that project was towering. I had very close to voting no on 1536 because that project was also towering. But for the reasons that my colleague just said, it was more integrated and it worked for a lot of different reasons. That I think is going to go before the city council, and they're going to decide. So I'll give a kind of a more general comment. First of all, this whole knoll, both sides are being developed, with large homes in neighborhoods that don't have that kind of development. Also, the road on Bluebird Canyon, Upper Bluebird Canyon there, is 18 feet wide, and it's in terrible shape. I don't know how all this construction is going to happen, and it's going to terribly disrupt these people's lives. So when this thing comes back, I really do want to see a staging plan of how you're going to deal with the road and these neighbors, because I am very concerned. I'm also, feel that the city needs to step into the whole knoll issue with all these homes being developed. One is coming back to us, the other's on appeal, and now we have yours. There needs to be the city coming in. I worked on a lot of large projects when I was a practicing attorney in land use. And when we had a large project, they not only built their homes, they built the infrastructure necessary for the homes. And that needs to happen on Bluebird Canyon for all these developments. But putting that aside, that's not within our jurisdiction. With respect to this house is in my mind totally incompatible, not only with this neighborhood, but virtually any other neighborhood I'm aware of. You have this huge, retaining walls, meandering driveway to make a house that you can have on top of the knoll so you can get all your great views. I get that. But it creates such a you can drive around, Bluebird Canyon homes. You can go up even to Temple Hill. You're not going to find this house. Maybe you might find one in, a particular community, but I don't see it up there. It needs to be changed. It almost needs to be started from scratch. I think it's developable. Now, in looking at these homes, all of these homes, if you look, you don't see a 4 or 5 story, a building, because you're going to see that with the retaining walls and all this stuff. These are setback homes, long driveways, much like Susan Witten's driveway. You hardly see her home there. I'm not sure, candidly, a 150-foot driveway works on such a steep slope hill, because to do that, you're gonna got to create these immense retaining walls and basically a face of building. I think there's a way that you can use the top of the slope and conform to the contour of the hillside. And, at the same time I say that, it may take more excavation. I realize that. I get that. And also, I think, like the other homes on Morningside, I think the driveway and the garage, I just don't see that it's feasible to do a long, winding driveway. I think you almost need a garage like the other two places have on the street level with the house going up. But I'm willing to see. I mean, David, I know how you feel about this. But when you come back, if you feel that we're all wrong, or you can't redesign a less massive structure, more incompatible with the character of the neighborhood, do your best. And, you may find that we may go along with it, we may not. David, you came up with a lot of creative houses since I've been on the board. This is a tough nut, for sure. Some lots are easier to develop than others, but you just can't come in and put a massive structure like that in a neighborhood that doesn't have that, that's not compatible. With respect to, the deck, it's a huge deck on top there. I think the glazing creates innumerable privacy, light and glare issues. I read Nancy's staff report on the light and glare issues, particularly with all the homes looking down. I think those, her concerns there are valid, and I share them. Yeah, and the last point is, I think you have a right to build a house there, for sure. I think it's going to take, excavation that's not going to be pleasant for the neighborhood. I'm very concerned about the road, but I think that given that you're entitled to build something there, it's something that has got to be minimized, the impacts minimized on the neighbor. But this what you presented before us just doesn't work for me. So those are my comments.
I'll keep it short, David. I think you've heard quite a bit. I did hear from the neighbors that, and I was not there for the hearing on Morningside, and I believe the architect was Chris Prelitz, and it seemed that the neighborhood seemed to really like the design, and they were happy with the size, the scope. So I don't know if that's a place to start for this. It did get appealed? Oh.
It's neither.
Okay. That's neither here nor there, but I think it was an acceptable design for that particular area. As far as, it's like, I just think you have to start all over from what I'm hearing from everybody else. At first with the driveway, when I started looking at it, I thought, well, this is safer than having a driveway where you back out onto the street, which I understand that. I think it's just a little bit too long for this group. Now, you're going to have to come back. I won't be here. I'm off the board the end of March. So whether my comments will have any weight or bearing on this doesn't really make any difference. But I think if you listen to my colleagues, I agree with most of what they said after hearing some of the feedback. I think there's some good design elements to it. Too much decking. The glazing, I didn't have a big deal with. I didn't have a big issue with that because we discussed the whole materials that you can use now that are not reflective and don't emit light. So there's changes in technology and materials, which I think could be incorporated. But I don't think there's anything else I could say that would help at this point. But I just encourage you to, of course, work with the neighbors as well.
And I'll go
Moving
after
forward.
that. Are you finished with your comments?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'll go next.
Okay.
I support the driveway. It's not the popular feeling here. So what if you compromise maybe to bring the program down that first corner? It's the first switchback. Maybe look at putting the garage lower on the hillside down there. So you still have, because I'm thinking of a safety issue. The other houses on Morningside, those people can drive off of Bluebird and park and turn around and enter Morningside again, facing forward. And they're asking you to propose a garage where you're pulling into the garage off of Bluebird. And that's just not adequate. It's not safe for the community. It's not safe for the property owners. So I would approve a driveway, maybe look at considering just instead of 2 switchbacks, just 1 driveway switchback. He's a talented architect. He'll figure it out. It's an engineering problem. Well,
There's no way to do it.
yeah, and the fact that it doesn't require a variance, I love that this home is being, because on one hand, we're saying build a home that doesn't create a variance. And then on the other hand, we're like, you need a variance for your garage, or what's the variance that you would need for?
Height separation from the building.
Okay, yes. So so putting the garage down on the street would create a variance. I love that some would say that your materials are fire resistant. It's forward thinking, fire resistant. So I'm fine with the materials. And it see a privacy impact, view equity, your landscape was adequate. But this sounds like it's going to come back. So I think at the end of the day, you just got to figure out how to work that driveway. Well, you guys will be creative, I'm sure. Mr. Weil? Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in deliberation. Yeah, I follow not board member, the rest of the board in that I think the biggest problem is the way the access has been derived on this. And, we saw a project earlier tonight that was done by one architect a couple of years ago that was a complete flop. And then a new architect comes in and really redoes it in a absolutely mind-boggling way that fits all the criteria and fits everything. It takes the right group of people with the right kind of mindset to solve this problem. The access doesn't work. It's 3 times longer than some of the ones we've considered already. The rise between where the street grade level is and where the finished floor of the garage is 3 to 4 more times from where the others take access in comparison. It would have been helpful to have more of a collaborative effort on defining this neighborhood, but we have to take each project individually and base it on its merits and kind of work that way. I think staff not agreeing on 7 of the 16 criteria is a bad start. We really got to rely on going back to staff with where the right recommendations are to get and follow some of that, because I have in my 6 years, I mean, most of them have 2, 3, or a couple or 1 view equity. But to have 6 and general plan compliance being that drastically out of character, that's problematic. And that's not something I've seen very often come through the board. And I've seen 6 years of projects that have been hairier than this one, to be honest. The reason I asked about the knoll is, one of the guidelines in environment says don't, avoid building on the knolls, avoid building on the ridgelines. In some cases, you can't avoid it all because you have to respect the property rights. There is a property that will be built here. It is a buildable lot. I recognize that. And I've worked really hard as being a board member for years to make sure that those buildable rights exist for the property owners. But they have to do it in the right way and in the right spirit. I've only given this book back out to 2 other applicants. I heavily advise you reread this thing. It's a digital copy, download it, read it front to back. It means a lot, not only for your neighbors, but the community at large. And I've seen projects that have ripped the community apart because they start at the wrong spot. I think you know what I'm talking about, and you've seen other
I
projects.
think someone's trying to have a popularity contest.
No, it's not. We
But
just,
the applicant is.
we got to get through
experienced.
this. I mean, we
We'll
could
get
go
through it.
through.
Stop slapping them on the head with the book, the DRB book. It's
Yeah.
exhausting.
I mean, I've given it to 2 other applicants and they've come back with major reworks.
Yeah.
And it's worked each time. And so, and those projects got approved. My point is there's an approvable project here. This is not that a project. Environmental context is wrong. General plan compliance is wrong. Glazing is wrong. The height coming out of the, rising from the ground with the major parts of the structure isn't compatible at all. Neighborhood compatibility is drastically wrong. I need a full redo, and that's where I'll leave it. And I'm recommending a table to a date uncertain.
That seems logical.
Jeremy, I made one additional
Table
quick
it or
comment.
to,
I agree with Lewis. I think it's a buildable lot. I think this could be one of the toughest, if not the toughest lot to build on that I've come across in my almost 2 years on the board. I think it needs kind of like, okay, let's look at it from a different angle and address what you've heard, which is basically mass scale reduction, so that and not the actual necessarily only, but the appearance. So anyway, that's my final comment.
And I'm in agreement with the board, but there was an attacking on Mr. Parker that I don't appreciate.
Well,
And,
David Parker, but it's a bigger story and I'll talk to you about it offline. But I also want to make sure that we're clear that I think this is a buildable lot. I just think that every lot can't maximize out and it has to work within the confines of the community and the lot's restrictions. That's all I was saying.
the comparison, just so you know, you have a fabulous architect there. The comparison that Lewis Weil just made was for a property in North Laguna that had a house already built on it. It's apples and oranges, bananas. It's bananas. This lot is a steep hillside. There's a lot of challenging aspects to this lot. It's nothing compared to the lot that Brianne Jeanette just brought to us this evening. So. No, it's the comparison that it was the comparison of Brianne Jeanette's lot to this one.
Here, I'll move to table the project.
Okay, I'll second that.
You seconded it?
A second.
All right, let's vote.
Table
Board
the
Member
project to a
Coveney?
date on.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
And Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're-
Motion passes to.
Can we get clarification on the motion for Mrs. Coveney?
Correct. Yeah, the motion was just to table it. So I mean.
To table it, and I think the point is
There's
that-
not really a difference between tabling and
Redo.
continuing to a date uncertain. They're
Yeah.
free to.
Yeah.
I think the message is redo. So I think that's the appropriate.
It's the appropriate thing to do. Yes, thank you. Anything else on the agenda for this evening, or can we adjourn?
I hope we can adjourn.
That is all.
All right, we are adjourned to February 13th, 2025.